Day 3 of the CSA Cubs week. At Stellenbosch University, we're on the Coetzenburg Oval. And it's the Trans-Yaxkay Derby. It's the Northern Champions taking on the Central Gladiators. I'm joined here in the middle for the toss by our two umpires, Mr. Davis Khadebe, there on the far left, Mr. Strike Mhlangu next to me, and the two captains for the Northern Champions, Vian Pretorius, and for the Central Gladiators, Alec Loveland. Who's the home captain? Who's going to be spinning the coin? It is Vian Pretorius who's going to have the honours, and Alec Loveland to make the call.
Tails.
Tails the call.
These tails.
And it is the tails. Alec Loveland, you can tell the umpires what you're going to do and then come for a little chat. Alec, a good toss to win, a lot of water being given last night. What was your decision?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl first today. I think it's just a good idea. Pitch might be a little bit spicy in the morning. So.
Yeah, it does look a bit dark as if there's some moisture still underneath the surface, maybe a bit spongy to start off.
Yeah, I think we need to use that to our aggression, like at the start with Cole Francis and possibly Carl Butler, Manib and Christian, so they should bring on some good pace and some good challenges.
You've had two close games come out on the wrong side of the results, unfortunately, but a lot to play for still in this tournament.
Yeah, I think just past two games we haven't had enough fight throughout. I think it's been a little bit of patches, so just need to work hard on fighting throughout the whole entire game.
Good luck. Hopefully you put 100 overs together, play well.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's Alec Loveland, the captain of the Central Gladiators. And now the only English-speaking Affies man, Vian Pretorius. Vian, would you have liked to bowl as well?
Yeah, but obviously this week struggling with the coin, so...
Is that 3 losses for you?
No, it's out of 1 loss.
So it's your first lost toss of the tournament?
Second
one, and you come out on the right side of 2 results. Yesterday was a close one against the Coastal Conquerors. You guys battled really hard.
Yeah, we had a fumble at the top of the order, but luckily Zander and AB took us through.
Pit might be a little bit spongy to start off this morning. Lots of water last night. Hard work for your openers and the top order.
Yeah, and also past results shows that bowling first is the key.
All right, 2 out of 2 for the Northern Champions so far. Good luck for today and play well.
Thank you very much.
That's the story then from out in the middle of the Coetzenburg Oval. Vian Pretorius losing his second toss of the tournament. Alec Loveland, the Central Gladiators, winning the toss and they're deciding to have a bowl. Very interesting morning coming up. Lots of water. It's really hot in Stellenbosch, so that pitch might just be a little spongy. We'll be live in a little while.
On and all, it is day 3 here in Stellenbosch of the CSA Cubs week, and what a week it's been so far. Some really interesting results that we've seen thus far as well. With me, it's JD Ferreira. What an interesting week so far, sir.
Yeah, it's been exceptional in just the battles we've seen. At day 1, we had a titanic battle here on the main field, and again, we saw guys getting starts and not converting those, and it's something that's become a bit of a common theme throughout the first 2 days of cricket. And maybe day 3, we'll see the first man raising his bat going past the 3 figures.
Well, before we get into those things there that you just mentioned there, good topics you mentioned about batters not kicking on. The log at the minute, the champions and the superstars, they top of the pop. Not quite easily, but they are sitting there. Both teams on 9 points, both having one game won with a bonus point. But we could easily have said both teams should have lost one.
Yeah, Northern Champions had a nervy start to their batting innings on day 1. I mean, we were watching the game on the main field and just scanning over to that far corner here. And we saw some Northern supporters leave slightly earlier than what they should have, but they clicked on, saved it at the death. And not at the death, they actually demolished the opposition in the end, and saw them getting to day 2, winning there, and now sitting top of the pops. And yeah, probably one of the form teams at the moment. The Pretoria side is a team that can dig deep when they need to. They come from a lot of players from gutsy schools, if I can put it that way. A lot of grit involved in those teams. So it'll be interesting to see how they go here against the men just other side of the XK.
Well, now let's talk about that point you raised earlier. Men not kicking on. We've seen plenty of 30s, 40s, maybe guys even at 56s not kicking on to the big numbers. We've got a guy called Prince that got 77 there for the superstars. We've got other men as well that's accumulated well. Nobody raising their bat. Is that a concern?
I think it is a bit of a concern. I think from a selection point of view, you had some serious selectors here on day 1, let's put it mildly. And you mentioned a couple of names, but for, I think, the central side, a guy like Aidan Dodd, still a youngster, grade 10, scored yet another 60, came out of the Kai Majola week also with a couple of scores and not converting those. So those would be things that their coaching staff will be talking about, making sure. I mean, the name of Ben Hockley comes to the fore. He's been the standout bat throughout the first 2 days, scoring 80-odd not out yesterday, scoring more than half his team's total. And the man is off to Tuks this year. Definitely one for the future. Remember the name, because if there's one player that I'm looking forward to watch today, will definitely be the likes of Hockley.
Then you got Riley Miller, the man that has steered for the Northern Champions as well. His selection is an interesting one because he wasn't originally selected, came through the South African Invitation side, forced his way into the school side or the Colt side as well. And then he finds himself here and he's performed well.
Well, it says a lot about a man's character. Let's start there. Not originally selected. It's easy for a player to get down in the dumps, but look at him now. One of the standouts at the moment. Interesting you should mention that, because the man for the Southern Superstars at Tarantal, also not originally selected.
Correct.
And a standout player yesterday with the Willow on day 1, exceptional with the ball. Great all-round cricketer, and hopefully he also steps up today. And he's one of those who can convert for us.
Well, Zander Venter had a storming day yesterday, did any wickets, runs. He's had a good first 2 days. Again, we'll probably see him here today. He's also been a standout. He's leading the way with the wickets as well. So you might actually have a key eye on him.
Yeah, our coaching staff at Northern side will be very, very happy. Again, Zander Venter, nuggety cricketer, a man who understands cricket, good cricketing IQ, and also bodes well for the future of South African cricket.
Well, let's focus a little bit on this game here today. The champions versus the men from the Gauteng region there, the Gladiators. The Gladiators should have got 2 wins. Let's be serious about that. The game on the day 1 against the Coastal Conquerors. That one went like this. So it ebbed and flowed, and it was just the Conquerors that won the game in the last over here. They've won the toss here today. They've decided to have a bowl. I'm not surprised by that, but they have to bowl well.
They're going to have to bowl exceptionally well. I think we saw it on day 1 specifically, where there was plenty of teams who lost a lot of wickets early on and consolidated that. If they can capitalize, you spoke about it this morning as well, is getting teams under a lot of pressure and then your game management, your field placings, just letting teams off the hook a bit?
Yeah. Well, these grounds here are very interesting. Yeah, because yeah, the main oval, yeah, it's a big ground. Straight, you might get a little bit away with some, but square the wicket is massive. Some of the other grounds maybe not that good or that big, I should say. They are very good grounds. The point I'm trying to make is the planning needs to be better. Whether you do that in the time off or even before games or messages that comes on, these guys are still young. They're very much still developmental stage as well.
Yeah, I think the big key will be execution. I think it's the coaching staff who make the plans. But a week like this, you would also like to see the captaincy on the field. Just think a bit more freely, playing the scenario and deciding, listen, we've got 2 or 3 here quickly. Let's keep a slip or 2 in and apply the pressure where we can. And hopefully that's something that we'll definitely see as day evolves.
Yeah, they're going to miss Matza as well. The Gladiators, he had a finger injury there on day 1. Very unfortunate for the youngster. But in comes Easy, a man that has been the player of the tournament at the under-16 week. What a man to bring in. And what an excellent platform for him now to step up in potential maybe this year's Kai Majola later on in the year.
Well, a man who bowls off spin. A man who bats at 4. If you come through a week like that as the top player, and then this might just be the challenge that you're looking for, getting to flex against the older brothers, making sure that some of the universities and some of the unions pick you up and see what you're about. So you should be a very entertaining player to watch and see how he unfolds as day progresses.
Well, it's a must-win for the Gladiators here today. The champions are sitting top of the pop on net run rate, so we'll see how that's going to go. But I think we've got a very good day ahead of us. Thankfully, the breeze have gone away. Thankfully, I don't know about JD. He's a man from Bloem. But we are going to have an awesome day. Not a cloud in sight here. It's going to be fantastic here to see, can the Northern Champions maintain their unbeaten streak, or can the Gladiators finally get one across the line? Join us in a few moments. We will start this game for you. No. Morning to one and all once again here to Coetzenburg here in Stellenbosch, home of Marty's cricket. For day number 3 of the CSA Cubs Week 2026, and the match in front of us, we'll see the Northern Champions take on not the Coastal Conquerors. They are definitely taking on the Central Gladiators for you. And a very intriguing clash we have ahead coming today. The umpires are just waiting for the personnel to make their way out to the middle. Glorious, glorious day here in Stellenbosch. No clouds to be seen. A light breeze, and I can say it is a light breeze before my co-commentator starts shouting at me. My name is Eugene Molly, and with me, I'm definitely going to call him JD. I'm not going to call him by Johan today. JD Pereira, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Eugenia. Awesome to be here. They say it's as close to heaven you'll get. And look at this wonderful oval here this morning. Beautiful view. We have fortunate to be sitting in the shade.
Yeah.
I'll have you know, because it's going to get hot out there. But talk about hot. The battle between these two sides, this should be very, very exciting to watch. Peter Conyers, Northern Champions side. Yeah, it's just look at the names, a couple of names there, the likes of Van Sail, Ruben Van Sail, Governor Ketchibaya. He will miss out today. And Jalen Manikan also one, but it's Zander Venter, Nico Lochenberg, and Vian Pretorius. Remember the name of Pretorius? Because his older brother is currently involved in this minor SA 20 league. It's taking place at the moment.
Just a little one there. Didn't get any runs yesterday. Got castled by Trent Bolt, but all rails, they're going well. But the Battle of the Yexka, as this is always known as, when these two teams meet, and it should always be lively. And, well, JD, something that we haven't seen thus far in this tournament, is it? I'm just waiting to see, because the keeper standing right up. I just wanted to see if he's got his helmet on. It's going to be Christian Sabela.
Yep.
The 18-year-old right arm medium bowler. Maybe he will stand up. We'll wait and see. Or maybe he'll just move back. But an interesting pitch. Let's go with this pitch. It had a little tinge of darkness on it, which suggests there's still a little bit of moisture in it. So not a surprise for me that the captain, Loveland, decided to have a bowl.
No, I think everybody, when before the players walked out and we had our own look, everybody basically came to the conclusion that that's exactly what you'll do if you win the toss. It's a little dark tinge, but full on length, I think. But it'll definitely be spongy in the beginning. And we see if the Bella taking the mark. And Pierre, well, he's moved back now.
Yeah, he has. And I'm going to go through this field place because already it's interesting. And you know me when it comes to that. Sabela running in for the first ball from the river end. And the man is bowling to Ruben van Zyl. Well, he had a very, very good Kai Majola week. Player of the tournament. Scored heaps of runs. He hasn't got quite off the mark as yet in this week. And I think he should just bide himself a little bit of time here.
It's 50 over cricket. There's not plenty, but there's enough time to settle. We saw that in days 1 and 2 when teams were into trouble. Batsmen who settled managed to tick on.
Well, let's talk about this field. I'm going to talk about the 2 men that's out first. There's a man at fine leg, and he's way on the boundary, and I think he should come in about 10 yards as well from that position. The other man that's out is a long off. So there's no third man, and the man sitting to your right, the Cape Fox, he knows how I feel about that. So 1 slip a gully, 3 men saving 1 on the off and 2 on the on. What do you reckon of that field early doors here?
Interesting. I take note of your fielding concerns here, the strategist that you are. But Ahmed Nawab, obviously thinking a bit differently. But in the pre-match build up, we spoke about playing the scenario, and I'd like to see that evolve in terms of your captaincy, your growth as a captain, being able to change things up. As we have one of the coaches strolling past and drinking 2 coffees, which says something about the day ahead.
Well, off the mark here. Short and wide and not fully capitalizing on it. So left hand on strike. Let's see which way they're going to go here. Looks like third man will still be in place now. Maybe it's too far to run to fine leg. No, he's on his bike now, making the trek across. They can have one more fielder out. Just seeing what they're going to do. They are decided not to at the minute. And then we'll just discuss how these two teams have gone over the last 2 days. Around the wicket from Sabela. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Every opening batter loved to feel bat on ball, and he was just having a little nibble outside that off stump.
Yeah, a little nervy from Laka, but it does look like Sabella, he's into his bowling early on, yeah.
Champions winning the first 2 games by batting second, winning by 5 wickets and then 2 wickets. That will finish that first over. Tidy enough, just the one from it. The Gladiators losing theirs by batting first, losing the first one by 2 wickets and losing the second one by 3. So both these two teams doing things that they haven't done before. And in fact, sorry, apologies. Yeah, that's right. No, they haven't done this before, haven't bowled first.
Yeah, I think Peter Cornell will probably be a bit more nervous than man Ahmed Nawa in terms of changing it up.
Yeah.
Following, sometimes you get coaches who are a little bit superstitious about things and prefer setting scores or chasing, but the conditions important. And let's take a look and see who's the man on the opposite side who will join Sabella, opening the bowling here for the Gladiators.
Yeah. So I hope, yes. Muniba coming from the mountain in there. And no third man, JD.
No, third man for Eugene Molion, and it's bugging him, folks. See, the leg is bouncing already.
Not real carry there. He's not a man with a lot of pace. Maybe he's just easing into his work. He can be a little bit skitty, I hope. We saw there on day one. Maybe just his foot not landing like he wanted to be. But a delivery like that, even as a batter, you can just guide that down. There's acres of space here.
Third man really does bother you, Eugene Molion.
You have no idea. You have absolutely no idea.
Let's take a look, yeah.
Well, that's a gift. That's the pace of this outfield. Is the ball going to get to the boundary rope? No, it's not. Excellent work. Keeps it down to 2. Maybe that suggests that the ball not quite coming onto the bat there, JD.
100%. I thought it was only that first delivery that we looked at, but the second one, so it wasn't more of the same as that ball sat up, and it was Ruben van Zyl who capitalized on that. This outfield will definitely quicken up later on as this day continues.
100%. Oh, beautifully off the legs this time. Through mid-wicket. And I think this time it will bring about a boundary. Is it? No, it does not. Oh, eventually it does.
It's the class of Ruben van Zyl there. Yeah, it was a bit of a gift on the pads, but balanced, solid timing on the ball, and says something about a man who's on form at the moment.
It does, but it also says something about the field because a bowler is not. He's smart. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Bowler is smart. He's looking at this field. There's no third man. He asked me to bowl outside the off stump, but I got no third man if it does come here. You can't go both sides. They've got a long off in place. Point I'm making, JD, is if is that a no ball? No, it's not. It's just showing there's still 2 balls left. The point I'm making, JD, is do you want to be hit down the ground to long off? If your answer is yes, that means you're going to have to be bowling outside the off stump. So you got to have more protection. If you want, you can bring your fine leg up and bring a third man because you're going to be bowling the ball outside the off stump.
That's the predicament you're sitting with, and that's, I guess, justified, or your point justified here as bowler runs in. Straight back hits handle to slow it down. But to your point, it makes absolute sense. I want you to say, I mean, it's a bit of a head scratcher at the moment. It's maybe a conversation to have later on with the coaching staff in Amit Nawab, asking a bit of questions, a bit of an explanation on what the thinking behind it.
I saw this at Kaya Majola as well, and glad I cut all my hair off, to be honest.
Hair?
Yeah, I do have hair. I prefer to cut them off.
The sprinter that is.
Bowling it into the surface. That finishes the second over. 7 without loss.
Well, I guess the northern side will be fairly satisfied with the first 2 overs. No real questions being asked at the moment. Just getting into their work. Ruben van Zyl, Laka still to get off the mark. He's 0 of 2, but the man who will do most of the batting throughout this day will be Ruben van Zyl. If he manages to stay and hang on.
I hope he stays in for about 15 overs for you and James King to enjoy this fella. He hits the ball so hard. He's very, very positive. Shows great intent.
I think about is destructive in all formats of the game. He's Van Zyl.
Good stop in the gully area. He's bowling to a 6-3 field and 1 man out. That's the man at fine leg. For the rest, is a slip gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid off. Around the wicket here to the left-hander.
Hit hard that time, straight into the turf. No real issue for the fielders to deal with that. Just stand and deliver.
It's not coming on either. He doesn't have great pace. Let's be honest about that, Sabella. But he's doing a job here. He's just bowling at a good line and length, but it's just not seeming like coming on. So the batter needs to either come outside his crease here or use your feet a little bit.
More the same. Straight into the covers. Cut off. No single. Still Alaka. Scoreless at the moment. He's faced 5 deliveries.
There's no rush. You shouldn't panic. You're allowed to have a look. That's why you're opening batting. You get given that chance. You're in there to see what that ball's doing. And a bleak bat. And he's chopped that onto the stumps. An early strike there for the Gladiators as Laka has to depart without scoring.
Oh, you said that he's allowed to have a look. Then have a look that time around inside edge into that off stump. Sees Alaka depart without bothering the scorers. Let's take a look at this replay here. Sabella getting into his work early on, yeah. And there it is. It's way wide. And you spoke about just having a look and decided to throw the arms at that inside edge and sees him on his way.
Don't mind him having a hit, but that was with no conviction. I think that's what got him. And I was just about to say, if it was a dot ball, it turned out to be a wicket-taking delivery. If you had to look at that ring field, they were so close. Like, even a half a strike would have got it over there. They were really that tight in. And we talk about observing what's around and being aware. And that is something that he'll also have to be aware of, because that nothing shot would have been really literally a nothing shot.
Oh, spot on. And I think if he looks at the replay, he'll be kicking himself because I think no real technique involved. It's basically throwing hands at that and hoping just to get that away. But like you said, it's 50 over cricket. There's a bit of time to settle in, take 3 or 4 overs, and then make sure you start bothering the scorers or ticking on. It's a new man in the crease. Sheldon Creer. Kruger, as I would say, in these parts of the world.
Yeah, now I've learned my lesson about that after being in the City of Roses for a week. Oh, hello. Well, he indicates that the ball moved. I'm not so sure. I'm really not so sure. I think this was just one of those, I just give me one on the bat there, please.
Take a look at this. No, there was nothing really in that.
Yeah, just a hint. A hint.
The Central Gladiator side is lively in the field at the moment. The chat is up, energy is there. But let's see if they can capitalize. We spoke about those moments going one down and then teams finding themselves 2 and 3 down on day one. But it's there where a lot of them were let off the hook and allowed to play themselves back in the game.
What has been the story of this week? You get teams 5 or 6 down, then we start seeing proper cricket.
See your 7 and 8 making 60 odd.
Well, that was a maiden wicket, or wicket maiden. I'll get Cape Fox to really give me the correct terminology. I had a discussion with Dom Hendricks about that. What comes first? So it's wicket maiden, I would say.
The Robin Jackman of his generation.
Yeah.
Was that the Cape Fox?
No, Cape Fox got it. Ayo continuing here, and Ruben van Zyl, you just got to be mindful of the fact here as well. He can't just go blazing, but I don't think the wicket is one where it's coming on. So you got to get all your ducks in a row here as to your thinking.
Spoke about executing that offside or just outside off the line here, and if you err on the leg side, Van Zyl will punish you. He showed us with that the boundary he scored, and it's got to be very, very careful here, Munip Ayub, to make sure he commits the right lines here.
Nice and tight, really nice and tight. Still operating with a long off. So maybe they know something about Ruben van Zyl. I've got no issue with the long off. Let me tell you that. Because they know this fella loves hitting the ball over the top. It's when it comes down to this neck of the woods here. And so far, in the 8 ball that Ayub has bowled, Fine Leg has not touched the ball once. And I'm only saying that in terms of the player that's out of the inner ring. Fine Leg is also an important position.
You can see him walk down the pitch there, 2 steps, and lots of work to be done by the fielder, but doing well in the end. Do they? Central Gladiators, cricket all around, but some intent there from Ruben van Zyl, just trying to disturb Ayub a little bit there, coming down the wicket.
Yeah, clear. Poor running for me. Very much poor running. Ruben van Zyl, yeah, he advanced. I love that. That's what he does quite a lot. Where it would have been a single if my third man was in place, turned out to be 2, so they've gained 1 run already.
It's gone into the book of, or the black book of Eugene Mullion, stating and motivating. Oh, it's a great shot again, but good fielding there by Troy Gordon.
Oh, how's that? Smoked. Fielded. Beautiful.
Cricket summarized in 1 ball.
Oh, that was just magnificent. He's starting to get the pace of the wicket now, we feel, Ruben van Zyl here. It's just got to be wary here, folks.
Let's not put the mockers on him. We said we wanted to watch him bat today.
So in battle, Kaya Majola, I'm happy.
He's realized at your point there's no third man. You could see him move away. They're trying to give himself a bit of room.
It was half stop, but still 2 runs. So I've got 2 runs in that area so far, Mr. Ferreira.
3 in the black book. Our cameraman is getting around today. Hey, Eugene.
They are just getting enough liquids in them. It's going to be a sweltering day. Could do with getting them a few gazebos on the ground.
Has flashed there, real flash as Ruben van Zyl missed. And maybe those are the little ones that this Gladiator side's looking for. Just half an opportunity. They want lovely shot of
Wow.
the glorious mountains. Yeah.
There are top run scorers. Ben Hockley, the man leading the Pops there, 89. Not only that was his highest score. And look at that average, 154. It's only been out once. Francois Prince, he's up there as well with an average of 59. He's had a good week. Riley Miller, he's playing in this one. He's probably next in. And Schechter, we saw him yesterday. And Aiden Dodd make up that list of the top run scorers. But, JD, I've got a question for you, and I'm going to ask you this question just after this delivery, as it is clear. And what I like from what I've noticed about Creer is he just needs to get a little bit moving there. He looks a little labored. Got to play shots with intent. I mean, this is your second day here at the Cubs week, and you're involved with sort of very good hockey players around this country, and you've seen quite a lot. Now, the question is about development. At what stage? I don't want to use development as an excuse, because we've seen a lot of these kids do the same mistakes over and over and over again. And that's clipped off the legs. I said I need this fella to show greater intent. There he does. On the long, it's clipped away for 4.
Yeah, a bit of a Christmas gift in January, heading onto the leg side and obliged by Sheldon Creer. Yeah, take a look at this again. Yeah, it's way down the leg side. That is breakfast, lunch, and dinner served right there.
So just back to the question. We know that these guys are still young. And we also know that development and learning takes place differently with every individual. But these are your best. Now, with you being involved in hockey, what is your sort of outlook on that word developmental, and at what stage of their development in terms of age-wise do you think, right, okay, enough's enough, we need to really knuckle down, you need to start learning?
Well, it's difficult because we speak about this at length. I'll get back to that answer now just after this delivery. I guess the individual is they age differently. So you'll find a lot of these players that might be fringe and included now, but aren't quite there yet. So you'll see them at varsity year 1 or 2, like where you've been involved, that they really start ticking on, and then the developmental phase is kind of moved away, and then you can go. But there's a massive thing there about also staying multi-sporters. And I'll tell you why I say that is the hunger for the sporting code needs to remain. A lot of these kids play a lot of that same sport for a very long time. And when they get to year 1 or year 2 out of varsity, or even in their matric year, they are so tired of that main sport that they lose their love and their passion for the game. And we see that more often than not. I'll give you an example. Lita Cry is a wonderful example. He's a kid who still plays hockey at the highest level, but he's a fantastic cricketer.
Oh, moving around way too much, Ruben van Zyl. And Sabella, he just stuck to his guns. And I think that's another one that's played onto the stumps. Second wicket gone for the champions. And spot a brother here, 16 for 2.
Yeah, it's more of the same. Yes, day 1 repeating itself in a way, but let's take a look here. You spoke about him moving around just too much. You can see him over and then and back across and missed completely. It's not something that he'll want to have a look at, and his coach, Peter Cornell, will definitely have a bit of a whisper and just talk about it. But back to our discussion. Lita Cry plays hockey for the South African men's side at 21 level. We expect him to break through into the senior men's side this year. He's a very good cricketer. I mean, there's obviously provinces looking at franchises looking at him. So he will probably, I don't know which way he'll go, but I think cricket might be the answer for him. But I think he's past that developmental phase just because he's so naturally gifted and he's moved on. But his hunger for both sports remains. And when you get some of these boys who are only allowed to play cricket from grade 9 or end of grade 8, that sometimes becomes a bit of an issue.
PM Pretorius, brother of Leandre, making his way, left-handed batter as well. You've raised some really interesting points for me, Mr. Ferreira, and that hunger for the game. And we see a lot of it in rugby, don't we?
No, it's 100% that. And sometimes you look, we obviously know where rugby ranks in terms of South African sport, and yeah, with all fairness. But there's this massive push to have players specialize in a sporting code from the age of 15 or so, which I don't necessarily agree with. A lot of people are of the opinion that only at 17, 18 do you start going in that direction. But yeah, it's each to his own. But for me, playing two sports until you get yourself into through your matric year is very vitally important. I'll take Christopher Schrader as an example. Man, academically brilliant at school, played SA schools cricket and rugby 2 years combined, and he managed to do both. So if a guy like him can do it, then there should be an argument that should be the way to go with most players, allowing them to do two sports.
Riley Norton from this neck of the woods is another one.
He was the very next one I was going to mention.
Oh, they are homing in on those stumps. They decided to go a little bit straight here. They're going on off stump line, which is good. They're attacking it.
Really applying the squeeze, yeah. This is Central Gladiators side.
Man, looking after all the umpires here, Mr. Lawrence Petrus. He's making his way around. I'll grab my 5 minutes with him later on today.
See, lower left, the fog open, but it will be to come in.
Down the leg side. That's a wide. And again, looks like the team's going to be in trouble here in the power play. Mr. Ferreira, it seems to be part of the course here at Cubs 2026.
Yeah, the power play has been a bit of the Achilles heel. Normally, it's the one that encourages, entertains, but it's been a bowling display in the first 3 days.
I'm all for being very positive and everything like that, but the conditions and everything has to play its part. If it's not there, you just have to grind it out. Would love to see him bring this fella forward a little bit more clear. He's playing everything from the crease. Just stands there like all the high felt, just stands and get the hands through. No real foot movement here. Maybe it's his first time here at Stellenbosch. We don't know.
Yeah, you'll learn that lesson quickly. Different conditions, and when you adapt, ones who are successful, take Hockley as an example, a man who's showed us in the first 2 days exactly just how to bat and capitalize on these conditions and how felt the ball flies, and we know that throwing hands at it.
Yeah, that's just too full. That's all volley length. But this is a good little spell here for the men in red, the Gladiators. They definitely need a win in this week. They always struggle here this week, Gladiators. Yeah, they've got a few players away with SN19 side, and the majority of their team coming from the Gauteng region. The other region that they can select from is Mpumalanga. Beautiful. It's half stopped. Ball still racing away though. And the ball wins. Glorious shot from Creer.
Lovely. Got in position early, the child in Creer, and dispatched that for what it was worth. A lovely cricket shot, and we won't mind seeing more of those. Textbook.
Yeah, not straight back. Just pushed it down the ground. You're going to say I'm overcritical again? I think mid-on is far too wide.
Having questions answered about fielding positions, feel free to contact Eugene Molion. student of the game, and that one wide by Ayub. Had Krieger flashing at that again, so probably won't mind that too much.
I'll tell you the best one I did was when the Warriors were playing ball up in the T20 game, and Nokia was playing, and it was at the back end of the innings, and he would find mid-off and mid-on really straight. Now I said, it's got to be a full Yorker. And bowled him. Gone for all money. Last minute I said it. We would like to see him drawn forward. You can see there the foot movement not there. And that's the third inside the power play. The champions. That's the Northern champions. They're all sorts of bother here.
We spoke about the previous delivery. It was wide, and I told you won't mind that too much. I had him flashing it now. This time brings it in a bit tighter. And it's brilliant. Ayub just there's a little bit slight movement there, but it is Sheldon Creer who has received his marching orders.
When you know, you know.
But having said that, we saw this on day one. If there's a team who can get themselves out of a spot to bother, it is this northern side. They were in all sorts against that Eastern team, and they managed to win that game in the end quite comfortably.
Oh, I hear what you're saying, but it's going to be 3 times in a row. I mean, how many times do you want to play your get out of jail card?
Well, it all depends on how many you got, I guess. I mean, maybe Peter Cronje feels that he's brought a whole stack, maybe 17 or 18 of them.
Well, the scoreline did read 22 for 2. It's not going to be that. I mean, well, rebuilding phase, if ever there was one here for the men in blue.
Plenty of time in this game yet, so I'll just have to knuckle down. Be patient about this. But Ahmed Nawab and his bowling choice was spot on, if you ask me.
Well, and the fielding. So, what do I know? I've only got 2 runs at third man so far. Spela continuing. And you can see here just from the outside, look how close they are on the offside there, JD.
Yeah, they are very, very close. I think they'll whisper to the batsman and you'll hear it. And obviously, as Gladiators or the Central Gladiators side, have done their homework, assessed these conditions. Assisting with that line. And energy from this Central Gladiators side right up there in the field. Love to see Tazi Anslow when he comes in for bowling. He was very busy on day one. Wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't watch much of that. But yeah, thinking cricketer is Haslow.
Well, this is a very interesting period. Yeah, this is good. You really got to knuckle down. You just got to accept it, absorb the pressure. Love the chat. Our producer did say that there will be 3 drinks breaks for these lads every 50 minutes.
Sabella, look at those bowling figures.
Maybe it's that pace, just not really quick, just that you normally find that in English conditions where somebody runs up, just bowls line and a length with no real pace, or a little bit of wobble, getting a bit of assistance from the deck.
Loveland winning the toss this morning, and he couldn't have asked for it to go any better. This is the start that we're looking for.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Left-hander. The drive through extra cover will just bring 2. And this is the reason why I'm saying, and you're probably going to say about fielding positions yet again, but they're far too close because you know they're not going to dot it down, but well executed. But I can understand why. They want to build some pressure. 24 for 3. Chats, plenty. Like you and Johan.
It's tough for me to admit that somebody actually speaks more than I do, but Smith, well, that's got a bit of motor mouth on him.
Or did it carry? Did it carry? The eagle eye of Matruis says, nah, it was short.
Take a look at this.
Ooh, just on the Can you now see why I wasn't getting any wickets or LBWs? That's a log, that's the standings. Northern champions, top of the pops with the Southern champions on 9 points. Western Lasers with a good victory yesterday. And let's just talk about the victory. They got 5 points out of that one. They back in it. They are playing the Conquerors away on our right. The Conquerors also with 1 win. They are playing each other. So one of those 2 teams will get another victory. It's the Gladiators and the Warriors still looking for their first. But I will say the Gladiators after the start they've had, are in a very, very good position here.
Need to capitalize, Eugene. Again, day one comes to mind, having teams in all sorts of trouble and then letting them off the hook here. It's Gladiator side, though. Applying the pressure, not backing away. Not backing off, rather. Riley Miller. A session.
Well, they just have to do that. And this is what I like to see. Just bowling that 4th, 5th stump channel. Riley Miller, these 2, this is massive. This is the partnership. The partnership.
I think the message would have been clear from Peter Cronje to Riley Miller. Just to say, listen, you guys need to put some cement down here, anchor the innings for us. Plenty of time. And the amount of talent these 2 batsmen possess is something to behold.
Riley Miller on day 1 got 86 from 58 deliveries. That game was played across on the sea where the champions chased down 175 in 24.1 overs. Hence why the net run rate is at as you see it. But this fella, I'm being selected for this invitation side at Kaya Majorla, then into the school side, and then into the Cubs. What a few weeks he's had.
It's big appeal, yeah, but no, bowler's not even interested. So, well, I've tried in the slip cordon, like a proper slip cordon should. Have a quiet, appealing, and I think Peary was the main instigator there.
Well, I had 2 keepers next to me yesterday, and they would have been up as well. Again, just advancing down. There was a definite deviation there.
Massive.
We'll have another look at that, because maybe he touched the ground at the same stage. It was one of those where if you do hit the ground and the ball at the same time, you don't know. So hopefully our producer can show us that delivery again at the end of this one.
Ayub Style is definitely up, yeah. Well into his work. And you can see him enjoying his Monday, yeah. Here's that replay, June.
Probably just a deviation.
Can you see why I got absolutely nothing from Lawrence Matruis? I bought from the other end. I don't care if it's running into a gale force wind. No, the only thing you get from him is a sweep.
Was a batsman in his day was Mr. Matruis.
That was a good decision from the umpire. Say it.
In fact, nobody really appealed. Also makes up for that. Umpire not interested. Good decision.
Ayub wasn't very interested in that at all.
No, he wasn't. Need to teach these boys how to appeal.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Well, we haven't seen many catches go to slip this entire week. You got a surface that's allowing you, and that was a healthy edge.
Take a look. Yeah, as healthy as they come. And number 4 there of
The captain
Nick
himself.
Loveland himself. Aren't you too happy?
They're the wicket takers. Sander Venter, he's on 7, but Alefa Pada, all those 6 wickets you see there, he got yesterday. Beautiful spell of bowling for the Western Legends. Raja bowls with some heat. He's on 6. We saw his opening burst on day 1. Pleckner, he's also in the mix with 5 as well as Otto Kraus. So you can see there some of the Western Legends, your boys, they're up there.
no, no way.
It's another one. It's 2 in 2 balls. That was short. But yeah, it's a bit of nightmarish stuff here. If you're Northern Champion supporter,
The carry was always going to be the issue. It is the carry. Look how deep they are. They can come up a little bit because the lesson one learned from the over before. Remember the edge that didn't carry to the keeper? You got to come up. Got to learn the lesson. I'd rather see a catch drop than drop short.
it's in the middle of the bat. Pretorius, having figured out on the field do the Central Gladiators. No run.
He's away. He's done. He's done his thing. He's gone to see his boys play there. The Western Legends. That's put. But that's what I mean about the lessons and keep knocking your head against. Yeah. Near side view of the keeper, please. Near side of the keeper. I'll put it back. Just see if we can try and see how far back Peering is, the keeper. He's a good keeper. He's got a good set of hands on him. But you can see first slip has come up now. A great deal.
Christian Fedbela on fire at the moment. 2 for 8. And he's almost completed 5 overs.
Well, there it is. Sabella's not somebody with great pace. You can see where they got to stand, but I'd rather see somebody with good hands getting a little bit tighter in there.
Pretorius is watching that go past the bat.
You're that type of man, JD. I know that because this is a brilliant position. 24 for 3. Why not be a little bit hungry, greedy, be in their face, say, listen, get wicket number 4 and not just go through it. That's why I'm saying those are gilt-edge opportunities that the Gladiators should have snuffled, in my view.
We spoke about it this morning again. 24 for 3, 100% to that discussion where you don't want to give them an inch. Apply the pressure, concede a boundary every now and then. Force him if he wants to go over the top, let him do it. But those opportunities will come. But now again, just going through the motions.
7 for 7 they were yesterday against the Conquerors. And from what I'm being told, the Conquerors just spread the field. And they were able to get 1s and 2s, get the scoreboard moving along, and some of the crowds come in. And what a day it is to come into this Coetzenburg Oval. But you can't just give them opportunities like that.
No, definitely not. Not mistaken. Rasul was the guy that stuck in at the end there and played a match-winning innings.
He's still to come. And we saw yesterday, Western Legends had the Warriors 5 down, 6 down, and I was calling out for just getting your pace bowlers on, finish it, grab the game by the scruff of the neck. That's what I want to see. Don't just amble. That's 50 overs. We'll get there. Oh, that's wide. Sounds of Creed that as easy as you like.
Yeah, I can see you lose it a bit there in his action. But big appeal on the field where the Legends are playing at the moment against the Conquerors.
I don't know why he's gone there. He's a big wicket taker. Johan Smith. He should get away there.
It happened on day one as well. When
Yeah,
he
yes,
arrived,
sir.
exactly. Partnership breaking.
He's great. Oh, it's another wide. He's getting the ball to shape. Maybe from the hand a little bit wider.
Discussion between Miller and Pretorius. And now,
Pretorius looks like he can bat, like in terms of longevity. If you look at the numbers that we see, Riley Miller, he likes to get after it. So, once you get 2 or 3 dots here, the nature of Riley Miller is to go after it. That's what I'm talking about, the planning and everything else that goes with it.
I think Leon Pretorius is he's a student of the game. Guess knows exactly how to go about scenarios and being patient about things. I mean, it wouldn't have been too many scenarios where he was 2 of 12 balls because he's also a free-flowing bat who scores regularly. But just having a conversation with Riley Miller, and I think would have said to him, listen, there's a lot of time. Let's just make sure we pick the deliveries that we can have a go at and then leave those that we don't.
Yeah, another conversation here between bat and ball, and looks like they're going to put in a second slip. Another one in the grabbers here. So you're going to have 2 slips and a gully. Maybe inviting Riley Miller to say, there's another gap. You have a big swing there and maybe getting the edge that way.
Oh, you're just losing it completely in his run-up. Reminds me a lot of Smith when he was bowling.
Can't be. Can't see him bowling.
Yeah, not of a run-up like that, especially. More of a guy to stand with a glove behind the wickets, talk smack to everybody around him, discussing the Stormers and the Bulls rugby. You can see the field is begging that teammate to get there, restricting or just cancelling that single.
Well, it's the longest single I've ever seen in my life, that one. We spoke about VM Pretorius. I love the story Sput was telling us this morning where he had to interview these guys, and obviously he was doing an interview with VM Pretorius, and then can't remember what the other one was at the toss. Oh, well bowled. Good areas again. And he had the first interview, obviously, with the other player, and he had spoke English to him, and the player spoke English, and he thought, oh, VM Pretorius, surely he's a guy, he comes from office, surely I'll just ask him the question in Afrikaans. So he asked the question in Afrikaans, and VM Pretorius answered him in English.
Classic Peter Kroon, yeah.
That just made Sput look like Sput.
Is there one more in him? Very wide.
Yeah, maybe it's tiring here because now you got to think about who the next bowlers are going to be that comes on. They don't have Cole Francis in their lineup today. They don't have Manuk in their lineup today either.
Wade Quinn is going to be the answer, I reckon.
Yeah, man, that's
What else
bustles
can I go
in.
to?
Yeah, he bustles in.
I think he'll enjoy this wicket as well.
I think he will because he really hits the deck quite hard.
The towering figure is McQuinn. Is a big boy. A lot of people who can look you in the eye, Molan, but he's close to it.
Oh, there are people that can look me in the eye if I'm sitting down.
Ask Cousin Kimberly.
$27 for 3.
Run it under 3 runs and over.
Again, advancing down the pitch a little bit. This is good. This is a good battle. Batters have to work on their skills here. Find their scoring areas. Won't be on that mountain. And there is the group phase of the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup being held in Zimbabwe and Namibia. First up for South Africa, Afghanistan in Windhoek on Friday the 16th. And they take on Tanzania, also in Windhoek. And then the West Indies follows 3 days later.
And what a World Cup that promises to be. South African side littered with talent. I mean, we lived through that India fixture when it was a day one. You run through that lineup, it's incredible. Talk about a lineup that's incredible. I'm going to make way
See
for
what that
James
ball's doing.
and let him join you. Continue with the Golden Partnership, the reason why people tune in to watch cricket.
Thanks for your early salvo there. And we look at the highlights of that power play. And it's a power play that belongs to the Central Gladiators. They've bagged 3 wickets for 26 runs. And they've simply just bowled line and length. Runs have been difficult to come by. Maybe the lack of pace from the bowlers is also contributing to those factors as well. But they've bowled decently, good line and length, and they've managed to get wickets at very vital stages. And a power play that is under 3 runs and over. We don't often see that. As Saleba continues. And he's on the money yet again. A very good morning to you, sir. The Cape Fox, James King.
Morning, Eugene Merlion. Lovely to be with you here again in Stellenbosch for the Cubs Week. Always great to be here at Coetzenburg, and some excellent cricket already. Just some news from the other grounds around is that was the Eastern Warriors who were in all sorts of trouble at 6 for 3. So 3 wickets on Tussie's Oval as well earlier on, but they've since recovered. So in the 20s now for the loss of 3. And it is the Western Legends against the Coastal Conquerors. The Western Legends yet to lose a wicket, and but none of the venues here have we seen particularly high scoring so far today. And I think runs pretty hard to come by on all 3 pitches.
Looks like it. And that's that free scoring ability from the batters not there yet. They've got to find the pace of the wicket. It is a bit slower today. And VM Pretoria is just letting that go. And how long can he do that, James, is the question that I'm asking. Because at the end of the day, you have got to accumulate some runs and you've got to revert the pressure back onto the bowlers here. Or maybe they're identifying this is Sabela. Hits his final over of his 6 over spells, which he's allowed to do here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that they kept him on for his 6th over and 2 for 8. He's been excellent. He's been bowling in really good areas. He's got the reward for it as well.
That's why I say I'm not sure how long he can, but maybe that angle, maybe induce more of that shot coming in with the arm and then just straightening a tad off the pitch.
And I think you were talking a bit earlier on with JD about it, and patience is just incredibly important here on these type of wickets for the batters. And don't think we saw that from the sort of, particularly from Ruben van Sail and from Sheldon Creer, just in terms of what they were going to be doing with the ball. And just trying to make something out of nothing, and led to both of their downfalls.
Yeah, the wrong funds our wicket. Too much movement for me. I don't mind moving towards where the ball's coming from, but there was too much lateral stuff, and then that sort of put him out to kilter because he got bowled and castled leg stump.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was the issue there, is that he was trying to make something happen on a wicket that really at that stage there wasn't anything available for him to make happen, and losing his wicket as a result.
That's another maiden. What a spell of bowling there from Christian Sabela. 2 for 8 off his 6 overs. 27 for 3 remain. And now they're going to go for drinks. And just as we go to drinks, the Proteas, they will be up against the West Indies in the third T20 International. That is happening at DP World Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg. So not long after the Beto SA 20. They'll be back in it, and that's obviously for preparation going to the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, it's all happening very quickly, as you say. It's the Pink Day on the annual Pink Day in aid of breast cancer, raising funds and awareness for that fantastic initiative supporting the Charlotte Macleay Hospital in Johannesburg. And they will be playing 3 T20 International SA. I think it starts 2 days after the SA20 final. So very interesting there.
Well, we're going to have a short break. Join us in a few moments where we'll continue the action here on day 3 of the CSA Cubs Week. Are we on? Well, there are lots of cricket happening where the Proteas are involved, and please get in touch and get some tickets to watch some really good international cricket. The Proteas will be up against the West Indies and then Pakistan as well, with the women playing from the 10th of Feb onwards. So please get in touch and get tickets for those games. 22 for 3 here. Wonder what the chat would have been.
Yeah, it's interesting. And it's if there is going to now be a change from the Coetzenburg end of the ground, the mountain end.
It's going to be McQuinn, the big fella. Sort of ambles in and then he just unleashes when he hits the deck. Still no third man. He's just got a fine leg in place.
So been there for some time now. Has Riley Miller yet to get off the mark? 5 overs he's been at the crease for.
Oh, here's a gift. Well, straight on cue. You want him to get off the mark? I'll bowl you a full toss and you can dispatch it over my head for 4.
Well, there we go. First one that he's actually had any chance of really opening his shoulders in, just a complete loosener from Wade McQuinn. Let it just slipped completely and back over his head. 1 bounce 4. So that'll be, I think it'll settle some of the nerves there for Riley Miller probably. Did not look comfortable at all against Ayoub.
Well, McQuinn will have a little bit more pace about him.
Yeah, it's better from the big man. And it was interesting listening to your chat earlier on, Eugene, with JD, just around athlete development. And as JD was saying, just looking at as the youngsters develop, that they should be looking at playing multiple sports and not focusing in on one specific sport. And I think very important and very interesting just around that sort of long-term athlete development.
Yeah, it's a topic that has raised its head for a lot of a lot of discussions, and we don't see the multi-sport playing in multiple sports at the highest level that often anymore. They're very much few and far between. It used to be a regular thing, but obviously each sport now wants a bit of their own, and maybe it is a good thing. Maybe it's to the detriment of that player.
And it was something, I mean, this is now some time ago, but it was England and Wales Cricket Board when they were, from a coach's point of view and from a long-term, like your LTAD, long-term athlete development, were very much talking a lot around what you and JD were talking about, is that as the youngsters develop, they need to make sure that they're utilizing basically all their muscles and working across multiple sports, because you're then not developing one set of muscles at the expense of others.
I think it's more also the training. I did athletics and played football, and later on played cricket. So there's all those elements. The training for them is definitely crossovers, and I think that's part and parcel that has kind of gone out of it slightly. I can understand people and players getting stronger, and just by playing a different sport, you do pick up a lot of those skills. Like for example, football, the agility, moving sideways very quickly, getting off the pace very quickly, jumping, those abilities to be very agile, which definitely you can see here in cricket.
Yeah.
As we see a change in the field, we see a long off in place in the sweeper, just trying to get the end or see the end of this over. Good thinking from Mr. McQuinn. Another plan I'm missing. I was thinking maybe you should move Gully down to third man as well. I have a first over for Wade McQuinn. Heals 4 runs. 31 for 3.
Yeah, and scoring been difficult to come by today for the Northern champions. And this is a very important clash, we feel, for the Central Gladiators, and they'll want to just make sure that they can pick up a couple more wickets now. Another 1 or 2 would make it a very interesting situation. Put the tail of the Northern champions under pressure once again. They stood up yesterday very, very strongly to get over the line against the Coastal Conquerors.
Kyle Butler, the man from St. David's Marits. He's going to come into the attack here. And the important thing for this fella here and everybody that comes on is to keep and maintain that momentum that they have built up by taking those early wickets.
And he's got a tough act to follow. Christian Sabella, brilliant in his 6 overs, 2 for 8. They just won't want to release that pressure. And they have now got a man down at the third man. Still a 6-3 offside leg side field. It's a man at third man, fine leg. Just a man forward of square on the offside, on the leg side as well.
Oh, and I said the bounce. He's a taller man, is Butler. And there you can see the bounce. And that has hit Pretorius a little bit midships, maybe missing the padded areas as well. And he went down like a sack of potatoes.
And interesting that they've, with now Butler coming in, they've changed the line. And Sabella was bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. He's just bowling it into the body there, literally into the body of Vian Pretorius. And that had to hurt.
Well, he's not in a good way here. He's just going to take on some water, take some time out, get your thoughts. See that again?
But as you said, Eugene, quite a lot of, quite a bit more bounce there from Kyle Butler. He is a tall young man, and just looking at him there, standing next to Wade McQuinn, he's probably a good couple of inches taller than McQuinn, who is also a very tall young man. He just gets that extra bit of bounce, and the wicket has certainly early on today been showing that it's quite favourable for the pace bowlers. It's a period that these two batters will want to just work their way through.
Yeah, I'm surprised at one thing, Cape Fox. It's a wicket that they haven't used on day 1 or day 2. So, I'm not sure maybe why they watered it yesterday. Because it definitely was watered. Because you can see the change in color. If you wanted to do that, you could do that after day 1 and then prep it that way. However, it is what it is. Now then, I tell you, if I'm Mr. Butler, yeah, I'll bowl a full wide one going away from him and just say, have a drive. Don't know how these youngsters think these days. We'll see. Just bowl that good line in length there. You can see the difference in bounce from this fella.
Yeah, no question at all. Christian Sabella probably a good few centimeters shorter, and Kyle Butler's getting appreciable bounce. What we did see was the almost slow bounce from both Ayub and Sabella. He's getting some really good pace and bounce off the wicket. And just a different proposition for the two batters out there. They've been stuck at the ends that they're batting on for a number of overs now.
Nicely driven. Excellent work. Brilliant work by the middle fielder. Nkezi. Man, it was brought in. He's a live wire. The one thing I will also say at this early stage, the over rate, he's not great.
No. No, we've had just over an hour and 5 minutes played, and only into the 13th over. So I know there was that one break, but still not anywhere near where they would want it to be.
That's the onus is then on the players. The players wanted that because that's where the call came in, and the umpire says that's fine. But the umpires are not moving their time.
No.
You still got to bowl your overs in a lot of time. So you got to prepare for this. You can't just go through and amble through your overs. This is 13th over, and it's nearly 10 past the hour.
Just taking quite a bit of time here also between deliveries, and understandable for Miller. He's first time he's on strike at that Coetzenburg end.
Down to third man that they've got in place. Playing from the crease again that time, Riley Miller. He's moved to 5 of 19. It's very unlike him.
Yeah, I was having a look at this one again, and as you said, Eugene is absolutely nowhere with the feet. and he's sort of caught on the crease, outside edge. Did bounce probably in front of where a second slip would have been, down to third man for the single. He's probably a little bit lucky to get away with that.
Oh, that's nicely timed. Square of the wicket by VM. Pretorius going to come back for 2. And that just shows how you can utilize that pace a little bit. Got into a really good position there.
And the last 2 overs, bringing out 8 runs as the change of bowling just releases a little bit of pressure here for the men from the Northern Champions. Nicely played by Pretorius. Straight to McQuinn at mid-on, and it's the end of the first Butler over. It's 35 for the loss of 3 after 13.
Right, still under 3s. 2.8. And these two know they're going to play a massive role. Pretorius 5 of 23. Riley Miller 5 of 19.
And it has been a struggle, hasn't it? And we've seen this throughout the tournament, that teams at the top of the order, that is just not being able to get to grips with the pace of the wicket, and it's not been easy at all as McQuinn's towards us.
Oh, he's done it again. He has done it again. Starts the over with a full toss. It's going to be the same result. 4 more.
Well, this is not good from McQuinn, as the pressure that has been brought to bear by Sabela and Ayub. You've just loosened that a little bit here and given Riley Miller the opportunity to free his arms and play it down to that long off boundary for 4.
Well, the rest of the over will just be 5 dots now.
Yeah. So looks like that's the norm.
Because deja vu. What's that movie called? Groundhog Day?
Yeah, absolutely. Groundhog Day. Yeah, brilliant movie with Bill Murray, one of my favorite comic actors. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, let's see if we can bring this back up. No change for the field. Oh, there's one.
Yeah.
It's only got 4 more to go. Well, you've watched this SA20. I need to bring that in here. We can have a discussion about that. It's been interesting. There's been big scores at Newlands, and there's been a low score yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, very low score yesterday. I mean, the Coetzenburg after the game in the press conference was saying that it certainly wasn't the type of wicket that they'd had in the first 2 games. I mean, you probably have to say that if you 88 all out. But it, it certainly didn't seem that it was coming on as well as the first 2 wickets. And it was noticeable that the patience of the batters from my Cape Town was not there either on that way. They didn't actually wait on it, get themselves set. Both Ryan Rickleton and Rassie van der Dussen, I mean, if you're going to be too critical, were out playing shots that perhaps, with it not coming on as they were expected, they were too early on the shot, lofted the ball into the air. And then it was very hard for anybody coming in that middle order to actually to get the pace of what they were under pressure then to score runs, and they were really all at sea. So it wasn't a great innings. It wasn't well compiled by my Cape Town, and you just felt they were a team that looked like they were under pressure.
It's one part when you started there was a concern when you said that it didn't play as the same pitch or the same as the first two. And I'm going to come back to the point there. Beautiful delivery. Beautiful delivery. Now, if you're the captain of the Gladiators, you will tell Wade McQuinn, listen, go bowl your first ball somewhere else and then come back and then you'll bowl a decent over. Because he's one ball away from, after conceding 4 of the first ball, again, his body moved appreciably. Beautiful delivery, that.
Now, an absolute jaffa, wasn't it? Beauty. I mean, he did everything except get the edge of Riley Miller's bat. And there's definitely still something in it for the pace bowlers, isn't there, here? I mean, they're missing the spin of Muteza Manak and the pace of Cole Francis today.
Deja vu. Deja vu. 39 for 3 after 14. And the point I want to make is, which is concerning, how can, I mean, no two pitches or no pitch will ever play the same from one. There's no doubt. We'll have similar traits, but there will be something different. This was a completely different pitch. And for someone to say, yeah, it didn't play the same way as we thought that it would, like the other one.
Yeah.
What are you doing in the first 3 overs then, or the first 4 overs? You're allowed to have a look and see. Oh, he's going to do the same, or it's not. No, it's not coming on. That's the part that I don't understand. And these are very, very skillful batters getting paid a lot of money to showcase the skills that they've honed in for so many years, and they can't adapt to when something is not going quite their way. That ability to maybe just play some boring cricket for a change, as Mr. Oates talked about. Misfield there is going to allow them to come through for 1. That is the bit that concerns me from what you are saying, James King, because everybody look at these players, brilliant players.
Yeah.
Excellent ball strikers, people that bowl the ball. I mean, I've been frustrated with the bowling in this competition, if I'm brutally honest. But where is that ability to identify, right, this is what I can do, let's play ball? Like 160 probably would have been a very good target.
Yeah, I think 160 could have been a winning score. I mean, it was, as it was going on, we were sort of saying, okay, you know, if they're going to bat at 8 and over, they'll get to 150. Now, if they're going to bat at 10 and over, they're going to get to 150. And it just never happened. And nobody was able to necessarily apply themselves and play straight. So that was one of the biggest issues, I think, from my perspective, looking at what we saw out there, was that both Fanadis and Rickerton out trying to muscle the ball away into the leg side, perhaps not coming onto the bat as much as they'd hoped, both putting the ball in the air and getting caught. And then you had the situation where the batters coming in were not waiting on the ball. So one of the challenges, I think, and I mean, I'm in no means a top batter, but you know, wait for the ball, play straight. Because we see on these type of wickets where it's a bit slow, and you and I have watched a lot of cricket at Boylan Park, and really there, one of the things that, from a batting point of view, you know works is you play in the V, you play with a straight bat. And we didn't see that. What we did see, and if I'm going to be critical of somebody like Nicholas Puran, for example, is that he was almost, in a number of cases, walking into the shot and playing it with a bat at 45. Now that, trying to get something on the ball.
Powerfully stuck down the ground for 4. That was a half volley of note. And well put away by Riley Miller.
Now, dealing in 4s here, Riley Miller, and you'll see it right now on your screen as Eugene has described to you, just over pitches does Carl Butler. He can hit the ball hard, can't he, Riley Miller?
Yeah, he can. But I mean, you might Cape Town. If you're better, you should be just hitting the ball straight. It's a shorter boundary. Why hit anyone else? Unless the ball's of a shorter note. Anyway, here's what it is. I'll let you cool down there.
Yeah.
I can see you getting worked up. There's Edge. There's a wicket. Oh, That's a soft dismissal. Has to be said. It was a shorter delivery. Miller decided he wanted to go after it, just top edging that. And, well, look at the scorecard now. 44 for 4. The champions in all sorts of bother now.
Yeah, eyes lit up for this one. Short and outside the off stump. And it was wide, but it was just a mow, wasn't it? And absolutely no foot movement. Just flung the hands at it, top edge. Piri takes it well behind the stumps.
Yeah, there was literally what you would have mow.
Yeah.
Oh, that he would have been so disappointed there. Yes, the ball was short. He saw it, didn't bother to move his back foot. I keep telling batters, you don't need to move it totally back. Just give just an inch or so, boom, to give you that ability to get on top of it and then hit it. Well, those men there in red, they are very, very happy. But they found themselves in the same position yesterday against the superstars. And they want to capitalize on this. What are the lessons learned from yesterday?
Well, you certainly hope so. The aftermath of yesterday's defeat when they had the team in the blue and white 7 down and looking like they were out of the game for all money, needing, I think, nearly 100 off the last 10 overs. And somehow they got over the line with great contributions from Tarantal and Magaloza. And they definitely will want to keep the pressure on here.
McLeod, he joins Pretorius. Still haven't seen Muhammad Rasul. Oh, that is maybe fortunate to get the inside off of the bat onto that one.
Gets off the mark with that one down to fine leg. And it's 45 for 4 at the end of 15. So batting at exactly 3 and over. Those 4 wickets down, they'll be most worried about. There was his undefender and Muhammad Rasul yesterday that got them out of all kinds of trouble. With 73 for 7, they were.
Could you believe that? Can you believe that? Well, they're going to turn to spin. Looks like it's going to be Hanslow. Captain not happy with Wade McQuinn just conceding a boundary of his first ball every time, so he's turned to spin. And we saw the ball seam. And they normally say if the ball can seam off the pitch, it can turn as well. You can get some purchase.
He had a good game in that first match against the Coastal Conquerors, Tassine Hanslow. The spinners very effective on that day. Morteza Manak not playing today.
Oh, that means his role is going to be very important. Bowling to a 5-4 offside field. Just the game away to our left as well. James King, the Eastern Warriors versus Superstars. They're 50 for 4. They progressed nicely after that initial onslaught. And it's the game on the sea that has yet to lose a wicket there. So looks like the men from the City of Roses have ventured there and they've doing quite nicely. They are 50 without loss.
Yeah, Eduardo Dreyer amongst the runs again. Got some runs on Monday, on Saturday, the first day of the competition against the Southern Superstars.
Yeah, it's just the rate that he scores at. That's an issue. But if he can sort of stay in as long as he can and catch up with his balls, everyone will be happy.
Noticeable in every single one of the 3 grounds, run rates hovering in or around 2.5 to 3 and over.
Maybe they turn to Hanslow here because they're so far behind on the over rate.
Hmm.
26 balls now faced by Pretorius.
Yeah, and he's just looking, he's searching for the ball, isn't he, there with that forward defensive. That was better, but that one was pitched up a lot more to him by Hanslow. And when it's just that short of a length, he's, yeah, just struggling a little bit on, he's coming onto the front foot and, yeah, just popping up a little bit in the air. So it's going to be interesting to see how the spinner does perform here. And as you say, Eugene, they need to pick up this over rate quite rapidly now, as Butler's going to continue.
Yeah, there's no urgency. I mean, I'm looking around and still taking the time to get around. Driven, looking for the single. We'll get the single.
Yeah, sharp piece of work from Kiza at mid-off, but that is good thinking and good running by Pretorius and Matlala. Even though he's been scoring slowly, Eugene just feel his wicket is a crucial one for the Gladiators to get.
Well, if they can get them 5 down before 25, Gladiators will feel they're well in it. They just got to keep maintaining this pressure that's on the champions. Another plan. Listen, you can see there what's to offer for the seamers. Just a hint of straightening. That's all you need.
Yeah. You're just playing down the wrong line, expecting it to probably come in with the angle and just moved away. As you said, Eugene, it was a good delivery.
Full toss. Just steered by Matlala. And it's gone for 4.
And that 4 brings up the 50. That's 52 for the loss of 4. Midway through the 17th over, so batting at only just over 3 runs to the over. It's just rebuilding at the moment. There's still plenty of time left in this game.
Yeah, and that's a gift again. Saw the previous over from Butler, he bowled a half volley, that time a full toss. Just stay on your line and lengths. You've got no pressure whatsoever. All the pressure's on the batting team here.
No third man in place for Matlala. Slip a gully, backward point, and at cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg.
And he shouldn't feel disheartened about that. If he does, he should just say, listen, just bring that length up a tad more. And that's why he sometimes bowls a half volley. It's not much that needs to change here. Yeah, maybe just a tad too short. But rather there than too full.
I think that's what Sabella and Ayub did so well, particularly Sabella from this side. Just stayed in those areas outside the line of the off stump.
Well, ends an over that yielded 5 runs. 17 gone. 52 for 4.
And it has been an impressive display this morning by the Central Gladiators bowlers, particularly Christian Sabella, 2 for 8 of his 6 overs, and very well supported by Munib Ayub from the other end, also picking up a wicket, as has Kyle Butler. The application perhaps from the Northern Champions batters, not what they would have wanted, and particularly looking at those wickets of Ruben van Sale and Sheldon Creer and Riley Miller as well.
It's an interesting clash tonight where the Pretoria Capitals are taking on the Sunrisers tonight in Pretoria.
And that is one that the Capitals need to win. They are in a situation, played 5. Sorry, DSG have played 5, apologies. Pretoria Capitals played 4. Not having the greatest of tournaments so far.
Well, I think it's moving day, or moving week, I shall say.
Yeah, I think so.
I think this week is very important for most of those teams, for all of those teams. Oh, nicely bowled, nicely bowled. Love to see him just take the pace off it a little bit here and to see what he can get from the surface.
Yeah, I like this as well because he's just holding up and a slight breeze. Just a little bit too full on that occasion. He's pitching it just on that short of a length region. He really looks threatening.
Yeah, just again over pitches. Well, only the 1 run though. Good over again, and now they seem to be hustling through their over. Okay, 18 gone.
Yeah, it's much better. Quick over there from Hanslow. Butler making his way slowly back to his mark or to start his new over.
Yeah, South Africa under 19 playing against India under 19. Just in a short series. Currently 130 for 4. South Africa under 19s. And they're busy with a 30th over there. There's an edge. Goes down to third man. Will just be the single bullet. No, back he comes. Excellent running from Vian Pretorius.
A very good awareness there from the runners, and Pretorius in particular coming back for the second was, as you said, genuine edge across the left-hander. So the left of the man at slip. That's the captain, Alex Loveland.
Maybe these two grounds are so alike. We are currently 55 for 4. Next door it's 58 for 4, more or less the same amount of overs. There's an edge, is it? There is an edge. Vian Pretorius going for the drive. And Butler bags his second. And again, when the scores reach 55, it's now 5 down for the champions.
As I look at this again, it's a very good delivery. He's got his length right here. He's got the driving length for him, and it's on the up. He's trying to play it through that cover field and just doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball and takes the edge, and he has to make his way back. He'll be desperately disappointed with that, having done all the hard work.
Groundhog Day yet again for the Northern champions. Yesterday they found themselves 70 for 7. Here they find themselves 55 for 5. They've got it all to do yet again on day 3 of Cubs week. And Gladiators still searching for their first win. They have really put champions under enormous pressure by taking all those wickets early on. I have to say, the pitch that they're playing on today have assisted the bowlers.
Most certainly. Maybe just that little bit of movement away, but it was really just the way that his eyes lit up as that one was pitched up a little bit more to him, just moved slightly away from him, perhaps off the seam, and away to Perry, who takes it once again behind his third catch of the innings. And it's all the fives. And it sounds like a Hollywood telephone number at the moment. 555 for 555.
Well, now Rasul does come to the wicket. Man from Cornwall College. Played a good hand yesterday. Got 60 of 89 deliveries in rescuing that game for the Northern Champions. Well, whatever his thoughts and plans were yesterday, he's got to replicate that again today.
Yeah, it's got a big job to do. Plenty of time to do it, though, Eugene. I mean, it's just into the 19th over.
Second slip now in position. More or less in the pocket of first slip by the looks of it. Good delivery again. Mohamed Rasul, he batted, I think, 3 for the Titans at Kayamajola. Let's see that first delivery to him. So he'll know how to leave balls. He'll know how to maybe play balls, and he definitely knows how to bat time.
At the moment, that is probably the most important thing. They don't want to, as we were talking in the game on Saturday, they don't want to be scoreless, but they need to keep wickets in hand here.
Yeah, he's a character, Mohamed Rasul, that looks like there's no time. Time has just basically stood still. He just does his own thing at his time.
Yeah. I think as a batter, it's important, isn't it? I mean, everybody has their own idiosyncrasies, the way that they deal with the pressure, the way that they set themselves at the crease.
Yeah, I know that. You can. Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh,
Oh, what a present for Rasul. You'll see those feet work now. He probably set himself deep in the crease and try and biff this straight over the head.
yeah, it's a big opportunity just to get off the mark. Battle just maybe stretching, searching for something. Just needs to put it in the spot there, outside that off stump. Got reward there already, twice.
Oh, there you go. How's that for the shot? 1 bounce 4. Short ball from Butler. But well latched on there from Rasul.
You caught it, Eugene. He did. He sat deep back in his crease, waiting for that delivery. And it did get what it deserved, it must be said. And he gets off the mark with that boundary.
Just about to say the discipline of the bowlers were quite good until that no ball, and he can ill afford that. I think what Northern Champions want to get past looking at the score, you want to score 65 and then you want to get 2 runs and go to 67, because every time it goes on the 66, we've seen a wicket fall on 55, we saw a wicket fall on 44. That's a full toss. Oh, so
Yeah.
2 down on 22.
Yeah, we saw. Yeah, well, it was 22. It was third wicket fell at 22.
22 for 3.
22 for 3.
44 for 4.
Yeah.
55 for 5.
That's right.
So if I'm Northern Champions, I'll get a message out to them and say, listen here, boys, keep an eye out on the score. It says 60 now. Forget about that score on the board. This is the one that matters. And just avoid 66, please, if you can. Because that's a bit of a train smash every time. The clickety click.
Yeah, clickety click, 66. They certainly won't want that. And the Eastern Warriors are once again, they lost another wicket there as well, 5 down.
It's similar. It is absolutely similar. The Coetzenburg Oval and the Tussies Oval. That's too short, too quick for me. Just hasn't found that loop. Just want to tempt him with a little bit of loop there, Hanslow.
Yeah, he's looked so good when he's just got that ball, just tossed it up nicely, pitching it just short of a length. I mean, the batter in two minds whether he should be coming forward and prodding forward. Fian Pretorius was struggling with him at that length.
Nicely played. Nicely played. He did toss that one up, did Hanslow. A man from the City of Roses has disappeared.
Mm. I think they're watching. So it looks like a very good opening partnership there between the Eduardo Drea and Christian Kind. 75 they put on now, but in taking 20 overs, so not quick either, but very important.
Yeah, another good over bowl there as well by Hanslow. He's bowled 3 overs now for 4 runs. And he's doing what his captain has asked of him. What's going to happen here? Will it be... Oh, in fact, it looks like Wade McQuinn. He's changing angles or changing ends. He's going to be coming from the river end. And I hope he's bowled his first ball, because if this is going to be a full toss, it will definitely be Groundhog Day. Oh, it's done better.
Yeah.
Well, that ball first up now.
Oh, well, there we go. Maybe it's reversing the order.
Oh, don't say 4 of the last 4. That is just not kind from you.
No, it's not.
Okay, Fox.
Yeah.
As a breeze just flutters in there, bringing some roses with him. It's on the money. Because he sort of really explodes at the crease, he bowls from quite a high height, and sometimes you miss that length a little bit. "21 overs for 1 hour and 41 minutes.
Yeah, they've been very, very slow. And
It's not feeling at point. Yeah, maybe time stands still in Joburg there. We know time stands still when it rains all the time.
yeah, that's not getting too much cricket in there at this time of the year. And it's a tough day on Saturday between the Wanderers and Centurion. No cricket at all.
Yeah, just come play at the coast. Just come
There
play
we go.
in this glorious town. There's plenty of grounds here. Put stands round. Will be brilliant. I think the drop-in pitches should have been like for Cape Town Stadium and for stadiums like these here, the Dani, Craven Stadium.
Well, you probably remember when they played, they first were playing limited overs cricket at the Greenpoint Stadium.
Well, no. Come now, I'm not that. Cliff Fox, listen here, you've been pushing it today. Those comments of yours. I heard about it. Yes, I've heard about
You
it.
heard about that, yeah.
Oh, big appeal. Stifle the appeal. And the umpire dressed in his Paul Royals jumper says not out.
Yeah. Umpire Strike Mhlanga, who's at this end, with Davies Kadebe standing at the Coetzenburg end.
Must have been a bit of bat there.
I think so, because otherwise, I reckon even the man at the long leg would have been appealing for that.
Well, there's a few of them at this week. I tell you, there was a fella here in front of us the other day. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. Oh, it was the final ball of his over as well. Nearly got through a maiden. Well, it's going to be the last ball of, is it myself and you?
Yeah, that's double change coming in.
Oh, I'm looking forward to a lovely 11 over break. Not 10.
Well, you've got a 19 over break coming up.
Oh, even better.
I
Beautiful.
think yeah.
The boss was far too kind. Must be because I dropped him at the hotel. Well, it's going to be just that solid wide of that Wade McQuinn over. 62 for 5 of the 21 Northern Champions in a spot of better. Two men that are going to see if they can relieve some pressure for the champions will be the two J's, JD Ferreira and Johan Smith.
Thank you very much, Eugene Marlian and James Kingston. Or James King, rather. James Kingston.
Yes.
Yeah, he just looks like a James Kingston, doesn't he? James King, the Cape Fox, as Eugene calls him. Long stint for Eugene Marlian. Could hear by over 15, 16. It's been a very good start for the Central Gladiators, winless thus far at the CSA Cabs Week of 2025. At the first drinks break, it was 62 for the loss of 5. The second drinks break, in fact. JD Ferreira, what have you made of the action thus far?
Well, I think it was more of the same that we experienced on day one. Fast start by the bowling units and applying a lot of pressure to the Northern Champions batting lineup. And it was a period of consolidation with that young man Pretorius trying to settle things down for the champions. Lost his wicket, and that's a position they would be almost familiar with. He's losing some wickets up front.
Yeah, they recovered remarkably well yesterday when they were 60 odd for 5 and eventually making 60 odd for 7, in fact, and making 179. Riley Miller, 13 of 29, played a couple of good strokes. Vian Pretorius battled hard for his 11. But I've been so impressed by Kyle Butler, 2 for 22 in his 4 overs. He bowls with good wheels. Christian Sabela was brilliant up front, picking up 2 for 8, and Ayub and Hanslow supporting decently. But it's the bottom order, or the lower order, of the Northern Champions that'll have to fight hard once again. We'll be back with you just after this drinks break. Players out on the park after the second drinks break. It's massive pressure on the Northern Champions low order once again, something that they've become accustomed to. Mountain to climb here. JD, it was pretty evident at the toss this morning that the pitch was quite damp. All three venues received a lot of water on the strips last night. Very dry, very windy in Stellenbosch. So it was a tough battle out there for the top order of the Northern Champions, and some quality seam bowling by the Central Gladiators.
Yeah, I think it was a disciplined start. That's probably the word we're looking for. It was a tight bowling by the two openers as we see play resume after a drinks break. Yesterday was a sweltering day in Stellenbosch. I was fortunately, unfortunately not here. Day one we had hurricane winds blowing, so yeah, these grounds have taken a bit of a battering on days 1 and 2. But today it is yeah, a lovely little breeze across the field, and still hot, but it's wind providing a much needed respite.
Russell, he was one of the heroes yesterday, 60 not out in that chase against the Coastal Conquerors. Can he provide it once more?
Speaking to particularly early on today, before play, mentioned the value of Russell. He normally almost opens his batting for his school, Cornwall Hill, and luxury to have him down the order.
He's very technically correct, is Russell. You can see that he bats in the top order of schoolboy cricket. Beautifully played on the ground, just heading long off for the single. Cornwall Hill, as you said, for Mohamed Rasool. Kamokhila Matlala from Elands Park with him at the crease. Over in the Marty Seafield, Western Legends started off really slowly. Pitch also a bit damp. They just lost their first wicket, Christian Kind, the man removed for 31. They're 85 for the loss of 1 after 22.3 overs. Eduardo Dreyer still there on 44. Nadir Botha joined him at the crease.
Wade McQuinn to continue for the Central Gladiators, the large frame of Wade McQuinn.
Bowls a heavy ball, this Wade McQuinn. So sad to have just missed the spell of Kyle Butler. He was really running and bowling with some venom. Picked up the very important wicket of Vian Pretorius a little while ago. Captain of the Northern Champions, but Hanslow and McQuinn, more than capable.
Yeah, the St. David speedster in Butler, causing all sorts of mischief with ball in hand when he was bowling to the young Pretorius. God hit him in a very uncomfortable area early on.
Mr. Maxlongo walked away really quickly there. Decent appeal.
Take a look at this. Ooh.
Height.
Had to be height.
Very straight.
We spoke about Butler. He was on fire early on. Had good variation at times, but also bowled very hard into this pitch and asked all sorts of questions.
Eastern Warriors next door on Tussies. We'll get to them in a while. Nicely bowled and well defended. They're 70 for the loss of 5 on the Tussies Oval. Samuel Schechter. He's been perhaps their best player thus far with a bat in hand. He's on 31 not out. He's faced 70 deliveries. Timothy Short with 2 for 9 and Plyke is 2 for 25 for the Southern Superstars. Along with the Northern Champions, they're the 2 unbeaten sides thus far, winning both their matches.
I say Tom Toll has had a very good week for the Southern Superstars, contributing with a bat yesterday, and also impressive with ball in hand.
That he has been, Michal Talental. Northern champions, top of the log after the first 2 days. 2 wins from 2. Same for the Southern Superstars. They're followed by the Western Legends on 5 points, 1 win and a loss. Worked into the leg side, no addition to the score.
Difficult batting conditions at the moment, but
Yeah, I think it was just ever so slightly sticky. It'll get better as it dries out. Might find that the start of its second innings is the ideal batting conditions. As the pitch would have dried out, this light breeze is helping with that. Stellenbosch sun always does a good job of drying things out. That's going to be a good single.
worked on the leg side again. Atlala 8 of 24. Mohamed Rasul, he's 5 of 7. And Atlala and Rasul will be looking to continue their form. Rasul with his heroics from yesterday, like you said earlier on. He will be key for this champions side.
He will, and they've got Zander Venter, the other hero from yesterday, who made 52, coming in next, the man from Garsfontein. He's the leading wicket taker thus far at the Caps week. He's picked up 7 in 2 matches. South Africa's best under-19 cricket players, bearing in mind the S under-19 side, currently on the go against India at Willowmore Park in Benoni. They were 104 for 4 earlier. South Africa, that is.
Tazini Hanslow, ball in hand. That's good bowling by him. He was very good on day one against the Coastal Conquerors side. That Coastal Conquerors side were cruising in the stage, and he caused all sorts of havoc towards the end of that innings. Asked many questions, got a couple of wickets, and yeah, it was perhaps the closest game of the week so far.
He's a very impressive cricketer, Tashin Hanslow. Bowls nicely, bats in the middle order, very good fielder as well. That's 2 full, easy pickings for Matlala. Scores another single out to long off.
See the disgust in Hanslow's face there as he let that go early on. That it was way too full.
It's better. It's better. Still neatly played by Rasul. He looks at full control. He's very laid back at the crease, says Mohamed Rasul, who was interviewed last night about his innings yesterday. Interviewed really nicely. Mohamed Rasul. Off the inside half of the bat off Matlala to a vacant mid-wicket for another single. It's the end of another good Hanslow over. He's only conceded 11 in his 5 overs. Very miserly indeed. And we're on the throat of the champions early, and they're staying right there. McQuinn to continue.
Spoke about bowling partnerships yesterday, and Hanslow applying the pressure, turning the screws, and then waiting for that strike bowler to step up and make a difference. That's what Wade McQuinn will look to do here. See if he can add to this wickets column. He's only to his 4th, none for 10.
Well, this is good batting by Matlala and Rasul. Nice positive running as well, putting pressure on the fielders. They know they've got a massive task at hand here. The rebuild is on their shoulders. Top of the run scoring pile thus far is the man from the Coastal Conquerors, Ben Hotley. 89 not out yesterday. He's made 154 runs in 2 innings. It's only been dismissed once.
A man who's chosen to further his studies at Tucks. Obviously also looking to don the light blue shirt of the Titans in the not too distant future.
Is that a chance at the bowler's end? Gets back in the nick of time, does Rasul. Spoke about that body language being very laid back. Doesn't want to get himself a run out like that because Peter Cronier will have a word or two to say about something like that.
Talk about the understatement of the year. It's delivered right there. Peter Cronier not a man to mince his words.
Straight shooter, the way it should be. McQuinn. A little shuffle across the crease from McClala. Gets wrapped on the thigh pad.
There's a replay of that. Speaking about McQuinn bowling a heavy ball. Oh, there it is. And immediately McQuinn just raising the hand and then realizing there's nothing going to be given there.
It's a precarious position, this, for the Northern Legends. 3 balls shy of 25 overs being completed. And no.
Familiar call, Footsmith.
Almost sending his team out down the river. It is a familiar call. I spent plenty of time betting with Devon van Wyk. It was more or less the way at a stage in his career that his calling went.
Man who loves hobbing strike.
In the middle of the bat always made sense to him that you run then. Doesn't matter where it goes.
If it feels good, you'll run well.
He used to spend 12 years batting with him, so I kind of got to see the look in his face and knew when to run. And it's amazing if you trust your partner and you just go when he says. 90% of the time you make it. It's like when at the back end of an innings you see the guys starting to take the singles to the fielders in the ring. I often wonder why didn't they start in over 1? Missed out on 50 overs of running singles.
Yeah, let that be the question on this wonderful Monday. A lot of people started work today.
I've made you think about that now, JD. I'm ahead of my time. It's neatly played. Good aggressive running once again. I'm starting to challenge that man on the sweeper boundary. When are they going to start turning those 1s into 2s?
Hands low. On Voster, his bowler that is just finished bowling an over. Called into fielding duty. Doing well just to limit them to the 1. And he'll get the ball in hand quickly. Well, hands low.
Just having to scroll through those top batters of the tournament so far. Hockley made 154 runs in 2 innings. As Francois Prince, man from Boland Landbou and the Southern Superstars, made 119 in his 2 innings. As Riley Miller was in 3rd position before today. A failure for him. Made 93 runs in his 2 innings. And then Shamil Schechter, man who batted so nasty for the Eastern Warriors yesterday in a losing cause against the Western Legends. Before this match, he made 90 runs of 114 deliveries. He's in the runs again today. In fact, he's just lost his wicket as Samuel Schechter, with the Eastern Warriors being 81 for 6. Good partnership for South Africa under 19 between Jason Miles and Daniel Bosman. They're 166 for the loss of 4 after 37 overs. That's nicely played. It's got to race across the boundary. Poor delivery by Tajlina Hanslow, it has to be said, and taken care of by McClala.
I'd expect nothing less from McClala. Not a great delivery. Hanslow starts down the wrong line, and McClala decided just to help himself along there to 4 more. Hanslow will look to right the wrongs here and do it quickly. A single, sensible batting. Not getting carried away after that boundary. Taking over. Here's McClala, 17 of 34. He's technically very, very good batter is Russell. Looking for that single. Good work in the field by the Central Gladiators. Fielded really well today. However, the Gladiators. Good intent from ball one. Tried to cut that off again, but it will be a single to Russell. Run rate at just over 3 runs to the over. It's 26 gone.
Yeah, it's not fast going by any stretch of the imagination, but you can understand that they're under pressure. But Matlala and Rasul, slowly but surely, they're starting the rebuild. We spoke about the depth in the batting order of this Northern Champions side, and also the belief and the conviction that they're never quite in trouble. We've seen this at the CSA Cabs Week for the last few years. They get themselves into tough positions, but more often than not, they get themselves out of it. And what we have to remember here, David, is that 2 out of 2 for the Northern Champions, and 2 out of 2 for the Central Gladiators as well, but that's 2 out of 2 losses. So does that just play on their mind ever so slightly that they haven't gotten over the line yet? They were in a winning position yesterday, but they lost out to a great partnership between Tarantal and Mogoloza from the Southern Superstars.
I think that's why today's start was more impressive than the other days, because they managed to keep applying the pressure to the batsmen when they had them, and a bit more leg side worked for that single as Rasul.
It's a bowling change with Sabella into the attack.
Great figures, 2 for 8 in his 6 overs.
It's interesting to see that wicketkeepers come up to the stumps.
Perry obviously has great hands on him, and this time around decided to step it up. Cut, it's millimeters away from the fielder, diving to his left, and it was a big moment. Good effort all round.
It's a great effort. It looks like Troy Gordon. It's a point slightly backward. That would have been a dagger blow to the Northern Champions that he held on there. Neatly clipped by Rasul. I like Kamakana Piri up to the stumps. Just to add something. He is one of the better wicket keepers around, is young Mr. Piri.
A special talent is Piri. I saw him yesterday as well. Exceptional set of hands on him.
Did you see him yesterday? Was he playing for the Royals or my character?
No.
The day before yesterday.
All the technology getting across. Yeah, seeing that my Cape Town and the Royals game didn't last too long.
You must a local man these days.
Yeah.
Talking about his team, my Cape Town. He's been living in Cape Town for a month. Look at that, but come on, Piri! Wonderful work, Alex Kelly like behind the stumps. But Kelly looks around in disgust.
Love to see a square on shot of that dismissal. Let's take a look at this. Sabella, you can see Piri up to it. We just spoke about how good his hands are. And the reaction time here is impressive. Oh my goodness, that is brilliant. See if our producer can get us a shot, a square on.
That is world class by Kamakelo Piri. Absolutely world class. Said I liked him up to the stumps. It just adds another dimension, adds another mode of dismissal. I'm not sure how many times in his career Sabella has had a wicket from a stumping. But he has that at the CSA Cabs Week, and it's his 3rd wicket of the match. And now, at 82 for 6, a real spot of bother for the Northern Champions.
Now, there's plenty of overs remaining in the day. And how do you go about your business here, Spoetsmith? common sense will say, let's see this out and settle in again. But we all know just sometimes that the patience kind of goes when it comes to these scenarios.
I will tell you, if Kamokhelo Piri continues to keep wicket like that, in a couple of years when you are at your home ground watching cricket for your team, my Cape Town, he might just be playing in that.
Yeah, well, he must be on the radar of the scouts and everybody looking out. And so I love about the SA20 as the local talent that's fed into that system.
I've heard rumors that you were in a box at Newlands.
I also heard rumors that you were in Spain not too long ago.
Yeah, that's
Lovely
true.
vacation you had there, I believe.
If only. I'm a working class man.
The man who commentated wearing a wetsuit on one of those days.
It wasn't the greatest of weather. Winter time, of course, in Europe. But Sunday winter to face up to his first delivery from Sabela. Nice start. Well, the man from Garsfontein, he skipped Garsfontein. Very successful schoolboy cricket career for Zander Venter. Leading wicket taker this far at the Cubs week as well. Made a 50 yesterday. So he's brimming with confidence.
Interesting to see how he goes about this. Big chat between him and Rasul and saying maybe we can do more of the same. Continue a bit of the magic. Got the recipe fresh in the memory.
Yeah, they'll be very, very comfortable in each other's company. They'll be comfortable in the position as well. It's pretty similar to yesterday. The only thing is now they don't have a target. So in fact, they should be even freer in their minds, saying that if we can bat for the next 23 overs, we've done our job.
Alex Loveland, ball in hand, captain.
It's a very important spell this for Loveland. Left arm orthodox. He's going to be bowling at Zander Venter. He'll prefer bowling at the right-handers. Must be amazing to be the coach of his side who has Zander Venter batting at number 8. Man who scored plenty of schoolboy hundreds for Garsfontein.
Yeah. Certainly must be. But also, you can see technically he's got it figured out.
The single for Venter out to long off. Long on and long off's been kept busy. Very quiet in the field, Central Gladiators.
There's a lot of buzz earlier on, a lot of energy. That has disappeared over the last couple of overs.
It's well struck by Rasul, but straight at a man at short extra cover. It's Hansler doing duty. Good fielder. Solid from Rasul. Looks to be carrying off from where he left off yesterday. 60 not out, match-winning knock for Mohamed Rasul.
A single that's being gifted here at the moment, Spit.
Yeah, I think they're missing a trick here. They need one of them up. I'm happy, especially to the left-hander, if he has long on out. But then he needs to have long off in the middle. We saw this yesterday from the Coastal Conquerors, the exact same thing, and it lost them the match against the Northern Champions. They had them 70 for 7. But they gave them an in-out field. And they capitalized, did Rasul and Venter. So they'll be very comfortable with this. Let's have a look at the field here to Sabela. He's got 4 men in the ring on the offside, with third man being in the circle. He's got only 1 man inside the circle on the leg side. And then the men out on the leg side, and also a sweeper on the offside. So that means 5 players in the circle. Four of them outside. 6 men in the circle, in fact, because there's a slip in place still, like this. Now, in comes sweeper as well. That's better. That's better. You've got them 86 for 6. Make sure you squeeze as hard as you can. But then don't bowl short and wide. Gives him the width. Flies past third man. Nowhere near the middle of the bat of under fenter. But if there's one ball you can't bowl with that field, it's probably that one.
Take a look at Fenter here. Heisling club has a full go. Just aware of where the fielders are. Like you said, nowhere near the middle of the bat, but 4 runs, much needed 4 runs. We spoke about it. 3 or 4 singles in the previous over, loose boundary. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more singles. All of a sudden, you're ticking on and looking at about 135, 140 in the next, to the total in the next 11 overs. So you're sitting fairly decently with the last 10 to play.
It's a good tune for Zander Fenter, but tell you what, Sabella's dropped his captain here. With the last 2 deliveries, he's bowled. Spoke about that 1 man in the ring on the leg side. So, JD, with this field, 6 men in the ring on the offside, including the slip, 4th stump, on a length, that's where you want to be operating. More or less there, son.
So almost as a captain, I think you'll want to be in a mood just to line up with a can of spray paint and just light up a little area on the pitch, a little pitch marker.
Tell you what, I know some captains that would have, after those 2 deliveries, run up and do something else. He's running his wrist around it at this stage. That's going to be another couple. Zander Fenter's got it on a string here. That's beautifully weighted. I want to say it again, those who have listened to me in commentary before might be tired of this phrase, but sometimes softer is harder. And as Zander Fenter proving that. It's all about placement and how hard you hit that white kookaburra made by A.G. Thompson and company. Because that was perfectly weighted for a 2. He's solid. He's solid. He's under Fenter. He's moving really nicely. He's going and run a ball where everybody else has been struggling.
He's made it look easy from the get-go. Waited in his time, looks at the field, and yeah, he's been gifted a couple, but not capitalising, and that's what counts. All of a sudden, I mean, you're sitting on 8 and over for this over. The previous one went for 4, 3 or 4. Next one goes for another 4, 5 on the single side. And this Northern Champion side is back to what they were doing yesterday.
One disadvantage they have here is obviously they've lost 6 wickets, so it's a major disadvantage. Now they can easily be bundled out here before 50 overs. So Rasul and Fenton knows it's almost last chance saloon here. They need to take them to 150, 160 for them to be able to post anything that's resembling a good score on this big field. Shot. Top cricket shot by Mohamed Rasul. Finds the gap as well. Good hands through the ball. And pulled in just short of that boundary.
Take a look at this. On the front foot he goes. Doesn't miss out on those. Well, does Mohamed Rasul. And I think he would have begged the ball to get over that fence. His batting partner, he's doing very well at 11 off 11.
But he's that class. Look at this man. I love the look of him. Beautiful played. Call was 2, but it's good fielding out there on the sweeper boundary or the cover boundary by the sweeper. Mkize, who did the fielding. Zize Mkize. He's a new addition after the injury to Marcha. Man who's out with a broken finger, batted so nicely on day one, scoring 60-odd did Marcha. Been replaced by Zize Mkize. He's one of our producer's favourite cricketers at schoolboy level. Slowed down by Alec Loveland. End of a good over, only 3 from it. His 2 overs has cost him 6. And that brings to an end the 30th over. And JD Ferreira is going to make way for the man who's nicknamed Cape Fox, James King, to join me in commentary. James will take over the leading role. Give me a bit of a break. One needs a break after spending 10 overs with Johan David Ferreira.
Well, thank you very much to JD. Thanks, Sprit. Always great to be here in Coetzenburg on commentary, and real privilege for me to be commentating here with you for the first time.
Thank you very much, James. Looking forward to it. Did a good job with the introduction, so I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's going to be a change though from Essence Bella after those 2 overs. It's going to give way to Ayub, and not the best second over for him, as was very beautifully described there by Johan. Just not quite getting it right as his opening partner comes in from the river end.
James, maybe just going back to that over above Sabella. We sang the praises of Kamachilo Piri coming up to the stumps, but then we saw that couple of tactical changes, and one has to wonder how many times in his career does he bowl with a keeper up to the stump, and all of a sudden a 6-3 field. You know, that was maybe just asking a lot of him. He's also trying to bowl those cutters, and things can go slightly offline when trying that.
Yeah, I think it's a point well made. Certainly, with him having that field set like that, he was forced to bowl it outside the off stump, ended up losing his length, and the line just also too far wide of the off stump. And then he overcorrected for the next delivery into the pads, and he didn't have that protection backward and square on the leg side. So very difficult for the young man. He sort of hit his head in perhaps a little bit in terms of that. So as you say, not something he'd be used to doing. Looked like that was really angling down the leg side. They certainly didn't get the choir going for that appeal, and Rasul survives one going down.
Just back on the point of Sabella on the over, just for the folks at home, probably the most difficult thing for a seam bowler once the keeper does come up is to hit the same length.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, visually, it changes a lot. You're used to seeing the keeper back. You know exactly where in the wicket you want to pitch it. But now, visually, it changes.
Lovely from Rasul, just stepping out to that one and caressing it through to the cover sweep before a single. And he does look really good on the front foot. He's got that front foot moving. And both of these batters, having come off that excellent match-winning partnership yesterday, as we were saying, they will know each other pretty well from that, and looking to do very much the same again. I think, as you say, Johan, it's very much around the fact that with the keeper back, you pretty much you've got your line, you've got your length that you're going to be bowling. Now you as you say, you're faced with something very different. Maybe you're second guessing the keeper as well, and you're maybe a little bit worried about him. And Piri showed that he doesn't have to worry about his keeper at all.
Good cricket.
Yeah, great running between these two. Exactly what they want. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. Was something they really struggled to do earlier on, and there was a period of I think 4 overs, in fact nearly 5 overs, where batters were stuck at either end. It was Korea and Pretorius at that time, and Pretorius and Miller that were stuck at both at the one end, and that made it very difficult. It's too wide, too full. Yet another single. And so the runs are starting to tick over between these two, and that takes them to the 100. Partnership now 18 between these two, and the senior partner Zander Venter, who has moved to 12, Rasul on 19.
I just love the demeanour, the calm demeanour of Rasul at this stage. Yes, he has been in the past sort of questioned about his body language, but in this situation, it's so assured, it's so calm, strides with authority. He just looks like a man in control of his own game at this stage, knowing his game plans and executing them perfectly. Can all obviously change within one ball, but he gives you a very secure feeling, I suppose, as a coach and a captain.
It's going to be the captain of the Gladiators to continue with his left arm spin. Interesting action that Alec Loveland has. He doesn't really use that front arm much. He does pivot around that front foot, but that one is beautifully played by Rasul. He steps out to it. It's full outside the off stump, and he makes Loveland pay for his indiscretion. Brilliant shot. Exactly what you're talking about.
Such a good driver of the cricket ball. The bat speed, the important thing. The wrist through the ball. That's how you generate pace from a spin bowler. Expertly played through extra cover.
And now, what does that Loveland do? Is he going to toss this one up a little bit more? No.
Short.
That looked to me as if that bounced in front of the field. That's Ayub claiming the catch, but it looks to me as if it's short. The umpires are going to confer here. Both of our opinions here whether that dropped short of the fielder.
Gotcha on the whole volley. I'm 99.9% sure that I had a good view of it right here in front of us. Just sort of look at the reaction sometimes. The head just popping out of the way. I think the correct decision has been made. I think they've adjudged that one to bounce before the fielder.
Yeah, good call there from Strike Mahlangu and Davies Radebe. Certainly to us here, as you said, it's just the way that the fielder took that catch. The head going up just as the ball was on the up into his hands. Perhaps a half chance there to Ayub at backward point.
Not easy, those. Not easy at all. It's very difficult for a fielder in any position to go forward, especially if the ball is low. It's that sort of safety mechanism that you revert back to, because you can take it in the teeth quite easily.
Yeah, you don't want to have that look more no teeth moment, do you?
No.
In those, very difficult.
Life's a lot easier with front teeth.
Yeah, just pushing it through quicker. I'd like to see him give it maybe a little bit more air, Alec Loveland. Hanslow looked at his most dangerous when he was tossing it up. Yeah, that's better from the young man.
Both these players at the crease, Venter and Rasul, looking really comfortable. It's good bowling. He has slowed it down. Right on cue, James King.
And end of the over, another good one for the men from the Northern Champions. 5 off that, 105 for 6 after 32. And the rebuild between these two is in play once again. Now the second highest partnership of the innings, one that is stuttered along. And after losing the toss, Champions inserted into bat by the Gladiators. And it was a very good opening spell from particularly Christian Sabella. 2 for 8 in his first 6 overs, ably accompanied by Io. But the batters did have some responsibility for their own demise. As going to give you a couple of updates from the other grounds after this delivery. I couldn't stray onto the pads of Russell. They just take the single there. Good work in the deep by Mkhize. Perhaps the throw a little bit wayward, but well backed up, and they go 3 for 1.
Eastern Warriors, 114 for the loss of 7. Jaden Wilson and David Vermaak, the men at the crease. Timothy Short with a great spell, 3 for 20 in his 10. Clyke's 2 for 25 and 6. And the Western Legends, 118 for the loss of 3. Christian Khan, 31. Eduardo Dreyer, 54. And Nudia Bueta, 18, the men out.
And the feature, Johan, has been that none of these grounds, they've been scoring particularly quickly today.
We spoke about that, me and JD. A lot of water went onto the surfaces last night, and it's needed. You understand exactly why. It's really hot, it's really windy in Stellenbosch, so the tracks are drying out very quickly. But I think it was 3 very good tosses to win this morning and to bowl first, because you could just sense the damp conditions. And you'll probably find, James, this is the interesting part, you'll probably find that this 50 overs in 3.5 or 4 hours is going to be exactly the time needed to dry it out properly. And in the afternoon, these wickets are going to be as flat probably as can be, especially for the first hour with a new ball. It's going to be lovely batting conditions, most probably if the wind stays. So it was 3 very, very good tosses to win.
And we're already seeing that not as much happening and with the ball, and we are going to see at the end of this over which ball they are going to choose to decide to continue the attack with. And it was very interesting in that match here on Monday, just that the ball that was chosen was the one in that stage that was looking the older of the two.
And that's a debate that I find very interesting, and we'll get to that after this delivery. James, as a fielding captain, it depends so much on who you're going to give the ball in those last 16 overs. Because if you have a side like now, 6 or 7 down, you'd expect your strike bowlers to come back, and they need a hard ball. They need a ball where the seam is still nice and pronounced. If you're going to be batting your spinners and your little dibbly-dobbler medium paces for the next 10 or 12 overs, then you go for the softer option. You know, and in that last 16 overs, you make sure that you bounce it in as much as you can until you get warned by the umpires. You throw it at the foothold, acting as if you're shying at the stump. And you do everything in your power to get it as soft as possible.
Full toss. He doesn't quite make as much of it as he perhaps would have liked, Zander Fenter, but he gets through for the single as it's the end of the IOB over. And just on that, it was certainly in that match here where the Gladiators, as they are going to be going off to take a little bit of a drink, they're having 3 drinks breaks at minimum here, or 1 after every 50 minutes. But they decided to choose the older ball. They were at that stage. It was still Muteza Manak had just finished his spell. They brought Hanslow back on, and so it was certainly with that in mind that they chose the ball that they felt would not go to the boundary as quickly. And had the opportunity to just slow the scoring.
Isn't cricket a wonderful game? There's a theory and a reasoning behind almost every decision, and captains and coaches alike really get challenged with those decisions, and only with the experience will it enhance the decisions these youngsters make. We're often very hard on them and criticize them for some of the decisions they do make, but I think we must just keep in mind that they learn on the job.
Yeah.
It's on the job training for young captains and young coaches, and I think that Cubs Week as a tournament is a real breeding ground for captains and coaches alike. The Western Legends coach Oya van Wyk, still a young man, captained the University of the Free State just the other day, and he's a very astute character, but he's learning on the job, and he'll become a better coach every year that he returns to the Cubs Week, and that's why they've got the tap leads involved in the program as well. Guys like Peter Cronje at the Northern Champions, Brady Barnes at the Western Legends, Graham October, legend of the Western Cape cricket. So it's a fantastic nursery for cricket in South Africa.
It really is wonderful. I've been coming to the Cubs Week for a number of years now, since I got more involved at Western Province from a media point of view and with commentary, and just to see the youngsters come through as well has been fantastic. And some names now that household names around the country. But game management is one of the things we talk about a lot. I mean, we talk about it a lot on commentary. We talk about it with coaches. You talk about it with players as well. It's something that you were talking about now. Is just around that awareness and how do you work with it. You were speaking a lot about having teams maybe 7 down and taking your foot off the throat, as it were, and spreading the field, not continuing with that attack, perhaps not bowling your best bowler, your strike bowlers at that time. And these things are all interesting. We pick up, and you often see it at senior level as well, where you might question, okay, what on earth are they doing now? Because surely if you've got the helicopter view, sometimes it's a lot easier to see it than it is when you're on the ground.
Also important to note that with all tournaments, and especially tournaments that Cricket South Africa is involved in, the word or the buzzword is quality of opportunity. So it's very easy to say, yes, bring back your strike bowler. But if he's bowled 6 overs and he's bowled, it's day 3, and he's bowled 10 overs in his previous 2 matches, but there's a seamer in the squad or a spinner who's only bowled 3 or 4 overs throughout the tournament, they tend to make sure that every player at this tournament gets that quality of opportunity. So sometimes match situations takes a back seat for that reason. We saw yesterday with the Western Legends well on top against the Eastern Warriors, and we were begging, myself and Eugene Molian at a stage, for Cole Fryer to return to the attack and sort of finish off the job. And then had the opportunity of chatting to Oya van Wyk, the coach, last night, and that was mentioned. Said, listen, we knew we were going to win the game.
Right.
It wasn't really a chance of us losing it. And there was a couple of our spinners who were short of overs, so we decided to go on with them for an over or 4. And I think that's the important thing, is those discussions, because John Bailey he has these sort of chats with the players and the coaches in the evenings. They have sessions, they talk about that. So that would have come up.
Yeah.
Definitely last night is question kind, why did you make that decision? And that would probably then be his answer. So I think it's an absolutely wonderful tournament. This it's really a breeding ground for future stars of the game.
Yeah. Superb, and thank you for that background. I think very important to understand that. And those of you that have been following the Cubs tournament and following perhaps even at Kaya Majola Week, just following what's happening there, very interesting to understand some of the thinking behind what we see. And you say quality of opportunity, absolutely crucial for these players, as we are going to see a change, and it's a person I'm looking forward to seeing, as well as our producer Bandile is very happy to see. It's going to be Zizi Mkhize, who's going to be bowling for the first time.
Yeah, Bandile was really singing his praises this morning, so I hope the young man knows there's some pressure on his shoulders to produce here.
Yes, bats left-handed and be bowling off breaks from what we see was the player of the week at the CSA under 16 week, 10 wickets, 153 runs for him, and getting the opportunity here today. And he's a bit quick through the air, that one, that pushes it through. Nice action. So quite a lot going on in that action of his. As just take the single off the first delivery.
There's some arms involved there. The runner, CSA Mkhize, only 16 years old. Quite an opportunity this is for him. Got drafted in after the injury to Macha, who broke his finger. It's nicely bowled. Chance.
Well, I think direct hit there, and Rasul would have been in trouble. They're going to come back for the overthrow. But it was a chance and a very good delivery. And just feeling for it was Rasul. And anything there perhaps could have happened. So two things happening there. First one, the very good delivery just off the inside half of the bat. And then the run-out chance. So now he's able to get off strike just down to the man at deep backward square for the single.
His partnership always growing. Always growing. Rasul on 27, Fenta on 14.
Yep, largest of the match now for the Northern Champions.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, I like that from the young man. Just that length where Fenta doesn't know whether he should come forward or go back. That one he knows he can go back to, but he doesn't make full toll of that one. Maybe a little bit of turn away from the left-hander. Oh, that was quick. And beats him outside the off-stump. Excellent variation of pace and length from the young man. His first over was a better one than his figure suggests. It's 111 for 6.
Put something on the ball, does CSA Mkhize. Last ball was a little ripper. It's fine if you bowl quickly, but if you put action on it,
Yeah.
it becomes tough to play. And look, it's his first match of the tournament, so he still needs to listen to that whisper that the wicket is giving him about the perfect pace to bowl. Yeah, I think if anything, that over might have been slightly too quick.
Yeah.
He was a little bit rushed between his deliveries as well. So he'll do nicely just to take a breath, slow down everything just a little bit. It's fine if you bowl the quicker ball every now and then on this wicket, on these surfaces, but it does ask of you to bowl a little bit slower through the air. But James, this is exciting for me. Kyle Butler was brilliant this morning. I was sitting next to the field, itching to get into the comm box to watch this.
Yeah, he was really good. He got some real pace on the ball. He got some bounce, and he certainly troubled all the batters. Those two big wickets that he took. I thought the one of Vian Pretorius, outstanding bowling from him, and just dragged him outside the off stump and got the edge through the pirie. He's away from us now. Oh, Rasul again, beautifully onto the front foot and caresses it out into the covers once again. But I don't mind that length at all from Butler.
Let's see how he comes back, because with a hard white kookaburra, he was really, really good. He's a tall fella. There's not much of him, though.
No.
So running in this breeze might be slightly disconcerting.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's staying over the wicket to the left-hander.
That's good.
Fenta's good though, Johan. He's in behind the ball. I like the way that he's moving. So a bit disconcerting earlier on today, watching Ruben van Sail just moving around in his crease early on, trying to make something happen where it would have been better placed to have just tried to guts it out and see off the new ball, play the ball under his eyes.
Good early call. Mkhize does well in middle, but can't prevent the single. Now, Van Stel was the leading run scorer at the Majorla week, including 2 centuries and a 50 at 166 against Free State, the hosts. But it's different conditions here in Stellenbosch, and often you find it with the high-felt players that when they come to Cubs week, they just struggle to adapt. It does seem around a bit in the mornings. It can be slow as well. Can't just hit through the line.
Just losing his line there. Butler neatly played into the leg side, just keeping that strike rotating. Very important for the men here from the Northern Champions. And we do talk a lot about that, Jan, here at the coast, as you know. And coastal wickets do tend to be slower. They don't bounce anywhere near as much. The ball doesn't travel quite as far when you hit it either. So it's a very different way of playing. You've got to play a lot straighter with the bat. Cross bat shots are not as easy to play well. Neat again from Venter down to long leg for the single. Just struggling with the left-right combination here, Kyle Butler in this over.
So far, I give this comeback over sort of 5.5, 6 out of 10. Like I said, it's all good and well for young fast bowlers to be good with a new nut. That's expected of you. You're an opening bowler. But it's the real skillful ones who can come back in the middle overs and towards the death of an innings. And let's see if Kyle Butler is one of those. That's nice.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. And behind it is Rasul, end of the over, 115 for 6 after 35. So just batting at just over 3 to the over, 3.3, and this partnership grown to 33. And they'll want to take it as deep as they possibly can. These two have been together now since nearly the end of the 27th over. Still got a huge job to do for their team.
I won't mind that scoring rate at this stage. I know that yesterday they really struggled to chase down 180 next door. So if they can get themselves to 185, 190, 200 maybe, will be something to bowl at.
Yeah, it's better from Mkize. A little bit more air on that one. He's trying to run through his overs. They are quite far behind from an over rate point of view. Oh, that's that Loveland there. The captain just diving to try and stop that one. They go through for the single.
Went straight over that one, the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
It did look like that, didn't it? Let's say it's. You often wonder whether the cricketers don't die for show. You know, it's.
I haven't seen our producer so interested in the cricket this week thus far. He's really a big Mkize fan. And he's encouraging the fielders and having a chat to them when they misfield.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't got his Lions shirt on as well today. Maybe so. Tomorrow. Okay, there we go. And have that Lions shirt on tomorrow.
He's batting nicely here. He has slowed it down.
Oh, that one, Venter waiting on it, and he had to wait a while. Just this is good. He's zipping through his over as well. Just a little bit short and a bit of width, and Venter's onto that quickly out to the cover sweeper for the single, but a good over. Nonetheless, just the 3 off that.
JD Ferreira sitting here next to us. Not a lot of manners the man has. He's coming here with his burger, chippy. Just having a bit of lunch, not bringing us ours.
Yeah, Butler to continue the second over of his second spell.
He bowled 4 in that first spell. I'm sure the captain was really tempted to give him a 5th. They'll have their plans and strategies.
Yeah, so McQuinn has bowled 5 so far. No doubt he'll be coming back, and potentially they're looking at bowling the clicks from this end. That's better. I like that length from Butler. He's changed to around the wicket now to the left-handed Xander Fenter. And one thing that bowling coach or assistant coach, now Henry Williams, talks about a lot of these parts is that you really want to be setting yourself up to be hitting the top of off and making sure you on a wicket that maybe it's going to be keeping a little bit slow, a little bit low maybe. You want to be targeting those stumps all the time, just getting that consistent line and length.
I think the big thing that changes between first and second spell for the big seamers is the line as well, because once you come back in that second spell with the ball a bit softer, you really want to be attacking the stumps.
Yeah.
And that's why he's coming around the wickets here. He wants to sort of hone in on that middle and off stump, even middle stump, because you've got the spread field now. And bowl that hard length. Bowl it into the wicket, because if there is inconsistent bounce, that's how you're going to get it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, looking really good here, Carl Butler, since he's changed to around the wicket. Got to make the batter play, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. And dry up the runs here, and that is going to mean the batters are going to be starting to think, where's my next run coming from? They have been able to keep it ticking over at pretty much 3 runs to the over. It's a good run from Fenter. Not so sure I was too keen on the moving around at the crease, but showing their signs that he's getting a little bit frustrated that they're not able to get the ball away. So I think that's a small victory to the bowler there.
It is. And I hope he noticed that. A lot of movement for a single. More the guy that reserves my energy for when I really want to hit it, so I'm not going to be moving around to take one.
Neatly played by Rasul. He just seems to have so much time, Mohammed Rasul.
James is given that one chance, or that one slight chance, but he's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
The way he's moved, the way he's driven the ball, the way he's weighted and played under his eyes, he's batting on a different strip than anyone else, as is under Fenter. Yes, it has flattened out.
Yeah,
We've got to say that because it's become drier. But I can fully understand why he made 60 not out yesterday and won them the game. He can play.
Losing that line that time, Butler, and concedes 3 off the over once again with a single off the last delivery. Just a feature that we've seen over the last couple of days, and we're seeing it again today, is that there are no real, what you might call it, no rabbits here down the order in any of these teams. So you've got batters that coming in down the order. Yesterday we saw it in that loss of the Central Gladiators when they were playing against the Southern Superstars, where Torrenthal and Mogoloza got those runs. We saw it between Rasul and Fenter yesterday as well. We saw the partnership, I think, was Sheikh yesterday that scored some runs as well for the Eastern Warriors. So, you've got batters that come in up the order for their school teams, perhaps even at Kaimajola level, to bat it higher than they're batting here.
So, Nkiza has been yanked out of the attack after 2 overs. Not sure why.
No, I'm not sure about that either. It's the captain into the attack, and they are going to take the second, and they get home. A bit of hesitation, and it is a no ball from the captain as well. So that is not a great start. And I'm with you. I was actually surprised to see him running in there.
Yeah, unless he's going to make him change ends. I'm not sure why you would. He bowled a beautiful second over. He found the pace of the wicket quickly. He really does turn it. So interesting decision. Let's wait and see if he does change him around.
Yeah, I would like to see him bowl a few more overs, definitely. That's going to be another 2. Sits down the leg side off the free hit, and perhaps didn't make as much of that as he perhaps would have liked, Zander Venter.
I think it was really clever from Zander Venter because he's going to be hitting into the wind. I think that was clever. It was one of the few places he could get a 2.
Yeah, did well. Good point there, Johan. Now they...
it's either that or he didn't realise it was a free hit.
Maybe
It's one of the 2.
They plugged the gap here at shortish fine leg now, and Kiza has come down into this position. It's easily played up to long on.
It's just too easy for the left-hander against Loveland. Gone for 17. He's busy with his 4th over. So far this over, he's conceded 6.
Yeah.
Like that's 7.
This partnership grown now to 46. And apart from that one, as perhaps half chance that went to a backward point, it's been very good from these 2. The end of the Loveland over, and one going for 7, 128 for the loss of 6. And we will see now if they do go to spin. I'm sure they will have to do that. They are running a long way behind. 11 overs left to be bowled, and they have literally 36 minutes to do that. And there is a change of ends for Zizium Kize.
That makes sense. And I hear Eugene Malian here in the background asking the question of why I didn't keep him that end. I would have agreed if it was about time saving, but what will be nice from this end is the drop that he'll be able to get with the wind.
Yeah.
So there's right and left-hander. So one of them's going to hit with the wind and one of them's going to hit into the wind from whichever side you're bowling. So from this side, there will be a bit of drift away from the right-hander.
And he has got the right-hander, and naturally should be hitting into the wind. It's coming across the ground from your right to left. And so it makes sense that they're going to be using the off-spinner from this side. Just neatly played down to the man at deep mid-wicket for the single.
Not going to get a lot of drift if that's the pace he's going to bowl at.
So now to Venter, he can't give him anything on the legs here at all. Straight hit down the ground is pretty much with the wind, maybe with a slight bias to the leg side. He's got a 6-3 offside leg side field. He's bringing the man in from long off. And he's got a man on the deep cover boundary. Sending the man out, that's Hanslow, down to the deep backward square boundary. So he's got all his 3 fielders on the leg side on the boundary at the moment. And this immediate call is 2 from Venter. Rasul responds. It's coming to what is the danger end. There's an easy 2 in the end. Good running and good calling from Venter. And once again, just probably too straight on this occasion. and anything into the leg side, it's going to be a run.
These two are batted beautifully. 50-run partnership, but they are doing exactly what is required.
11 overs and 4 balls for that 50-run partnership. So once again, batting at a good rate, about 4.5 to the over. Oh, quicker through the air, maybe bounced a bit on Rasuli, gave it the old Jacques Callis there for that one.
A bit of over-exaggeration. Oh, if the greatest that ever played did it, you can do it as well.
It's the end of the over, and it's the end of our stint here. We're going to be...
I think we've got one more.
We got one more?
Mm-hmm.
That's 40. Yeah, I thought we were at 140. Oh, sorry. I've got... I'm an over ahead. Apologies. One more.
I remember Eugene Malion this morning did one extra.
Yes.
That's something he'll never forget. So let's do 2 more. A fair is fair.
Neatly played once again by Xander Fenter. And this partnership now is gathering good momentum for the Northern Champions. Oh, and some good fielding done there by his partner at the other end. Just couldn't get out of the way, Fenter.
It's stinging a bit as well. Seems just loosening up the legs there. A big man's under Fenter.
Outside the off stump, Rasul just trying to force that away off the back foot. Not his best shot today.
I think Loveland is the one that's benefited from this bowling change because he is the captain. And Kizia is the junior spinner.
Beautifully played off the back foot, and that will be 2. Maybe they can take it. No, they won't hustle through. Got Eugene Malion calling for 3 there. Had they taken the second one quicker, they could have got one for the throw potentially. Christian Sabella having to run a long way around the boundary.
The 18-year-old junior sprinter Eugene Malion would have taken 3.
Definitely.
Gone on those days.
It's in the air for a while, but well wide of the man at extra cover. And they'll come through for another single. It is now the end of the 40th over. 4 off that one. It is 136 for the loss of 6. And goodbye from myself and Sput for the moment.
For the gone. Longest stint there by Johan Smith. And just a normal basic 10 over stint there by the Cape Fox. Brings us to the 10 overs here. And I mean, it just seems like Groundhog Day all over again from the week that we've seen here. These two teams. Team finds himself in trouble and then has to dig themselves out of trouble again. Rasul, he's batted quite nicely, and Fenter again doing a job that they've done yesterday, resurrecting the team. They're doing again the same here. When do they put the foot down here, JD?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting call to see. We've seen that what Xander Fenter can do if he unleashes that will of his, but sitting with 10 to go, wickets in hand, I think was the big concern. And with a guy like Rasul, 38 of 60, maybe Xander Fenter will be the one that tries to take us by the scruff of the neck and have a full go in the last 10.
Oh, that's a glorious shot down the ground. It will just be one. I think Rasul set off a little bit too late that time. And Kize, he built nicely from the mountain in there, and for one, I'm really puzzled why they changed it.
Because the captain said so.
Again, firmly struck down the ground. Will just be one again. This is good cricket. And sometimes the captain should take the mantelpiece. He's a youngster, this fella. 16 years of age. And the thing, what puzzles me is it took him 2 overs just to get the right pace, bowling from the mountain in there, as Johan said, and then just to take him off. And then having to battle the elements again, bowling into the breeze. That's what puzzles me.
A valid point, as still goes to 39. Or 40, apologies, or 62. Now it's under Fenter.
Oh, good delivery that. Not sure whether to come forward or back, and then eventually just laboured forward. 5 runs from that over, 141 for the loss of 6. And I think the onslaught is probably going to come around that 45th over mark. That's where they're going to look at, maybe try and put their foot down so they can get more boundaries than singles.
Yeah, I mean, 7 and over the last 10 gets them across that 200 mark line. I think anything north of 200 will be a competitive total on this wicket.
Yeah, but it probably has tied out, as Put mentioned. Got to see how the men in red will play that new ball. That's going to be the key. That first power play is going to hold the key, potentially the destination.
Oh, Saul having a full go that time around. So Loveland scared to give it a bit more air, and Saul having a full go, missing that completely.
Same again. That pace is nice. If you want to hit it over the boundary, you've got to generate the pace all by yourself, is what Alec Loveland is saying.
It's tempting the batsman, yeah. But it's going to be a challenge with a Fenter on strike.
Nicely swept. Work for the man at deep square. He's going to cut it off, and will just be the 2 again. Partnership goes to 62 runs.
And again, another partnership from the men lower down the order. It's more of the same as yesterday. We said it a million times today, but it's been the story of the tournament.
Been the story every day. Again, they're going to come back for 2. In fact, it's gone for 4. Not sure about the dive, but 4 it is.
One of those where you're showing your coach you've absolutely tried everything, even though you went to ground about 2 days too early. Probably saw that this is a while without his reach. Yeah, definitely not there.
No way I will get a grass bird for that. No chance.
Levels of commitment, Eugene.
Smart batting. Sander Venter, 38.
Having the tournament of his life is Venter contributed bat and ball.
I reckon then for the remaining 2 days, these teams should just swap the batting order. Because the lower orders of all the teams that we've seen have definitely contributed more than the top order. .42 gone. That also brings up the 150 for the Northern Champions. Coming up in exactly 42 overs. Rasul 42, Venter 38. Partnership of 68 between those two.
Some lovely batting by the two of them. Taking the singles when they're available, hitting the odd bad ball to the boundary. You spoke about the size of this ground earlier on, Eugene, and if you have your homework done as a bat, understand the angles. He runs it off here.
Plenty of twos. We've seen that. Maybe the outfield is not as quick as what it was on the first 2 days for some reason. Because we definitely saw the ball fly all over the place on day 1 and day 2.
So we spoke about this morning and said by this time it would have really sped up quite a bit, but it's not the case as yet.
Well, it's taken 3 balls to get a single. Good start to the over again by Zizi Nkize.
Gets through that as quickly, doesn't Kize?
Yeah, just as quickly as he was flown in from Johannesburg here as a replacement player.
Great reward, or just reward for a great under 16 week for the youngster and player of the tournament back then.
And he's rushing them. He's rushing them. This is where the batter should just step away from his crease as well. And you're playing according to the tune of the bowler here. And that's an overdone and dusted. Just a single from it. That's how quickly it can go by. You got to get outside, take the bowler outside his rhythm. Can't just come and face up and everything's done and ready.
You can see the disgust on Venta's face there as it had a bit of a swipe at his pads. They're missing out. But it's the kind of pressing Kize can create, Eugene. One off it. And yeah, he goes 0 for 17 of his 5. That's really impressive as the youngster.
Yeah, we were just enjoying our little break there off air. And isn't it great how people keep watching social medias and all that stuff? And the interesting thing that came from that was the United manager getting the sack, getting the boot. Tough job, tough gig, being a manager of a
Premier League team. Yeah. Look, one thing it's fairly obvious is there's no loyalty in the PSL. The Premier Soccer League is, it's a cutthroat industry. And the life of a professional sportsman or coach, no guarantees there.
Well, there's 42 balls to go here. Well, how's the running? How is the running? Because this field set, not sure about it though. They've taken extra cover right and put him at backward point. So there's acres of space in between that. It's again me. It's probably my topic for the day. You guys are going to tease me with.
Well, to me, it'll probably be the fact that Hansler is one of those bowlers who can turn it over and produce that wicket. We saw that yesterday, the day before, on day 1, where he took 2 or 3 quick ones and sent the cat amongst the pigeons in that game against the Coastal Conquerors.
That's powerfully hit out to deep mid wicket. It will just be the one. Runner ball takes him close to that 200 mark.
Yeah, my money's on a score north of 200, yeah, if Venter hangs around.
Well, I think Russell should have just hit that. Does do now. But that man on the deep extra cover boundary keeps it down to 1. It's an interesting feel to that right-hander. Well, he's in the business area again. Well, he's cut this off. Yes, he does, but he won't cut off the 2. Because back they come for another couple.
2-0, 2 runs the ball. Be a bonus to this northern side. And that's the field's affording them at the moment.
Well, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. Ball barely making it outside the 30-yard circle. And they had the presence of mind to run that first one hard, and back they came for another 2. They all add up, these.
Yeah, 7 off the over, Eugene. And on a boundary. Something that Coach Peter Cronje will be really, really satisfied about.
Waiting for the big shots. I'm waiting for when they're going to say, listen, I'm done with this tippy-tappy around here.
I was sitting in the clubhouse Fenter gets going from the opposite end. Come an interesting afternoon of moving furniture, getting out the way.
Well, Rasul can hit a big ball as well. He's on 45. Venter, he's on 43. Well, Venter will call him through for that single.
Sander Fenter is such an impressive cricketer.
Yeah,
See something about the man's work ethic and the way he runs between wickets.
not sure about the tablecloth today.
Yeah, look, I was impressed when I arrived to see that you had a tablecloth.
It was hardly a breath of wind when we arrived.
Yeah, and now it's, as you would say, a slight breeze.
Yeah, just a little bit of a breeze. A little bit of a breeze, you know. I can only judge when by which club I'm going to hit. So I think
We're down at the moment.
no. Well, I think I would go with maybe one and a bit more club.
Simple cricket. Taking the singles that are on offer.
There's a big shot looming here. I'm telling you. There's a big shot looming.
Will it come from this side? Zander Fenter, Mkhize.
Well, Rasul batted 3 at the Kaimajola week, as I said. He came in down the order here, and you can see why he's performed very well with bat in hand. Just got to sort the shuffling between as he goes from one end to the other. Doesn't waste unnecessary energy.
See Fenter is tempted here, Eugene.
Well, 45 overs bowled, 164 for 6. Glove change, drinks, whatever, maybe a message or 3. See, even going for a drink, Rasul is like, no, I'll just go at my pace. You're not rushing me, fella.
Well, how long the ball that rushes Rasul? Really is set at the moment. 48-74. 45 off 62 for Fenter. And again, life-saving or inning-saving contribution by these two. Mohamed Rasul justifying what all the fuss is about. Zander Fenter doing Zander Fenter things at the moment. Don't be surprised if he causes a bit of havoc with ball in hand later on this afternoon as well.
Looking forward to that. Yeah, we've got 5 overs to go. Swept, hard, chase is on. Fielder trying to get there, does get there. No, he doesn't. 4 it is.
50.
And 50 to the left-hander, Zander Venter.
Another milestone for the youngster, but invaluable contribution yet again. Let's take a look at that. It's timing on that spot on. The fielder doing everything in his abilities to get there. He does get there, but unfortunately, just the execution on that. Not what he was looking for, Christian Sabella.
Looked like he threw a ball back into his thigh and then went back because his momentum was still going forward. Oh, now I think the shackles will loose here. Let me grip a little bit higher on the bat handle. A little bit bottom hand. Get that bottom hand gripped around that bat a little bit more.
Well, I think the message was clear. You spoke about it from over 45. Rings came on. There was a message passed from the coaching staff, Mr. Skronia and Nyawo, Ifra Nyawo, and for Venter to get that move on.
Oh, they're bringing Saleba into the circle now. Oh, this will be 2. Excellent running by Fenter. Brilliant stuff. Not out of the middle. And that takes Rasul to his 50. And he's 50 coming off 76 deliveries.
His friends at Cornwall Hill will be on their feet as well. Valuable contribution by Rasul. Showed us what he was capable of yesterday. And this is continuing on where he left off.
Oh, now he goes downtown. Now he goes downtown. It's that powerfully straight for 4. Good way to finish that over for the Northern Champions.
Lovely shot down the ground. Couple of bounces. See him. Had 4 more. I think it's safe to say that the intentions are clear now.
Yeah, and I think with 4 wickets in hand, you can say to yourself, okay, let's try and push it on a little bit more. We've got 4 wickets in hand. There's 4 overs left. We'll lose 1 wicket per over. Well, this is now going to be an interesting over. Over number 47. Why do you say so? Because they're going to keep Mkhize on.
Temptation is under Fenter. Must be out of this world at the moment. You can see him just assessing the field. Where do you go with your field placement, Eugene?
Where I got my field placement? Firstly, I think he's bowled very nicely, as in Mkhize. However, it's now at the time where these 2 batters might just go for him. So, for starters, I'll have just the 4 men in the ring, which they have. They've got 5 on the offside. There you go. Oh no, he's hit that straight to the man, the solitary man at mid-wicket. Can you Adam and Eve it?
Yeah, we spoke about covering those boundaries. Left that man in, and it was done. I think more to cut to those singles in the catching position, nonetheless, into the bucket. And it is Fenter who leaves in the parts 51 of 66.
Oh, Troy Gordon with the catch at mid-wicket. He was the only one within any sight on the leg side. And Zander Fenter, I should say, trying to latch on. I mean, a meter either side, or even an aerial. He would have been in business. But that ends a quite magnificent partnership between those 2 men, Rasul and Fenter. 93 runs for that partnership for the 7th wicket.
Now that is impressive. 2 youngsters getting on there. Fenter deciding to put the foot down, and unfortunately hit that straight into the breadbasket. And that is exactly what Central Gladiators were looking for. To make sure that they slow the run rate down again. A bit more pressure. Mkhize, very important wicket to the youngster.
No, he's bowled well. Even when asked, listen, can you change ends for me? Because I want to bring somebody else on from that end. He stuck to his guns, the youngster, and he's got a wicket as a reward.
Chalky makes his way to the middle.
Well, what the can't ill afford is lose another wicket here, because then he's just going to pat it around for another over or 2.
Man from Ben Forster needs to rotate strike here and make sure that the setback in Mohammed Rasul has most of the strike.
Oh, no. Chalky, if he wants to have some of this.
Nice. Waited 46 overs for this opportunity as Chalky.
Well, he's waited even longer with pads on. Manages to get an edge just for 1. That brings the Rasul on track. Now, how does this fella play this now? He's got 3 balls left in this over. Use of the feet. Shuffles down just for the single again. There's going to be a day where the breeze is not going to blow for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I don't know if I can believe you, Eugene Molion. I thought the wind is born in Somerset West Strand, but I beg to differ at the moment.
Oh, he's got an edge. He swung hard again. They're going to come back for two. And if I'm Mohammed Rasul here, I'm just going to be having a very long chat to my fellow batting partner here to say, listen, just stay with me here. But it looks like Chalk has come out and he just wants to have some fun.
I think if you're a coaching staff of Northern Champions side, maybe the word was to him just to make sure that Rasul has most of the strike, and he heard you have all of the strike because he's trying his best. Yeah.
Well, we're going to turn to Steve. Ayub is back into the attack.
Couple of highlights of this innings, yeah. But I tell you, the stumping of Piri was world class.
You know, I said at the start, he's got exceptional hands, this fella. And he showed it then. If there was a moment of the match so far, that would definitely be it. Now then, look at this field. Rasul on strike. You have a third man in place. You got a man on the point boundary. You have a man on the extra cover boundary. You have a solitary cover that's in the ring. And he's just there, probably not to save one, just as a box standard. You have to have 4 in the ring. You have a long off, long on. But no one out at deep mid wicket or square leg. It's an easy as you like shot to play. How's that gone all the way? It's gone all the way for horns.
Looks like it's run up halfway up the mountain in front of us. Fantastic strike by Rasul. Take a look at this for a piece of timing. Kind of moves over to that off stump, gets inside that, unleashes it, and you'll see that ball just for a brief second, it'll disappear.
I'm not sure again of this field placing. And you've got 5 men out, 4 of which are on the offside, and that's easy picking for that length of delivery.
As the authority of school sports makes his appearance next to our commentary position, the man who knows everything and everyone when it comes to the oval ball, and not too shabby when it comes to the willow and the leather ball. Honest Ninober.
Now it's carved away through point. Man, won't stop that. That is a 6 followed by a 4.
Will this be the over when we reflect on this game that changed things up here for the Northern Champions? Because Rasul is showing us his class at the moment.
Well, that is a brilliant shot. And again, not sure of the length. Again, not sure of the line. Not sure what the plan is here. When I look at the field, I can only surmise what it is. They want to be bowling it full and wide. That's why they got the point. They got the deep extra cover man on the boundary. They've got a long off on the boundary. They brought third man up here. They've got a deep mid wicket on the boundary, and then they've got a long on. Bowl under pressure. Oh, just wanting to guide that down. But he's so good at hitting the ball in front of square. Stick to your guns.
Facing the field, nothing has changed for Rasul. Will he go deep, target that boundary again? We hit that maximum 2 at first ball of the over.
Now he just flicks this onto the outside. Oh, it'll be a comfortable 2. And he will keep the strike. 12 already off this over.
We spoke about top performances in terms of batting. We spoke about Hoppy, just how good he's been. But after today, write down the name of Mohammed Rasul because he has been full value over the last 2 days.
Yeah, and by all accounts, he spoke really well. Every night these players have a dinner and they talk about the innings and who's done well and how it's gone about it. Lots been said about how he brought himself or spoke about himself. Goodness, over extra. Oh, is it going to go again? Will just be 2. So far, the men in red have no answer.
Just look at this. It's a lovely cricket shot by Mohammed Rasul. Comes a bit of a nightmare to bowl it at the moment, Eugene.
Amongst the chaos, you have to have clarity. And I don't think the men in red have that at the minute. He'll take the 1. End of the over. What an over that has been.
Lovely,
15.
lovely cricket, yeah, by the men in blue, especially Mohammed Rasul. 70 of 84. Strike rate has rocketed from where it was. Going at the 2 balls. A run earlier on, batting at 50% strike rate. Now he's up that. And if you're watching this at home, make sure you go nowhere. Let that drink remain waiting for you for the next 2 overs because I think we are going to be entertained.
Mkhize is going to continue the spinner, and every time I said it, I'm thinking, oh, but he's stuck to his guns. This is a massive over for him as well as for the Gladiators. Downtown. Oh, did that carry. They come through for 1.
Wade McQuinn trying to get under that. Take a look and see if we can get a replay on that.
Yeah, we'll get that after this ball, or just before this ball. Oh, he's dropped it. He's put it down. The second ball's a dot. Yeah, Mkhize. Can he find a few more dots? Oh, he's clothed that pass, Mkhize, down to long on. It's going to bring Rasul on strike, and we know what to expect now.
Again, just assessing the field. Rasul.
Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled by the youngster. Saw him coming. In fact, Rasul maybe might have just telegraphed that way too soon in the business there.
Clever bowler as is Mkhize.
It's going to be the single yet again. Every time you think that the batter's just going to get hold of Mkhize, yeah, he's kept his head, he's kept his lines, he's stuck to his abilities. And once again managed to bowl a very tidy over. Well bowled, Mkhize.
Great bowling by the youngster. Really managing that very well. As Northern Champions side. We'll have 1 left. And take a look here again.
Yeah, that was a chance. And it was flat and hard and through the hands of Wade McQuinn there. Final over. 199 for 7 it should be. And who would have thought, after being in all sorts of bother. And again, it took a 7-wicket partnership of 93 runs to resurrect this innings. Downtown it goes again. Oh, excellent work on the boundary by the captain. They're going to come through for 2. Looks like he's safe. Excellent dive by Choke.
Yep. Doing what's expected of him. Choke turning immediately for that second run. Rasul has made it clear that he wants most of the strike, if not all of it, in this final over. 73 is Rasul.
Oh, it's not given as a wide. Umpire feel he moved to that offside. That also brought up the 200. Let's not forget that. That's up in the air. This is a chance. Captain's underneath it. Captain takes it. And that ends a very good innings by Mohamed Rasul for 73. But he's definitely played his part. Again, back-to-back 50s for the youngster. And he's given Northern Champions at least something to bowl at.
Yeah, he was pivotal in the rebuild of this innings. They were in deep, deep trouble when Rasul came to the crease. But this time just holding out and going for the maximum sensible innings from the youngster. 75 sees Rasul returning to the dugout. And 201 for 7, the Northern Champions.
Yeah, he knew he had to go. He is a powerful hitter at that time, maybe not getting all of it. And it was a good take. And you've seen some catches go down this week already. And yeah, it might have to do with the wind that swirls around here in Stellenbosch. Or maybe I'm giving them far too much credit.
Yeah, I think some of these coaches will tell you that's exactly it. Don't get soft on them. You need to capitalize on those opportunities.
That Manukam that's in there now. He's got 2 balls to face. Punches is there. Will they come back for 2? Oh, they will come back for 2. That should be... Well, the bowler was nowhere near the stumps.
Definitely not the best bit of cricket we watched all day. Bowler just needed to be behind the stumps, and that was all she wrote for the bat, but position horribly, and allowing the Northern Champions to get back for yet another single.
Oh, full and wide from Hanslow will just be a dot.
Perry didn't appreciate that. Hit them straight on the fingers. Part of wicket keeping.
Oh, that is worked onto the onside in the air. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. Brilliant hit by Manukam, and he gets the final ball of this innings for 4. Brilliant bit of fielding done there by David Makapanelli, getting the ball back. Use of the feet. No one there. Just the safe hands of Mr. David Makapanelli.
Yeah, I think to an end, this innings for the Northern Champions. It was a dismal start. They were in trouble again, being 6 down early on. And then it was Ruben van Zyl, and that man, Mohamed Rasul, resurrected that innings, made sure that they posted a reasonable and competitive total. It'll be interesting to see how this weekend unfolds as the second inning starts. As Put Smith spoke about, it might be at its best while we've in that first 10 overs of this Central Gladiators innings. Will they be able to capitalize, Eugene Molion?
Well, that is the key. I said at the start when we came on that post power play is going to tell us a whole lot of things that we need to know. 207 for the loss of 8 is what the champions finish up on. 208 needed for victory by the Central Gladiators to record what will be their first win this week. Again, being in such good positions on day 1 and 2 to win the game. They didn't cross the line then, but here they have got to try and do that. They won the toss early, elected to have a ball. They got the champions, or had the champions in trouble very early doors. So 208 is going to be the target. Lunch will be 30 minutes. Join us again in about 25 minutes or so, where we'll resume this match here, where it is the Central Gladiators to bat in pursuit of 208 for victory.
I didn't pick the just now. Yes. One the only one again.
Welcome back to Coetzenburg Oval, where it is the opening batters for the Central Gladiators, and it is going to be Kosana Sabia who's going to take first strike in this chase of 208 to win this match against the Northern Champions. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me here is Johan Smith. Johan, it's could well have been a lot less than 207 had it not been once again for a brilliant 50s from Zander Fenter and Mohamed Rasul.
Fantastic partnership once again. Second day running, saving the blushes of the Northern Champions top order. Had a quiet word with Peter Cronier, their tap lead in the area, and I said, you're probably the only side here that'll do really well by switching your batting order. And the top order wasn't amused, of course.
Is that man Fenter is in, and he's had a fantastic tournament so far, not only with the bat but with the ball, the leading wicket taker in the competition, and he's got 7 so far with a 4-fer and a 3-fer in the 2 matches, and they'll be wanting to get amongst the opening batters of the Central Gladiators as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the news for me is Riley Miller behind the stumps today. Very talented man is Riley Miller.
And Sabia then behind that nicely. Just got to try and get those feet moving. Played it nice and late. The young man from St. John's College captains their team this season. Started in the start of the 25-26 season. And taking over, I think, from a young man who is probably maybe coming into bat later on, Alec Loveland.
He's made some runs this season. Has to be out. Made some runs yesterday as well.
That was good opening partnership between these two yesterday. That unfortunately didn't lead them to a victory. That score on the board, a good one, but they weren't able to defend that 262, I think it was, yesterday. And they'll be hoping today, batting second on a pitch that will have flattened out and should be better for batting on this afternoon, that they'll be able to knock off these runs reasonably easily.
It's a slightly awkward action to face up to Zander Fenter. I'll tell you why it's slightly awkward. It's because that ball leaves the right hand before the left foot really touches down. So, and to be very technical very early on, that's where he's also going to lose out on a couple of yards of pace. Zander Fenter is not really getting that front leg down nice and braced, coming over the top of it. But as a batter, it is disconcerting because it's something out of the norm.
Yeah.
So it'll be a different sight.
It's got that front arm of his that goes up exceptionally high as it pulls him through in his delivery. But you say, very interesting action. And it's amazing, isn't it, how you get so many different bowling actions with whoever it might be, spinners, fast bowlers. They all have their own little quirks, don't they?
Yeah, it's as I say, as a batter, you just sort of grow up facing the regular, the normal, and anything just outside of that is sort of disconcerting at the start.
A nice straight bat from Sabia. Back to the bowler. He starts with a maiden in the first over in their chase of 208. And they will be wanting, I'm sure, the Northern Champions to make some early inroads, say, into this very good partnership that they put on yesterday between Sabia and Mtunzi. Of course.
Sorry, James. What I just want to finish up on Zander Fenter. The other really challenging thing for Sabia currently is he's coming around the wicket, but then swinging it away. So the angle initially takes it into him, and then it starts swinging away, and this wind will help him with that. So he's certainly bowling from the right end. It's always, I'm wondering, after 7 wickets on the first 2 days, he should get the option.
Yeah.
The captain should ask him, which side do you want to bowl from, and Matlala will then bowl from the other.
There's going to be Kamahelo Matlala, and let's see how he's going to be using this wind that is blowing very strongly now across the ground. And as you look at it from right to left, it's going to be rolling to the right-handed Bafana Mtunzi. Yes, and absolutely no bounce at all on that one, which was just slightly short of length. He played over the top of it, a little bit of movement away.
And the perfect world, I was about to say before this over, in the perfect world, he's now an away swing bowler.
Yep.
Because then the wind will suit everybody just fine. He sort of sets up in the crease as an away swing bowler with that square back foot. So this might just be the perfect wind for the Northern Champions opening bowlers.
If there is going to be any kind of movement, it will be early on with that lovely hard new ball. It's nice and straight, and he's in behind it. Is Mtunzi with a lovely straight bat.
That was nice and solid, James.
Did sound good, didn't it? Coming off the bat there. You've got to get those feet moving to make sure that you're aware of what's happening. If there is any movement, just to cover it. And he did well there. Bafana Mtunzi. Looking forward to seeing this opening partnership. I didn't see him batting on Saturday. And that is exactly the way you should be playing on this type of surface. Lovely straight bat through the offside. And first runs on the board with that really good looking shot. Nice movement of the feet through the ball.
This will probably be, as we said, the best time to bat right throughout this match. There's been a consistent breeze right throughout the day. The sun has been out, so the pitch has dried out completely now. It might, in fact, become very dry a bit later on. So this 15 overs with 2 new balls is probably the best time to bat today.
Yeah, he's not going to get the ball to swing from that kind of length. Just into the body. Nicely played once again off the back foot by Mtunzi. Looks well organised, does Bafana Mtunzi.
Yeah, I'm liking both of these techniques from Bafana Mtunzi and Nkosana Sibia. The 2 opening bowlers hasn't done much wrong either.
So we look at the power play of the Northern Champions, just showing there the wickets that Christian Sabela took. As that one maybe trying for too much, too full, and looking to get it to move, and it's just played into mid-wicket region. But yeah, just searching for something there was Kamahelo Matlala.
Yeah, if you missed that on the screen, it was just sort of on the legs, low full toss on the pads, whipped to mid-wicket where the fielding was done. So it's like childcare at mid-wicket.
It's too much on the pads this time, and it's easy pickings for Mtunzi. Chased by Chauke, and they'll get back for an easy 2. The end of the second over, it's 3 without loss. So I'm just going about this chase, very much a question of making sure they don't make the same mistakes that the batters made in that first innings, the Northern Champions. Just play straight, make sure you're just building an innings.
I think the luxury they have is time. You know, it's often misunderstood by viewers just how much 300 balls are. Because remember, there'll be at least 10 or 15 wides and no balls as well. So it'll probably be about 320, 322 balls for those 200 runs. And it's all about wickets in hand at the start. They don't want to lose 2 or 3 quick ones and put themselves under pressure, rather. Xander Falters is the danger here.
Yeah, what can he do with this one? It's played in there, back past the bowler. It was moving away on to his right on his follow through. Just stopping maybe a little bit on Sabir there as he looked to play it forcefully down the ground.
There's always a by play or two going on. So Sabir has faced 7 deliveries. He hasn't got off the mark. So he's stuck on one end. So Zander Venter has the opportunity of really working him over here. There you go. Off the mark.
Yeah, a little bit of width, and he's able to guide it to more than anything down to third man. And he'll be happy now, feeling that he's got that run under his belt. Amazing, isn't it? That that first run, just so important for a batter.
Yeah, as a wicketkeeper, I was very quick to remind players once they got stuck on one end. Just sort of counting with them, making sure they understand that it's been 7 balls without them scoring. Asking them if they know how much pressure they're putting on the men still to come in. Are you aware that you're frustrating your partner? Just plant those seeds of doubt in their mind.
Once again, Tunzi's showing that excellent technique. As you say, the wicketkeeper absolutely perfectly placed to do that. And certainly always enjoy, well, often you enjoy one enjoys the running commentary given by the wicketkeeper.
And another tactic that I used to employ as a coach was asking my backward point or my gully fielder to do that as well. And to sort of make it vocal to everybody. He's faced 6 balls, he's faced 7 balls, you know, that sort of thing, just to make everybody aware.
Yeah, this is good work here from Venter. He's attacking the stumps and getting a little bit of movement into the right-hander. As you say, with that wind coming across the field from pretty much over his sort of left shoulder at the moment. And Tunzi facing him for the first time in this particular match.
It's been very good. Exceeded 1 run in 10 balls.
Oh, this time though, he errs on the side of shortness, and that one has gone into the Pafada territory there over the boundary at deep mid wicket, and that's been retrieved by one of the spectators. But you cannot bowl that kind of length. It just sits up, and it's beautifully played by Mtunzi.
I'll tell you else what you can't do. You can't go into the bushes unprotected. There's plenty of Pafadas and Cape Cobras around the Coetzenburg over here in the mountains. Brave spectator. Brave or not very smart, one of the two.
That's been from Venter. Just bringing out the false shot from Mtunzi. Didn't really need to be playing at that outside the off stump. Have a look at this again. He's no foot movement on that occasion, and just swinging at it outside the off stump. Not a shot he'd like to look at again, I'm sure.
I was just impatient from Venter in that over. I was about to sing his praises before that ball, saying he is staying patient. He is not trying to overdo it, just keeping to the basics. And then all of a sudden, he bowled one that nearly hit his own toes.
Yeah.
And paid the price for it. Not quick enough, or not enough venom in that delivery.
And so often the case on the wickets here around this Boland region, and here at Marties we do see that bowlers who don't have the pace to really bother the batters, getting it up around the ears at a decent pace, tend to suffer. Down the leg side, maybe just brushing the pad as it went through. It's umpire Strike Mashlangu is not interested in that. It was not really a concerted appeal. They must have heard something as it went through.
And might have just been to take the attention away from the wide down leg side. which worked
Yes, it did.
if it didn't flick the pad.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get another look at that one. But left-hander now on strike for the first time. Is that delivery? It's a knee that is taken at backward point. That is a loose shot from Sabir. It was there to hit, definitely, but he played it in the air, and that is an excellent grab at backward point.
That's Captain Leon Pretorius in there at backward point. Width given through the hands and a fantastic effort by the captain. First wicket down for the Central Gladiators. The man who scored a 70-odd yesterday, Nkosana Sabia, departs the scene. And Matlala first to strike.
Yes, he goes at it really hard, doesn't he, with hard hands. He just can't keep it down, and that is a great grab. Just going down to his right, that technique there, very good from Vian Pretorius as he went down to his right, not, just kept his eye on the ball all the time.
Let's just make sure on that number. Is it Vian Pretorius? I'm pretty sure it's him. It's either him or Nico Lochenberg.
It's
I'm looking at things now. I wonder if it might not be Nico Lochenberg. Number 7, as you know.
That's Zander Venter.
Is it Zander Venter?
Zander Venter, number 7.
He can do no wrong. My apologies to both Vian Pretorius and Nico Lochenberg. Third time lucky.
Well, was a brilliant grab from the all-rounder, you have to say he is now, and outstanding from him as Troy Gordon now comes to the crease at number 3.
Well, I'm not so sure now anymore again, because the man wearing number 2 is taking his position at backward point now, and has he just moved over from backward point to the left-hander as well?
Yeah, he may well have done that. Let's have a look at that. So that's... see if we can pick up who that is after this delivery. It is Nico Lochenberg, number 2 on his back.
Might all have been him that took that catch. Maybe we can just see another replay of that just to confirm.
Wicket.
Let's see if we can pick up that number, James Kingston. It's a fantastic catch. Sabia really throwing his hands at it. It is Nick Lochenberg.
Yeah, brilliant work from the young man, and helping his bowler out there, most definitely. Lovely through the offside by Troy Gordon, and that will be the first boundary for him in this innings. And that was a glorious shot, wasn't he? Just moving his foot forward, not fully to it, but just the full face of the bat, straight bat. That's glorious.
What a way to start. Great way to get off the mark for Troy Gordon. Has to be said, Matlala served it up on a silver platter. You still have to eat it, though.
Yep. And that just neatly worked down to the man at third for a single. And again there, very good from the batter, just a straight bat and just angling it down. Not really looking at any kind of trouble with that ball that's just that shorter of a length.
It has to be said, that wicket of Sabia was sort of out of the blue. They were looking very comfortable indeed. Wasn't the best delivery bowled either. But Matlala, he's 1 for 8, about to finish his second over.
Yeah, so the end of 4, it's 13 for the loss of 1, the first wicket going down in that over. Now, just these two will be just to make sure that they continue to bat normally and make sure they're just rotations of strike were very important here. We saw it in that Northern Champions innings where there was a number of overs where the fourth wicket pair just got stuck and were not able to push the scoring rate along or rotate the strike. And ultimately that did lead to another wicket. And
one thing about this would be a dismissal. It brings an end to that left-right combination up top for the Lions, with Troy Gordon and Bafana Mtunzi both being right-handers. Perhaps give Zander Venter and Matlala a chance to settle. They've both bowled a couple of overs. Venter's been the chief destroyer for the Northern Champions, so they'll be looking to him to pick up another wicket here.
Just too straight on this occasion, and with the angle going into the right-hander, easily played down to long leg for the single. He doesn't want to be too straight. He wants to get that natural angle working for him, and maybe just straightening to the right-hander and to get Riley Miller in play behind the stumps.
Now that's the danger when you face a prodigious in-swinger like Zander Venter. The odd one just changes angle from the wicket. You tend to nick off to those. Too straight.
And it's going to pay the price there. It's outstanding work done on the boundary by the man at long leg. He prevented a certain boundary there that they've gone through for two, but too straight and just too short of a length as well. That's just whipped away by Mtunzi. Glorious wrist work there from the young man, but look at that stop. That is a commitment there on the boundary.
That's how you back up your fellow fast bowler. Zander Venter gave him the applause as well. Good to see.
There we go. That's the one that he's looking for. Just straightening on the right-hander and goes past the outside edge. Miller, just dying on him as well. We've seen that a lot. You might want to take a step or two up. Let's have a look at this again.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good line. Good line for Venter. With the in-swing, they're always going to play it there. So you might lull them into playing slightly wide outside the off-stump, trying to cover that off-stump line.
Yeah, interesting trigger movement that Mtunzi's got there, that he does move onto that off-stump line before the bowler actually bowls the delivery.
That's the sort of modern way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gone are the days of batters preferring to bat on two-leg or middle stump. They might start there, but it's all about covering that off-stump and fourth stump line, especially for opening batters. It's what they get taught from a young age.
And that slightly down the leg side. And I think just that exaggerated movement across the stumps there, meaning that umpire not giving that as all right. And he's indicating that to the batter as well, as they were looking, as he was looking the batter to say, well, why wasn't that signalled wide? But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, there's some trial laws and stuff on the go, as we all know. Whether that's being implemented, I didn't see that in the playing conditions. I don't think so. In the domestic season, there was those wide trial laws, which has all got to do with batters and their movements. 16 for the loss of 1. Bafana Mtunzi 9, Troy Gordon on 6. It's the end of the 5th over.
Yeah, it's been a start. I think both teams won't be too unhappy with where they are. I guess the Gladiators will be preferred not to have lost a wicket at this stage, but certainly champions will still feel they're in it just on that sort of movement and batting on off stump. I mean, for me, one of the things that it does do, though, is it does open up the batter to nick off the deliveries that perhaps before he would have been leaving. Was he actually batting maybe on middle, or as you say, on two legs? So it's an interesting debate.
Yeah, it is, James, and it's half of the one and half of the other, because if you look at a player, let's speak about the Ashes currently going on. Somebody like Marnus Labuschagne, as he likes to be called, Marnus Labuschagne, as we know him. He gets outside his off stump, which means that he's going to play at balls which is sort of 5th, 6th, 7th stump. But he understands why he's doing it.
Oh, that is a peach from Matlala. Beats the outside edge. The choir definitely didn't go up there for that one. It's one that just pitches and moves away from the right hand. It's a glorious delivery.
Oh, top nut, just straightened off the wicket as well. He's got a strong action, Matlala. He's a strong man. Just getting back to batters and their 3-shot routine. So, I think batting has changed into a positive mindset where perhaps in years gone by it was more of a negative mindset. So, get back to that after this delivery. I think, James, the positions batters get themselves into is to give themselves the best opportunity to score. And for Labuschagne and Labuschagne, he was the same guy. That is through mid-wicket. He enjoys scoring through there. He trusts himself that when it is on his pads to hit the ball and not miss it. He knows the risk he's taking by going across his stumps. And then something that he's lacked over the last couple of years, get back to that.
Oh, that is an excellent stop in the covers as there's half an appeal by Miller, but that was really good work by the man at cover. That full written all over it, diving across to his right and pulling off the stop there. Certainly saved 3 runs with that.
So something that Labuschagne has lacked over the last 2 years when things have gone downhill for him is he's not leaving as well as he used to. So when you get across onto that off stump, you can leave anything outside your right eye. And all of a sudden over the last 2 years, he started playing away from his body, leaving his eyes or getting his hands outside his eye line. And that's been the danger for him. So opening batters, I like it when they get onto that off stump, like I say, because then anything outside the right eye, they can let it go when you're a right-hander.
Just trying too hard there, Mtunzi, to hit that one, as it is a full pitch. It would have been better to try and play it through the offside, if you're just basically closing the face slightly. But that's very interesting, and point that you make. And if you, one of the key things for a batter is you've got to know where your off stump is, because that is absolutely crucial. You don't want to, one of the cardinal sins is seeing your off stump cartwheeling out of the ground when you're leaving it. So interesting.
That's a good over.
Yeah, asked some questions, was helped out by his field as well in there, but just the 1 run conceded, and batting at what we've come to see on this day, where scores have not been that high across all 3 of the venues here. Run rate of about 3 and over. Yeah, very important, as you say, in the modern day cricket, with certainly scoring rates expected to be higher. One can remember perhaps that first Indian tour of South Africa, the first 4 test series, where I don't think the scores were, run rates were much over 2 and over. So
last point I want to make, and I think this is something not enough people take into consideration, and we'll get to that after this Fenter delivery. So every batter has a dominant eye, be it right or be it left. So for me, the most important thing is getting that dominant eye over off stump.
Okay.
So if I am right eye dominated as a right-handed batter, I can bat on middle stump or 2 leg, because that'll mean my right eye is in line with my off stump in my natural batting position. If my left eye is more dominant, I'd like to be on middle and off or off stump, whether that be taking my guard or whether that be after my trigger movement. And that's something that I, as a coach, tinkered a bit with really trying to find out, and there's wonderful new technologies these days, and
Yeah.
Cheryl Calder's eye programs and eye gym started the whole process of really getting to know which eye is dominant and making sure you get that in position. So if you're a youngster watching, maybe that's an idea for you and Dad to make sure you know which is the dominant eye.
It's neatly played as it just strays onto the pads. He was looking for two good, but he's not going to get them. But it is something very interesting, isn't it, that it was, and wearing specs as I do, and previously with contact lenses, it was something that been brought to my attention as well over the last sort of 5 or 6 years, and been told, which I would never have sort of thought. I mean, it isn't necessarily that because you're right-handed that your right eye is going to be your dominant eye. And in fact, I'm sort of left eye dominant. So it's very interesting when you talk about these type of techniques.
Over the last few years, I've changed from being dominating with my left eye to my right eye, back to my left eye, depending on which side of my wife I'm sitting during the day. But it's one of those. I'm not used to being so technical as a coach. That was just something that I picked it up and started thinking about it. It just made logical sense to me. After literally a chat over a braai.
Well, that's a big shout, probably just angling down leg side, but I think that was an exceptionally good shout. And umpire Davis Gadebe, he is not giving the decision in the favour of the Northern Champions, but that was really a close one.
Was there too much movement? That's too much, I'll tell you what. Probably. If anything, there was a chance it was missing leg stump, and got to give the benefit of the doubt. If there is any doubt in the umpire's mind, you've got to go with Bafana Mtunzi. But it was a strong case to be made by the champions, and a strong case they did make.
Yeah. On another day, that certainly could have been given. Technology these days as well, helping us at senior level to see exactly what would have happened with that kind of delivery. And it's a good follow-up delivery, and it's well dealt with by Mtunzi.
He's been good once again, Zander Fenter. Very few loose deliveries, only one run in that over. So they under 3 to the over at this stage. The original asking rate was 4 to the over.
And we're going to look at this one again. I think he got that trigger movement across and hits him on the back pad by the looks of things. So, yeah, very close one. Maybe just straying down leg. I'm sure that was the feeling of umpire Gadebe.
That was one of those, if it was given, he wouldn't have been too much said about it. But it's also one of those, it's also okay not to be given.
Yeah.
There's a case to be made both ways. So I'd say it's a good decision.
Yeah. Yeah, Troy Gordon looking very solid there in defence, playing nicely out into the offside. And it was interesting because we were having this discussion with Lawrence Matruis the other day, and after that SA20 match in Johannesburg, and a couple of reviews there that the one that was the umpire's decision was the correct one, and the other one where it was actually going to go on to clip leg stump. And I think the important thing there was that the umpire, in their opinion, we'll get to that now, as I just talking about how the umpire, or the 5 things that Lawrence was talking about, is the umpire has to take into consideration when making that decision. And very important to understand that it is in the umpire's opinion, is that ball going to hit the stumps? And in that instance, it was Lauren Achenbach who gave the decision not out. It was shown that it was going to go on and hit leg stump. But in those situations, she had made, in her opinion, that she felt it wasn't going to be out.
It's a very safe way of looking at things if you're an umpire. Well, but look, it's the hardest job to do. Let's be honest. any sport, whether you're an umpire or a referee, different sports call it by different names. You've got split seconds to react to something that is dynamic, something that is changeable. The ball might seam, the ball might swing, the ball might stay low, the ball might bounce. It's extremely difficult.
Ridden again very nicely by Mtunzi down into the offside for yet another single. And that's certainly doesn't seem to be the demons in the pitch that they were earlier on today. It has been a reasonably good opening spell from both of these bowlers, keeping it tight, which is exactly what's needed here, just to make sure the batting side stay honest and don't try to do too much. I know that
a few appeals, where they start out unsure and then become surer throughout the appeal.
Yes, this appeal, for caught behind, and I don't know what the question is now. The umpires are looking at each other. It looked like that did carry, but umpire Mahlangu is not giving the decision in the favour of the Northern Champions.
One thing that's also very difficult in blustery conditions like this is to hear that little sound for the umpire. It's I've been in their shoes on a few occasions, and for me, it was so important to hear that sound.
Yeah, I'm with you. And another one really nicely glided down to third man for yet another single. Then you talk about, I think it's important for viewers who perhaps understanding around umpiring in those situations. It isn't that easy. As you say, you're not always necessarily going to see a deviation. You're going to have to be working off noise. You're trying to take into account so many different things all at the same time. And
I think the big thing, James, for me, is to describe it to a viewer in the way that where the umpire is standing, it is extremely dynamic.
Yeah.
Where you are watching, it's static. And that's the difference. The dynamism of standing there versus watching on the screen. Got a group of youngsters in here next to us. We're having a lot of fun. Might be a bit of a preschool tour with schools opening up again next week. We're enjoying watching this match between the Northern Champions and the Central Gladiators.
Yeah.
Bit of rhythmical applause as the bowlers are hitting it.
It's always great to have support out here. And Cubs Week, you do get quite a few people coming through. There we go again, behind us. Fenter in towards us. Oh my God, it looks like the rhythmical applause has worked as that's, he plays it right outside the off stump. That's a very good catch from Mohammed Rasul at first slip. It went straight to him. He's standing almost between first and second slip. My goodness.
And he can hardly do anything wrong, Mohammed Rasul and Zander Fenter. And the applause and the celebrations next to us are up.
Well, it was gave him width outside the off stump, and it was just the bounce, I think, the extra bounce of Zander Fenter that beat Troy Gordon on that occasion. He went for the shot and got the edge, and it flew straight into the breadbasket of Mohammed Rasul. And the second wicket is down with the score on 21, and we certainly have a game on our hands at the moment as Johannes got across to the cheering fans to our right-hand side, and he's going to get some information from us there. At big wicket, that of Troy Gordon, that's gone down now. And Zander Fenter picks up his 8th of the tournament. and his first for today, and is now going to be coming out to the crease. The young man who has been drafted into the team to replace the injured Ambesa Macha. It is Zizi Mkize, the left-hander.
So I've gone to do some reconnaissance, Mr. King. It's
Thank you.
that's why the rhythmical applause is happening. It's for their schoolmate, for Zander Venter. It's the Garsfontein cricket side. They're the 14s and the 15s and first side. They're all coming to play at the Paul Boys Eye Cricket Festival. Almar Duri, coach Garsfontein here as well. So it'll be a good moment for them seeing Zander Venter in action and him picking up a wicket.
Yeah, that is wonderful. Great to have them here. I say cricket festivals will be happening, I'm sure, throughout the country as well. That's prior to the schools going back in a week or so's time. And I'm sure they'll be giving him even more encouragement to this delivery. And Mkize now, his first innings of the tournament, and drafted in to replace Ambesa Macha. And he's in behind the first delivery from Venter. He'll have his tail up now. Will Zander Venter.
What a tournament. What a tournament for Zander Venter. He's made 250s. He's taken 8 wickets. He's got his schoolmates, the youngsters in. They're supporting him. You can just see that little extra spring in his step all of a sudden. Running in with some vigour. Zizi Mkize, this will be a bit of a baptism of fire for him. 16-year-old. Player of the tournament at the National Under-16 week earlier this year.
It's a little bit short. He's a short man as Mkize gets onto that quite quickly. I'll turn for 2. And he's off the mark with that brace. Just trying perhaps a little bit too hard on that delivery, Venter. But he'll have his tail up, say, with that wicket in the over. He got his team into a position now where they nip another one out now. Could be a very, very interesting situation. And the Gladiators, as Jan was saying earlier on, they are 0 from 2 champions. They are 2 from 2. They're going to want to keep that winning streak going.
That's well bowled. He's an organised player. You can see that as he's Mkize. You can see it pretty quickly. Only 16 years old. It's been the Venter show, the CSA Cubs week thus far. It's been the top all-rounder by a country mile.
Yeah, a lot to like about this young man's Zander Venter. The 2 men from Garsfontein in this team. Still a bit too short of a length on that occasion. Oh, that had that hit may have been close. Slight hesitation from Bafana Mtunzi, but he gets through for the run, and he will keep strike, will Mkize, at the end of the 9th over. It's 24 for the loss of 2.
Spoke about Mkize not being the tallest of fellas. He won't be a lock on the rugby field, will he? If he was, he'd only be jumping in the short line out.
Yeah, certainly would be his stature is almost Bavuma-esque in terms of the young man. And it's going to be another young man who's not the tallest to continue with the bowling attack. Is Kamachele Matlala.
I've liked what I've seen from Matlala.
Yeah.
He's strong in the crease. He's a strong boy. You can see it in his bowls. And he does look to get that away shape. And that's always encouraging for me to see. I think the conditions are just a bit too blustering. It's very, very dry. It's a dry wind. It's not necessarily a swing wind. So if you do get swing from this wind, it's literally because of how hard it's puffing at that stage.
Yeah, so he'll be looking to get this to angle in to the left-handed Mkhize. As he's away from us now. And that's on the money. That one angling in towards middle and off stump.
James, you got to know you're a highly rated player in your province and even nationally. If you come into a side mid-tournament and you find yourself batting at number 4, bowling your overs as a 16-year-old, it'll be easy for a coach to say, listen, I'm going to protect my 16-year-old. I'm going to bat him at 6 or 7 or 8. Not Zizi Mkhize.
No, he's been thrust into the limelight straight away. As wide that time will have nothing to do with that, and wisely so. This will be a great test for him. It's the opportunity to build an innings here. As you say, time not necessarily really an issue for them. I know they're only batting at about 2.5 to the over. But they won't be worried about the run rate required as long as they're keeping wickets in hand and as long as these two start to build a partnership. Well, that's gloriously played with a straight bat. He's played that out and guided it almost between point and cover for the single.
Fantastically standard straight by Mkhize. Plays it late, plays it behind square. Tell you what else has been impressive, James King, and that's been Riley Miller behind the stumps. He's not the usual wicket keeper, but he's an extremely talented man. He can wield a willow, that's for sure. But he's been good. He's a very tall man in wicket keeping terms.
Yeah, seems to have a lot of time, does Zizi Mkhize. He plays that one as well, very late and able to just guide it down into backward point. I do like what I see so far from the young man. And when you talk about tall wicket keepers, and we were having a chat, I think, not here at the Cubs week, but just trying to sort of think of all the tall wicket keepers that we would have known. I mean, from a South African perspective, and maybe have come in the past. Steve Palfreman springs to mind. That's
shot.
Yeah.
Well fielded as well by Lichtenberg, the left-hander. Backward point. Nick Pottas, not the shortest.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Karen D and wicket-keeper Jamie Smith.
Yeah,
in wicket-keeping terms, pretty tall.
As is Alex Carey, and another man, Dane Villas, was also reasonably tall man. It's not something that you normally associate with wicket keepers. So you were chatting the other day about Jack Russell, and he certainly was more terrier-esque than Alsatian.
Ian Healy was another short wicket keeper, one of the best to have ever done the job, although I think Alex Carey has taken wicket keeping to a whole new level. But that's the end for me and James King, the Cat Fox, as he's affectionately known as. Oh, the Cat Bear, Eugene Malian, and JD Ferreira, Johan David, to take us through the next overs, 10 overs.
Thanks to the Fox. And not so much thanks for the split. But all's good. They got you through the first 10 overs. 26 for Tom. Plays 27 for 3. So it's very neck and neck. And if I'm you, I wouldn't venture too far. I think this is going to be quite a close encounter. The Yexke Derby. And it's going to be Sander Flinte. Bowley 6th over. And this will be his final over of his spell. Starts by beating the bat yet again. And you can see why the batters might try and play it, because it's got that sort of action that sort of says and suggests, no, it will come back into you, but just holds his line and length a little bit.
Definitely. So Eugene, as he's got his tail up at the moment. He's got support all the way from Pretoria. Just all the rhythmic applause every now and then. Boys from Garsfontein are here supporting him. Down at the boys are week under 14s, 15s, their first sight, and you can see him just feeding off the energy at the moment.
That's the old festival starting here. That's correct. And I think what a good thing it is for these boys to come here to a Cubs week. Could aspire in years to come to say, listen, this is where they would love to be. It is sort of the next stepping stone from Kai Majola up to this level.
Certainly, it'll be it's difficult to guess who's happier: parents that these kids are actually out of the house, or the boys that are actually here down at the week.
Don't go down that chestnut, please, JD. It's all festive. Full ball. Oh, it's half stop. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will. Oh, throw could have been a little bit better, but through they come for two.
Twinsy capitalizing on an overpitch delivery and making sure his score keeps ticking on. 12 of 25. And man, on everybody's lips today, Zizem Kize. 5 of 10, the youngster. And spoke a lot about his bowling antics, but time for him to contribute with the bat.
Played up his sleeve, but not anywhere near bowler nor fielder. And it's sort of interesting. I'm going to go back to the first innings where we didn't see a third man in place, and again we don't see a third man in place.
I think the coaches had a meeting last night and they said, what can we do to annoy Eugene Molion? And they said, well, we know third man in play tomorrow.
Oh, that's a big appeal. There's a big appeal on the field and off. And Filter gets the third wicket, and he's second. And the Gladiators are now in a bit of a bother here. 28 for 3.
Let's take a look at this again. Fenter charging in. Yeah, it's moved in sharply. Molion is pulling his face. As a bowler, I'm really surprised that you're thinking about this, Eugene Molion. Thought you'd be up on your feet, applauding the man.
Oh, he got the third. That's all I got to do. We are very much neutral in our position. He bowled it straight. I think the shot wasn't a great one. It was a terrible shot, in fact. Cross the line. When you do that, you're giving the umpire a decision to make. And that was given an affirmative. It's going to be drinks there as well.
Surprised that those trees are still standing with this wind blowing at the moment.
Maybe the big rock behind it is saving it.
Yeah, it must be. Oh, look at that. A little cloud cover at the back. A little lost strip of clouds.
Well, it's game on. It's game on here at Coetzenburg.
On day one, we were here until the very last over. And I've got a feeling, sneaky suspicion, that we'll go deep here again.
Yeah, so it's going to be a drinks break now, just at the fall of that third wicket. So join us in a few moments where we're going to continue, where it is the Gladiators still requiring a further 180 runs here for victory, which will be the first at Cubs 2026.
Down there. Yes, and then that last one. You love My guns,
Them? They got 15. 50, 20, 13. Yeah. Training in Benoni.
Is it? How much is it? Yeah.
Yeah, like other guys.
Ah. You don't want to pay for two. Okay. Must we not take the start will be off?
Yeah, man.
What's it?
Drinks have come and gone at the fall of that third wicket. And the Northern Champions was showing how difficult a side they are to beat. They've always found a way to really dig deep. And here they do that again. And Fente, in his final over of his spell, has picked up his second and the third here for the Northern Champions. And it's this week I sort of had a deja vu feel and look about it, where wickets fall very early on in the piece, and it's up to the middle and lower order just to try and resurrect matters.
A little bit of moment between batsman and bowler there. Just, faking the throw at the stumps. All in good spirits.
Yeah, that's keeper Perry. He's in. That ends over number 11. It looks like we're going to turn to some spin now.
Fenter was good in that initial bowling spot, 2 for 14 off the 6th. Yeah. Can't say it enough. He's having a dream Cubs week. Is Zandy Fenter.
Well, day one, 3 for 14. And then day two, he got 4 for 36. You add those 2 more wickets, he's done his work for the entire week, and then adding his runs as well that he scores. Got 50 yesterday, got another 50 today. Certainly putting his hand up. Jalen Muncombe, 18-year-old, hails from Sutherland High. Little leg spin.
See how he progresses. As Manicum bowling into this stiff breeze. Cesar Mkhize looks very, very comfortable.
Straight off the plane. Oh, there's a peel all round. Some went up for the catch behind, some went for the stumping. Anything.
This a northern side, in the sense if they have to take one more year, Central Gladiators team will be deep in it, but they showed us on day one how deep they can go in innings. Also, very gritty side, and they've come close on 2 occasions. Have the Central Gladiators team throughout this week.
It's a good start, this. Good start by the leg spinner. Manakam.
See him keen and eager to get through his work here.
Now, just bunt it down the ground. Will just be one bounce to the fielder. It'll just be one. You can see they're up for it just by the amount of shouting going on and everything else, the words, the murmuring. Some of them are not murmurs. You can hear them quite clearly.
Yeah, sensing something. Yeah. See some instructions coming off the boundary rope here as well to Manakam.
Ends at 12. Just a single from that over. Good start for the leg spinner. 29 for 3 after 12. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know what they're going to do with it. We don't have pegs, I don't think. No. Thank you.
This is him 6 or 15. Piri, a man who had an absolute blinder of a stumping when he was doing the glove work. We'll look to repeat a bit of that magic as his team need 179 more to win. 38 overs remaining in the day. And Manakam will be one of those who'll try and rush through these overs. Start applying the pressure.
Yeah, we'll see who the captain here from the champions turn to. Obviously, enforced change. It's Choke. He's going to have the wind at his back.
Man from Ben Foster High School.
Oh, hello. Hello, indeed.
Something that you'd enjoy, Eugene Moyo.
You just saw him rhythmically run up there, hit a nice air, good line and length. Ball looks like it just nipped away off the deck. I hope they got a third man in place. Got a better view of things. Can you see one?
Well, I'm going to have to get up here. I don't have a neck like a giraffe, so let's just see what I can see.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, that made my day.
Peter Cronje, well done. Eugene Moyo feels a whole lot better now. First time he smiled in about 6 weeks. Chalky looking really good here. Man who understands the art of bowling a seam. Difficult to run into the wind. Finding your rhythm.
You shouldn't force it. That is where the problem starts. Once you start forcing your run up into a wind. Now you're looking for the glory ball there. You saw the first ball nip away, and then he just ever so slightly get closer. Instead of just staying where that first ball went, and then that's your line and length.
Having a chat to the man in charge of selection here. Spoke about the fact that the Under-19 World Cup is a lot earlier this year. So these players on display will be basically fighting out to get on that list should something happen to one of the players in the squad, or for a place in that June, July outgoing tour to England.
A lot at stake. There's a lot at stake, as you rightly pointed out, and men putting their hands up. That's what you want. That's what these tournaments create.
A lot fuller that time around from Chalky. Piri. Some bat to that. Rebuilding phase has got plenty of time to settle in here. Does Kamogelo Piri.
Another foolish delivery. Homing in on those 3 pegs that's in the ground there. It's definitely deja vu. We've seen this early on, haven't we?
It's weird. It's like when you get in the tens, the 10 for 1, 20 for 2, 30 for 3.
Yeah, there we go. There we go again.
Had 66 for 6 at a stage early on. But there's one word to sum up these teams. It's you can use gutsy or grit. Because they just refuse to go away. Bottom edge that time.
Well, he starts this with a single. 30 for 3. Yeah, I think it's more a case of that all these teams, their bats are lower down. James King, he made mention of the fact that these are quite strong teams playing against each other in terms of both bat and ball, particularly in the batting department where they will bat down the order quite long. And we've seen games being won by 2 wickets, by 3 wickets.
Look at that Western Legends team. Probably one of the only teams who don't bat as far down as some of these sides here. A lot of these teams we've seen, like Russell, who obviously bats away up for Cornwall Hill, but bats 7 or 8 down for this Titan side, or this Northern Champion side, rather.
Oh, he's watched that quite carefully that time and kept it a little bit low. But it'll just be 1.
But most of these squads healthy in terms of depth. It does look like the Western Legends are into a couple of wickets as well. Coastal Conquerors.
Well, I'm just looking at what regions make up that Western Legends. You have St Andrews, which is St Andrews in Bloem, great college. Westphalia.
Yep. Klerksdorp.
Volksskool.
Yep. Potchefstroom.
The Potchefstroom. St Patrick's in Northern Cape.
Yep. You'll have a mate there from Rustenburg High School, Rustenburg Hoërskool.
Yeah, Carl Fryer. So that makes up them. In case of the Gladiators,
it's all Lions.
Yeah, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, their squad is based from the Lions region. Well, kept a little bit low again, but the feet not working altogether well there for Perry. So he's going to take some time just to get his feet. 33 for 3.
Here we go.
Is the score.
Here we go. Manakam would have noticed the lack of footwork from Perry there.
Like this. Leave that gap at mid-wicket now.
Inviting him.
There's that man. That man just got moved across to that position.
Manakam. It really does get through his overs quickly, Eugene.
Yeah, it's good. Here's that delivery. Oh, feet were proper in the toilet there.
I'd say it's out of the coaching manual, is it?
Well, sometimes your feet has got nothing to do with it these days. The way these boys are hitting it, it's just about creating a strong base and then getting your hands to go through the ball. Some of the hands, some of the cricketers I've seen, whether they're juniors or seniors, how they hit the ball and manipulate the ball is magnificent.
It's a skill set they acquire from a young age. All these under 13 and under 12 competitions around, there's a variety of shots being played there.
That's still too close for me. It's still too close to the stumps. At first delivery when he bowled, when he started his spell, go across him there. You've got to slip in play. You've only got a mid-wicket and a mid-on, saving one on the onside. Other than that, it's just a solitary fine leg. It's very, very fine.
They'll be in trouble there. Start moving into that leg side area.
Still too close for me. Got to move it across a little bit, fella. Got to get it across there, Choke. Got to pitch on the stumps. That's where you want it to do. The minute the ball looks like it's pitching outside that leg stump. Start balls, good stuff. One thing I have noticed here, JD, is Pretorius. Vian Pretorius, the captain of the Northern Champions. He's very, very much in the bowler's ear. He's voicing his opinion. He's talking to his charges. We haven't seen much of that actually this last 3 days.
Well, it's something spoke about in the build-up. Huh? Captain taking ownership, reading the scenario, making sure it gets those changes in place. He's a dynamic youngster. He's the young Pretorius, the young man from Office.
Mm.
About cricket pedigree. Doesn't look too much further than Office. Players they've produced over the years.
They probably looked at VM Pretorius and said, "No, listen, you're not quite 6 foot, so you better play cricket." Because I saw the Office rugby team. It looks like the whole team is 6 foot plus.
No, I think even the scrum half is north of 6 feet.
Here's my point.
No, it's a frightening sight that when the Vidbilla pitch up for a rugby game. Gene Merlion has decided to go quiet there for a second. He said he's had enough.
It doesn't take rocket science, fella. He's getting this ball to move. He's got more fielders on that side anyway, on the offside. Give yourself a chance, fella. Bowl at a channel outside that off stump. It's got to pitch on line and then go.
Spoke about capitalizing on those early wickets, applying the pressure, making
That's what
sure
it's
you give
about.
her the opportunity, and can understand where that dismay comes from.
That's fine. Don't mind that because it goes down to 1. If the fielder is going to come back for 2 because it's a misfield, you got to get the teapot out, Choke, because that was not good enough from your fielder. It's not helping you there.
Well, it was going well in the commentary position until a couple of wayward balls from Chalky in the misfield, and now Eugene Merlion is not looking forward to dessert this afternoon.
Well, if that results in a wicket now, then he's played for it. He's done well, third man. Just glad they got a third man there, otherwise it would have been 4.
Stay into the black book of third man runs.
That's nicely played. That's a good over by Choke. Conceding 3 runs. Should have just been the 2.
Tell you, Zizimkize slowly and quietly just settled in here. The crease, not with the greatest bang, worked his way in, nudged the singles here and there. He's 12 of 27. Reminder, comes over the under 16 week as the youngster. Flew in last night, and here he is, contributing.
It's not about that under 16 week. It's about him getting a call in the morning yesterday, jump on a plane in the evening, sleep on a bed that you're not quite used to, and then come out here and into the action. He bowled really well. And here he's shaping nicely with the bat as well.
Yeah, it's a proper baptism of fire for the youngster. As is the young Mkize on strike. Pulls it well. Just be the single. Onto that early was Mkize.
He hasn't quite got the length right. Manakam to the left-handed in Mkize. But now he's going to have a chance at the right-hander. Slip comes back into play. They're leaving mid-wicket. Well, they were going to leave mid-wicket open. So man comes into mid-wicket. They've got a man on the square leg boundary right in front of square. So there's no 45 or now it's being changed. Mid-wicket is now being moved to square leg. Just behind.
Bit of a shuffle there from Piri. But well bowled by Manakam.
Full toss. Can't get rid of it. Can't get rid of it. That one had to go.
Piri will definitely feel that he missed out there. It was overpitched. Oh, it's better. Better rip and purchase there, Eugene Merlion.
But a rip and pip, as they say. A rip and pip. Oh, some confusion here. Eventually, they decide, no, we're going to have long on in play. So literally, no one in front of the wicket. On the onside, saving one. Not the ball to bowl. However, it will just be one. Because he's hit that ball too deep at wicket.
Need to take on the ball, hit the stumps. But Monica put one more in the over. Floats that right up there. Straight to the fielder. No run into another Monica over.
Another quiet one, isn't it? 16 gone, 38 to 3. It's like Chalky is going to continue. Vian Pretorius can also turn his arm over. He builds some seam as well, if needs be. Happy with the way things are going here. The current rate we're going at is 2.4. Rate required is 5. Now, every time you don't score 5 from here on in, that rate will go up. Before you know it, we'll hit 6.
When does that become a factor for the batsman, Eugene? I think there'll be a message every now and then, just asking for them just to up it a little bit. Will they be happy for the next 5 or 6 overs just to carry on, looking for the ones every now and then?
Well, Peter has now faced 14 deliveries for 2 runs. And Kiese is sitting on 13 of 28. The good thing in his favour, there's 3 drinks breaks today. Let's take that in consideration. So you can break it down a little bit. There's 50 minutes every session, so to speak. So you could get reminded as to what you need to go at the next. And I hope that is, or those are the conversations in terms of a Gladiators that's happening. Because every now and again, they're going to look to their left or to that corner there in the left-hand pocket. And they're going to look at that big scoreboard. And then as they see the numbers not very much in the positive, that will create its own bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's part of chasing, I guess. So this Northern Champion side early, he just consolidated and used some deliveries to get settled. And then there was a wonderful partnership between Rasul and Center, which they managed to stick on and get that run rate ticking over. Was that one specific over where Rasul went 6-4 single? I think there was another boundary towards the end, which saw him really up the ante.
What I don't want the Gladiators to do here is just go and wait for the delivery to come that they can hit for a 4. They've got to find a way to rotate strike. I like the way he used his feet. There wasn't there, he left it. No issue with that. But you got to find a way to rotate the strike.
I think that's what that Northern Champion side did well. There was 1s and 2s every now and then. He used the angle on this field, this big field, like you mentioned, a couple of times. Twos are definitely on.
That's when they were in trouble. Yes, that's when we saw some good cricket. It always means that this week has shown us a team gets into trouble, then all of a sudden they want to start playing some good cricket. Sweeper goes out to the offside now. 4 dot balls from Chalky. Here's another big shot for none.
And that'll start building up in the back of Kamagela Pire's mind. Just not ticking on. 2 of 18 is Pire. More often than not, starts playing on the mind of the batting partner as well, Eugene.
Oh, yeah, then you start getting itchy feet. Then you start coming out of your crease a little bit. Oh, I can't latch onto that one. Maiden for Chalky. Score remains 38 for 3.
It's exactly what Vian Pretorius was looking for. It's just that his bowler applying more pressure was at the other end. Bowling partner, Jaden Manikam, not going for plenty of runs either. He's 0 for 3 in his 0 for 4, obviously. Apologies on his 3 overs. And this is becoming very, very interesting.
It's sort of a big shot looming here, isn't there? Because we haven't seen anything in anger. They shouldn't do. They should just hit the ball down the ground for one or turn around the corner. Something like that. Well done by the youngster.
This is where Peter will ask himself if he gets to work that and get a single every single time it will. Why is it that I'm struggling here?
He's going to say it's because he's a right-hander.
Got to think about this.
Don't give it away. 2 of 17. Well, that's up in the air. It's going to land safe. It's going to go for 4. Just helped on its way. And the breeze as well did its trick there, assisting that one to go for 4.
Spoke about the release, and here it was. It's lovely. A bit of room there. Good cricket shot. And managing to beat fielder. 2 bounces, 1 bounce over the boundary for 4. And is that the one that settles Peter here?
Another good shot, but the field position of these champions are in very good positions at the minute. Stopping that one.
Covering all the angles.
Sweeper now goes out to the offside, and Suarez long on will come down here below us. Yeah, I'm not sure about that position now.
Interesting.
So they've moved the cover to point. So there's 2 men at point. Man at short cover. And he's bowled the googly, and it's worked around the corner for 1.
There we go. Exactly what he was looking for. Single. Boundary. Single. Back on strike. And Fury will be a lot more comfortable than what he was about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Amazing how one shot changes it for a man.
Ooh. Well bowled back. Make that 6 from the over. Good over for the Gladiators. Bring about a little bit more positivity in the thought pattern potentially for these youngsters. Chalker is going to continue after bowling a good maiden the previous over. 4 overs for 12 for Manakam. 44 for 3. This is where the time you got to keep your feet up a little. Mini Nelson. Mini Nelsons have done their trick today. 22, 33, 44, 55. He's looking to hit the ball on the up a few times. He's Perry. You can see him trying. He just sort of gets on that front foot and gets his hands to go through. He's a good wicket keeper, and you can see he's trying to have good hands with the bat as well.
Lovely to see Garsfontein players around and supporting. Getting ready for their week. Goodness, more on the inside there.
Yeah, 2 runs it is. Fortunate though. But Pity and Gladiators wouldn't mind how they get them. They all count.
Run rate now, 5.1.
Partnership now with 18 runs.
Peary out of St. David's. A couple of St. David's players on the side. Carl Butler, Peary, Moteza Manak. Good mix of schools represented here. St. John's, JP, Kez, and one from Queens.
Again, managing to get just their inside edge onto that. 4-1. Yeah, I found out a lot about St. David's when I was in Plum. It was Dominic Hendricks. He's another player. Captain the Lions, who also played on loan at the Knights at the time as well. He was at St. David's.
Proper cricketing program that they've got going at St. David's.
The one ball to come over number 19. I must say the second spell on comms is actually quite nice.
It's lovely.
I mean, it's the best thing ever.
Enjoying it at the moment.
It just flies by.
It's been well, yeah. Good tempo.
Next thing you know, you look around to your left and you're just hoping to see Johan Smith.
You won't see, you'll feel him.
Well,
He's got a different presence, does Johan Smith. I don't know if you can call it that. He casts the shadow the way he does.
oh no, here's trouble! Here's trouble! Yeah, here's trouble!
This is exactly what they did not need. My goodness. Central Gladiators. And, my word. Whether yes, no, I don't know. 99, you're out of here.
Well, if we look at this replay again, Mkhize, he just set off. And he was way down. During that time, I was watching the non-striker, Pity. He didn't move one iota. So wasn't there a call? Or if there was a call, it wasn't loud enough. And no matter if he turned as quickly as Mkhize did, you had no price if it was a direct hit as well. And that is an unfortunate way to go for the youngster.
And up steps Tazila Islo, the man from St. Stadions. They're going to need some heroics from the youngster. As they've got a long way to go. And the 61 more required. Of 31 overs. And there's a lot of work to be done here. The rate required is at 5.2, currently going at 2.5 to the over. Might be the biggest concern at the moment, but 19 runs that previous partnership, and for them to succeed, they're going to have a lot bigger ones than that to make this happen.
There's a lot of ways to get out. A run out is not a good way. Let me tell you that.
No, it's the coaching staff of Mohamed Nawad and Bongani Mtini will not be impressed.
Well, that partnership is broken. We'll never know whether there were a call or not. We know there was a call from Mkhize. That we know.
I also know that there was a call from you, and it was, oh no. And next, it was stumps all over the place as Ruben van Sale made sure got it down in time.
Oh, he's gone! Oh, he's run out his partner. Now he's got to go and face the music in the dressing room. Because Perry, he's gone. He's got to walk back. 5 down now.
Sure. Spoke about the 10s delivering wickets, 47 for 4 at the moment. And my word, this really is big trouble for the Central Gladiators. Run out, next ball, caught behind, what might be the slowest walk we've seen of this Coetzenburg Oval.
If there's one thing, not two, if there's one thing you don't do after being involved with a run out, is get out very, very early after that, because you have got to go out there. Besides taking all the pads off and the helmet and everything else, you've got to explain to your mate, listen, what happened there.
And judging by young Azizem Kiza, there will be questions. He's going to definitely ask around. There's a mammoth task ahead of these two. Hanslow and number 15 there, the towering figure of Wade McQuinn. We saw him yesterday on day one.
We saw him on day one, yeah.
Lovely with bat in hand, but he's going to have to knuckle down here and make sure he starts building and rebuilding with Hanslow.
161 still needed for victory. Wade McQuinn got 65 of 96 deliveries on day one of this tournament. He's got to go some to get there again, and he's got to take Hanslow with him. 2 new men at the crease. Can you Adam and Eve it? Not one ball face between them.
And Manicum will have his tail up right now. Was Jalen Manicum.
It's a little team hat-trick, this one.
Definitely so.
A little team hat-trick.
Going through field placings. Big chat out. Mugelo Matlala also having a chat. Oh.
Billy Cronier, shoulders back now. Happy days sitting there. Tossed up, driven. No chance. Oh, you can ill afford another runner, can you?
Oh, that'll be the end of that if there's another run out. 19 and a half overs gone. Jalen Manicum, 1 for 13.
And still no second of split.
No, I tell you, Split Smith is having a bit of a siesta. I'm going to put some money on it. I've seen this happen before. He'll be telling you that he was on the phone, attending a meeting.
Hanslow, 18 years of age. Go through again for a quick single.
But then again, it is Split Smith. Does he ever sleep?
We know him very well. and you just got to watch that. We know this pitch has not got maybe the pace that it's used to here at Coetzenburg, so playing with a straighter face is probably the better outcome.
Definitely that. Saw a couple of those inside edges onto the wicket early on in the first innings of the Northern Champions. Hanslow times it well this time around, but straight to the fielder.
They're on top here. The champions are on top. Still 159 runs needed by the Central Gladiators of this, the Battle of the Yuxgate Derby.
Run rate almost at 5.5. That's the rate required, apologies. Current run rate at 2.4 runs to the over.
Probably going to go through a whole series of dots again. You got to get inside there. Just get one. Just so intent here. You can't just come in here and just start batting balls back, dotting it up. Got to look for the lower risk shots now to just get the scoreboard moving in a positive direction. That's what you want.
Again, spoke about the size of the field. Lots of ones and twos on offer. Chowkit is limiting this Gladiator side at the moment. Oh, play and a miss.
Well, keeper done well there. The ball didn't get up. And this is a sign of things to come. Was it a bit of a slow ball? Just got to keep an eye on that as well from Chowkit. Easy heading towards another maiden over.
Gazebo, trusty Gazebo, has finally lost the battle.
Well, that's another Chowkit maiden. 49 for 5 after 21 overs. Hanslow on 1, McQuinn on 1. Their target is 208. They're still a way off that. And we are going to have a well-deserved break now. And we're going to leave you in the hands of the very talented, impressive Johan Smith. And the man of many mansions, the Cape Fox, James King.
By far the nicest introduction Eugene Merlion has given us this week. He usually gets a little dig in. He got that in the previous over, I suppose. But 49 for 5, James. What have you made of this effort?
Well, they've committed the cardinal sin, of letting themselves get bogged down. As a change of bowling, I'd say it's not a change of bowling, it's Manikam to continue, should I say. And just another one that maybe that was the googly just beats the bat of Wade McQuinn. And what happened was Piriam Kize just got themselves bogged down, couldn't find where the next run was coming from, and really good pressure applied from Chowkit and Manikam, and that really was what led to that suicidal run from Mkhize when he was sent back and just couldn't get back in to his ground. The next ball then Piri perishes. So
if you're going to let a leg spinner bowl at you, if you're going to let him settle, he's going to settle.
Yep.
And that's what they've done with Manikam.
Yeah.
He's bowled nearly 6 overs for 15. That's very much unlike leg spinners. They might snare the odd wicket, but they'll usually go at 5 or 5.5 to the over. But that's only if you put them under pressure. If you allow him to settle and just prod along, this is what's going to happen.
And it was both of them culpable in that partnership. It was just the 19 runs, and that came in 8 overs. They just dug themselves into a rather large hole.
And we spoke about it earlier. This is the learnings for these players. This is the platform. This is the opportunity to get those learnings in as a youngster. There's conservative, and then there's
and I'll put it in abbreviated commas, then there's stupid. You know, to allow yourself to get so bogged down that you're not looking for singles anymore, that you're not trying to turn ones into twos. So you get lulled into that by the opposition, because the opposition knows, if I go at 19 in those 8 overs, there's only 28 overs left here all of a sudden. So now they've got to go at almost 6 to the over. And the run rate started at 4. And sorry, James, to add insult to that situation for the Central Gladiators, you're 5 down. You know, if it was 50 for nothing, there was a case to be made. But at 50 for 5 after 22 overs, you're between the devil and the deep blue sea here.
And what's that's done is that Rivaningo Chalke, he's been able to just come in, bowl a line and a length. He's gone for 7, and he's to his 6th over. And just now, huge pressure on McQuinn and Hanslow.
And where Fenter and Mohammed Rasul had the advantage of setting a target. You know, so they really could just go on their merry way and reassess after over 40, after over 45 where they can get to. These guys have got a target to bat to.
And the more they get behind the rate here, just then means they're going to have to try and hit the bowling off the lengths that they're currently bowling. And again, good fielding by the man at mid-off and shy at the stumps, and they are going to take risks. Again, another one that I think was probably a well-judged single in the end by Wade McQuinn. We'll give him credit for that, but just have to start taking a few extra chances. As you say, that run rate required up to 5.7. And this wicket hasn't been that easy to score on throughout the day.
And I think that's the key here. Their fielding's been really sharp as well. That's well bowled. You know, they've been better in the field, the Northern Champions for sure, than the Central Gladiators. And in sort of low-scoring affairs, you search for little things to set you apart from the opposition. And I think their bowling has been really patient. And that's the one trap you can fall into when you're defending a small total. You can look for wickets rather than build it through patience. And that's what they've been really good at.
Once again, bowling to his field. He's got this field set on the offside, exactly for that kind of delivery. He has got some protection out on the leg side, should he stray, but he's got a 5-4 offside leg side field. And just like the lines that he's been bowling.
There's no rocket science to their plans here, James. It's very solid, fundamentally good. It's a slowish wicket. I'm going to bowl at the stumps or maybe 4th stump. See, that's too wide. On this wicket, that becomes the release shot. So what you want to see is you want to challenge them to hit you back past you every delivery. And that's where captains then have a decision to make. Am I going to have a mid-on in the circle or a mid-off in the circle? Only give them one option to score a single. And that's where the champions have been really good. It's 52 for 5 after 23 overs. Time for the players to have another drink. They'll be very happy about the 50-minute intervals today between drinks, James.
Yes, they will indeed. It has been a warm day out there in the sun. The wind has come up quite appreciably during the day and is now, I'd say, howling from the right to left of the screen as you look at the beautiful Coetzenburg in front of you, and it surely is a wonderful setting here.
I've heard from the ground staff that during these hot summer months, some mornings they get to the sails and got a little puffet or a little Cape Cobra waiting for them there. This is the mountains full of visitors. And they come for the shade here next to the cricket field, rather them than me. Here's the story of the match so far, James. 207 for the loss of 8. Mohammed Rasul was brilliant, as was under Fenter. Christian Sabela His first spell of 6 overs cost only 8. He picked up 3. And Kyle Butler was very impressive with a new ball. In reply, it is 52 for 5 for the Central Gladiators. Only Zize Mkhize and Bafana Mtunzi getting to 12 and 14 respectively. Zander Venter, brilliant once again. And Rivenongo Shauke, 9 runs conceded of 6 overs. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, it's been an outstanding bowling display from the Northern Champions to back up that excellent recovery. I mean, they were in all sorts of trouble once again at 82 for 6 before the rescuers came in, Rasul and Venter. They've done it again today. A brilliant partnership of 93 between the two of them, and it just took them to a competitive total on what is not an easy track to bat on. Definitely on the slowish side, and very testing for these youngsters who are not used to these kind of conditions. Both of these sets of players far more used to wickets where the pace is on the wicket and it's coming onto you, whereas this gives you an entirely different challenge.
Look, it's not a lot of times that you see the Yuxgate Derby being played in Stellenbosch.
That's true.
So both these sides, like you say, used to high felt conditions, James, and where they can swing lustily through the line, and bowlers need to, really work on the changes of pace, etc., etc. Over here, bowlers can run in, hit that 4th stump, back of a length, time and time again, and it becomes now impossible to score at a decent clip.
And then the trick then is you just got to keep that scoreboard ticking over. I mean, there will be the odd delivery that you're going to have to score. If you remain scoreless for so long, and Johan, you would have seen this probably a lot more than I would, and you just get into that mindset is that you can't score, and then the odd half volley just doesn't get driven through the covers. You're not able to put away the bad ball.
You sort of get 2 reactions to that scenario. The one is exactly what you just said, and then the other one, which more often than not happened in my brain when that happened, is you just slog out.
Yeah.
You just try and hit out of frustration, trying to create something that just isn't there. And that was where my statement from between the devil and the deep blue sea, because where do you go here? I want to make it abundantly clear this game's not over.
No.
Wade McQuinn can play. Tasheen Hanslow is a fantastic player. But they'll need to box clever here.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, like that from Hanslow, just to the right of the man at mid-on. I think this McLaren in front of us, and they go through for the single. That's good work, and that's what they need to do. They need to be taking on the fielders as well. And easy there from McQuinn, and drinks break probably coming at a good time for them as well. Just reset, get some clear thinking going, and see what they can do to start just knocking the ball around a bit more.
Worked through mid-wicket this time. 3 singles off the first 3 deliveries after drinks. Much more like it.
Yeah, that's same as they've scored in the last 4 overs, so exactly the type of impetus they're going to need. And I like that fielding position they've got in there. It's almost that, it's quite sort of between a short mid-off and a short extra cover. Got Zander Venter in there. Oh, the man at backward point anticipated it going more square, and he got caught out there. It went a bit finer down to him, but just the single.
That's 5 runs in this over. 3 singles in that 2. That's what they need.
Yeah.
Very healthy wind here currently.
Wow, that one is off the outside edge of McQuinn's bat, but I don't think it was a chance for Rasul. They're coming back for 3. That's good running.
That's right, Miller demolishes the stumps. Only need to take the one bail off, of course. He decided to uproot The off in the middle stump.
But that's more like it. Yeah, false shot off the last delivery, but 8 off the over. And that is a good return for the men from the Central Gladiators. And these two, just not the last hope for them by any means. But two players that you said that we know can bat. Wade McQuinn as well had a very good Kaya Majola week. And he's got it all to do here as well with Tassine Hanslow.
But what's been very evident here on day 3, that there's been a big change in conditions from the first 2 days.
As we see Captain Pretorius has turned to his premier fast bowler, Zander Venter, to come back in and see if he can't get him the 6th wicket here. Maybe a short burst of a couple of overs for Venter. Very good in his opening spell of 6 overs, 2 for 14. And back into the attack.
When you've got this amount of wind and real heat, there's always going to be a change in conditions. Might have expected it on day 4. Might be a day early.
Yeah, but as you say, you know, I mean, the curator here watering the pitches, as he said, trying to keep them together, because the last thing he wants is for them to start cracking up when you get to, say, day 3, day 4. He wants to keep them together. Though, get slower, they do get lower, do get a bit dustier. That's nicely played by McQuinn.
And overall, they've done a beautiful job, James. I mean, the wickets on the first 2 days were really good. Obviously, so tough to get that water balance correct in this heat. So how much to put on in the evenings after play. They'll have a sort of a formula, a general idea, and adapt that a little bit according to the weather, how hot it's been, what the prediction is for the next day. Niels Momberg doing his laps here again.
It's a good delivery from Venter, and just on that, I mean, in terms of the groundsmen and the work they have to do, I mean, it's the kind of preparation. I mean, they've had the USA week here, which was held here in December. He's had then only a few weeks then to come back onto the wickets and prepare them for this week as well. It's certainly a full-time job for them. They do a fantastic job.
No long December break for them.
No.
Great facilities at the University of Stellenbosch. Intent. That's the word that is lacking currently on the side of Hanslow. He's dead bad defending. And he'll want to look at options here. Where can I get ones? The one is, we saw McQuinn use that player down a third man and glide it. Other one is square on the leg side.
Yeah. And what he doesn't want to do is just close the face a little bit too early to play it into the leg side. And there again, he's trying to play the one that's a little bit wider. It doesn't get up perhaps as much as he thought. Another second time, I think, that he's got. In fact, it was Perry who got the bottom edge earlier on, but through to Riley Miller behind the stumps. And he's been impressive, the young man behind the stumps today for the Northern Champions. Not the regular wicket keeper.
Has been very good. Made a blistering 86 on day 1. 86 not out. That was Riley Miller. Took them to victory over the Eastern Warriors. Eastern Warriors is giving the superstars as much as they can handle. What's the score down there at Matassi's Oval, James?
Well, 121 for 6 at the moment, and it was a reasonably good partnership between Tarantal and Gideon du Toit that took them to 119, and that since then, it's du Toit now and Timothy Short in there. Still a long way to go for the superstars. It's in the air and over the man at extra cover. And that has gone down to the boundary for 4. Heart-in-mouth stuff for Wade McQuinn for a moment there, as it just seemed that the man at extra cover, picked that up a little bit late.
It did, but will that break the shackles? Clears him sort of comfortably in the end, and it races away to the boundary. He's a powerful man as Wade McQuinn. Will he be the one to break the shackles here?
Nicely played once again, making a lovely sound off that Wade McQuinn bat, and he is really the first batter that's come out there, and he's just looked to stroke the ball around, play his shots.
Square, behind square again.
And for the first time, Manikam is under a little bit of pressure, and you can see that he's just now not quite landing it in the same spots as he was. And that's the result of the pressure that Wade McQuinn has put on him.
Very capable player, Wade McQuinn. Big man from King Edward School. Had a great coverage all the week. Won the Lions at the semi-final.
And once again, nicely played through that cover region. He moves to 17 off 22. Very good hand from him so far. As Hanslow once again is defensive down the pitch back to the bowler. That might be the end of Manikam for the moment. That's 8 overs for him in his spell, 1 for 30. And he had spun a bit of a web on the batters earlier on, but McQuinn just taking to him a little bit in his last couple of overs.
There's a few batters there that would have watched these last 2 overs saying we missed out on a trick here.
Yeah.
We never put any pressure on Manikam. We allowed him to bowl 6 overs for 15. Over 7 and 8 went for 15. So it's been 2 halves or 2 spells almost inside that 8 overs. Fenter to continue.
Yeah, and just tempting McQuinn outside the off stump as well to leave that one alone.
I think he's taken the pace off there. Zander Fenter. He's a wily old fox, just like you, James. But he's a proper player.
Yeah.
Zander Fenter from Gashfontein.
Yeah.
9
Really
wickets
like
thus far in the tournament. A couple of 50s to go along it.
Just a bit straight that time, and gets enough on it to get it down to the fine leg boundary, shall I say, for 4. Just straying onto the pads, maybe looking for that wonder ball, and does well to get that one fine, does Wade McQuinn. So runs starting to come now for him, by far the highest score of the innings so far, 21 off 24.
He's just that kind of player that's not going to struggle to score. He's very powerful, but he's got good touches as well. Fenter looking to attack those stumps, and he'll do well to do that.
Oh, it's excellent work by the man at backward point. That prevented another boundary. That's trying to see who that is. That's Lochenberg again. Took that excellent catch in that position.
Looks to be a good fielder.
He does,
Nico
doesn't he?
Lochenberg. He's actually left-handed, so that was to his wrong side.
Now Fenter's got Hanslow on strike, and you probably prefer bowling to Hanslow. Hasn't looked to attack the bowling so far.
A rhythmic clapping is back from the Gashfontein faithful. They start with the Paul Boys Eye Cricket Festival tomorrow.
That is, it's going to be great to have all these teams down here as well, here in the Cape for, what is an annual event.
Plenty of cricket on the way. The Peninsula Cricket Festival also starting this week. Paul Boys Eye Cricket Festival, the Grey High School Cricket Festival in Coetzenburg starting.
we go. Another one that beats the bat as Hanslow's looking to defend. Another excellent delivery from Xander Venter. At the moment, looks like McQuinn and Hanslow are playing on a different wicket. Just walking into the shot. He's trying to make something happen, isn't he, Hanslow?
Yeah, just not sure where he's looking currently. There's mid-on and mid-off is up in the circle, which I like, especially to Hanslow. Straight at cover. So the pressure will be building because in the back of his mind, he's watching Wade McQuinn making it look so easy, and he's finding it so difficult. So now those doubts creep in. What am I doing? Am I good enough? How can he do this and me not?
Yeah, cricketers often talk about, interesting to listen to somebody like Ryan Rickerton, for example, who's, he says so often he gets into his own head, and he was chatting about his 113 he scored in that opening match of the SA20, and just saying that he just in that innings didn't have a chance to get into his head too much, and that's, he said, was a very good thing, because it's often you overthink it, and when you're out in the middle, if you start overthinking it, then sometimes it can lead to your downfall. So it's going to be a change of bowling. It looks like we're going to have the young man Lochenberg. He's going to be bowling from the river end of the ground, and tall young man. Interesting to see if he's going to give it a little bit of air, or whether he's going to dart it in with his left arm orthodox.
He's from Afrikaanse Hoërseun School. Affies is Nico Lochenberg. He's a very good prospect. He's a tall man. There's so much talk, as we speak about what Ryan Rickerton says, there's so much talk about techniques or the lack thereof, and this guy's got a good technique, this guy doesn't. But at the end of the day, cricket stays a see the ball, hit the ball game, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
He's playing back here, Wade McQuinn, to foolish deliveries. Just trying to pick up the pace of Nico Lochenberg, who's snuck 4 deliveries in here without conceding anything.
Well, gave that one a little bit more air, and the man at shortage extra cover, I think that is still Venter. He's be upset that he missed that one as it went past him. It's been a good over so far, as you say. He's just varied that last one up a little bit. Well fielded off his own bowling. It's a good over to start off with. 74 now for the loss of 5. Just the single off that over. And we heard some cheers off to the left of us. The 7th wicket's gone down for the superstars. And it's the man who's has scored most of the runs there. Gideon de Toy's out there, 138 for 7. So they're still needing 70 to win that game against the Eastern Warriors. Looking like a potential first win. And on the Seafield, it is the Conquerors who've lost their 4th wicket as well. 78 for 4, chasing 225. So it looks like the Western Legends on top in that game.
It'll be very good news. And Bloemfontein, Kimberley and Potchefstroom, centre of South Africa.
There we go. And getting, hopefully getting their second win of the competition. And it was just a 2-over burst from Xander Venter, as it's going to be Matlala. Oh, and that's too short and too wide. It's just going to be a single for Wade McQuinn. Jeez.
The Coastal Conquerors be disappointed that they lost out yesterday against the Northern Champions after having them in all sorts of trouble. So they wouldn't want to go down to the Western Legends again today. They'll fight tooth and nail for a win there. Quality side, the Coastal Conquerors.
It's in the air. Hanslow, he should perish here. Who's calling for it? The bowler takes it. Caught and bowled, and you just saw that coming. He's been scoreless. He hasn't been able to get the ball off the square, and he tries desperately with a shorter one from Matlala. Just was not there to play the shot.
Wrong line. Too far outside the off stump. Matlala, he took the responsibility on his own shoulders. It was probably Riley Miller's catch, maybe. But Matlala says, it's mine. I did the bowling. I'll do the catching. But Tashin Hanslow was just bobbed down. You saw it coming. Couldn't get himself off strike. Couldn't rotate. The 6th wicket go down. And the Northern Champions well and truly in charge here.
Yeah, it's just the 4 runs off 24 deliveries in the end. And was just feeling the pressure to get runs on the board. And it's going to be the captain now coming out to join Wade McQuinn. We know Alec Loveland can bat. So this is a very important partnership for the Central Gladiators as the captain. See what he can do in partnership with his big fast bowler.
Yeah, he's going to have to show some mettle here. Alec Loveland. Wade McQuinn needs support. Can't do it on his own. Timely strike, as it's been right throughout the innings for the Northern Champions. Been a disciplined performance. Been good in the field as well. It's been all Northern Champions since they were 60-odd for 6 again.
Yeah. Yeah, they recovered brilliantly through Mohammad Rasul and Zander Venter once again. 73 for 7 yesterday, and today I think it was 82 for 6 that they were. And they brought it back and got them to a position where they gave themselves a target to defend and defend it. So far they have done incredibly well. It's the left-handed Loveland who is on strike now to Matlala.
But they've got a couple of real all-rounders in Zander Venter and Matlala. 2 opening bowlers, both more than decent with a bat.
Yeah.
Venter, in fact, scoring a great supporting 50 today. Hello.
Welcome to the crease, Mr. Loveland.
That's a good one. We'll wake him up a little bit.
Yeah, I like that. Very nice. He got that just right, didn't he? And that's a real surprise. He did well to get out the way, did Loveland.
Oh, that he did indeed. Could have eaten that one.
He could definitely. It's almost seemed to pick it up a little bit late. But a lot of gas on that. It's amazing what a court and bowl can do for you. Oh, big appeal. Big appeal from the bowler and a couple of other players close by. Looked like a reasonably good shot. Maybe he got himself outside the line.
It was so good from Matlala following the brilliant bouncer with one pitched up full and straight. As he was running in, I was begging in my mind for him to go full and straight. Because he did a brilliant job of pushing Loveland back with that first bouncer.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see this one again. It looked like a very good shout, just to the naked eye, but probably just maybe outside the line. Yeah, very good once again from McQuinn.
He's batting on another wicket. He's playing another game. His teammates haven't followed suit. They're at the wrong venue, but he's certainly pitched up. J.D. Ferreira ready to report for duty again. He's been very keen the whole day, always over or 2 beforehand. Got to admire him for that. It's the way he rolls.
Ooh, just squares him up there with that one. Loveland not looking comfortable at all to Matlala so far. And it is at the end of the over. Yeah, it is indeed. the end of a very good Matlala over. He gets the wicket of Tassine Hanslow, and 78 for 6 now.
Lochrenberg's first over was a quality one. Looking forward to seeing how his spell develops. McQuinn was playing back to deliveries I feel he should have been forward to in that over.
They now have the chance to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander. With the wind coming across the ground, maybe will help a little bit of drift and dip maybe for him into the left-hander. See if he's got any purchase at all on the surface.
Very solid in defence, but nicely bowled.
Yeah, right sort of area there from Lochenberg.
Slowed that one down, did Nico Lochenberg.
Yeah, I like the way he's varying his pace, varying his flight. This one sort of wristily whipped down to long on for a single, just closing the face. A little bit early maybe, when he got away with it.
He's gone for only 2. He's bowled 9 deliveries, Lochenberg. Again, from the back foot, he's very comfortable. But he must watch out for the old arm ball, the one that just slides on with the arm.
Yeah, that was it. That was the quicker one. Darted in and gets... don't know if he intended to play it there. If he did, it was a good shot, but perhaps just off the under edge down to the boundary for 4.
He's batting nicely as McQuinn. He's moved along swiftly. It was definitely intentionally played behind square. I don't think he intended to play it quite that fine.
No.
But he's moved on to 29. And the Gladiators to 83 for 6.
They just come through for a quick single. That one goes backward when he keeps the strike at the end of the 30th over. And does Wade McQuinn. He's looked head and shoulders above anybody else in this Central Gladiators lineup. And
let's work back the over we stole. 30 overs gone. Eugene Malion has strolled in, but we're going to give him 6 more balls to just grab his breath. No pun intended.
And it'll be Matlala to continue into his 7th over now. He was successful in his first over back into his second spell.
McQuinn, he needs a partner. Will Alec Loveland be the one? The captain received a great first delivery from Paul Matlala. Bumper, didn't expect it, nearly took his head off.
Yeah, was an absolute beauty. Yeah, I can't get it past that man at shortish mid-wicket.
So this is where I say a certain part of you must still follow instinct.
Yeah.
Wade McQuinn received 2 half-trackers that he's both dollied to a mid-wicket. Nobody out except square leg on the boundary. 60 metres of space to hit it into. Hit it, son. Hit it.
All right, guys, that beautifully down to the man at third, who unfortunately knocks it on from a Northern Champions point of view, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. But that was very nicely played by Wade McQuinn, as you see, just standing tall and guiding it past backward point. And should have been just 2, ends up being a boundary, but
that knock-on was any under-11 rugby coach's worst nightmare. After a flowing backline move, the right wing just knocks it on.
Was indeed. Do you think there's a little something on McQuinn's shoulder here saying you just can't get out, son? You can't get out.
If you look at that, definitely, because it's another half-tracker that he turns around the corner to square leg. And yeah, kudos to him then, if that's what he's feeling, if that's what he's thinking, if he's just pulling the reins back in. What I meant earlier was just if your game is, the power game, or you do hit the pull shot nicely, and you get the opportunity, back yourself. That if, I'm not saying I don't know him well enough, maybe he doesn't trust himself on the stroke, maybe it's one that he goes out to every now and then.
Oh, Loveland not able to, that one which was slightly wide past the man at backward point. It's Rasul in that position there, taken 2 very good slip catches. Slightly different, the 2 of them. The first one came to him quickly, took it in the bread basket, did very well. And the next one, low down off the spin of Manikam to get rid of Piri. And was not a bad over that for the men from the Gladiators. 5 off it. It's 89 for 6 after 31. And joining you will be Eugene Molion and JD Ferreira.
Yeah, they'll be taking us to the end of this match.
You come from the City of Roses when somebody says, gotta bowl him a bumper. Modern day, it's the bouncer.
Never seen you as the judgmental one, Eugene Molion. Well, thank you.
Well, it's been a while since I heard about the bumper.
It is the Ashes.
Anyway, this game. Wade McQuinn, 35 of 39. He needs to just keep going. He needs to play his natural game. And Alec Loveland, he's just got to stay there with him. They need a partnership. That's what they need. It's grown to 14.
The side of things, Lochenberg with ball in hand. A man from Afrikaans Hoërseun School in Pretoria. Tidy bowling figures from the youngster.
Tell you what, I said it before and I'll say it again. It had a feel of deja vu every time. There's some game that it's just gone the same as all the others. Next door, the Superstars are in trouble, 7 down yet again. Yeah, it's 6 downs for the Gladiators in pursuit of 208. It is just uncanny how these 3 days have gone. Trying to turn that round. It's down the leg side anyway. Single at it.
Attempted stumping there. No harm for Alec Loveland. Need a captain's innings here from Loveland. It's floated, it's away. Full toss wide, straight to the fielder though. Loveland will kick himself.
That kept low. This is what I say. You got to try and hit the ball more further in front of square. I'll give you a rundown of the scores, what's happening in the other games after this over. Straight to the captain, Pretorius. He did not move an inch. Straight in the breadbasket. 7 down.
It is trouble for the Central Gladiators. It'll probably be the understatement of the day, but they're knee deep in it at the moment. Loveland straight to the captain, Vian Pretorius. And it is Nico Lochenberg will celebrate that wicket, his first wicket for the day.
There's no remarks column in the scorebook. It's nothing that says, oh, what type of delivery it was, or was it a blinding catch. It's just caught Pretorius, bowled Lochenberg. 91 for 7. Just around the grounds here, the Southern Superstars in pursuit of uncanny 208 find themselves 260 for 7. Is that right?
160 for 7.
160 for 7. They need 208. Exactly the same score needed here.
Strange.
The Conquerors, after a very solid start, on 94 for 4, chasing 225 for victory.
But if the Central Gladiators are to get out of jail here, it will perhaps be one of the comebacks of this week. But they're in all sorts here. Wade McQuinn, if they stand any chance, he'll be the man that will have to, just like you said, play his natural game and get on with it.
Well, I'm not sure what else to say. Ayob is at the non-strikers end, 17-year-old. Yesterday, it was the men that's in the field at the minute that recovered from 77 for 7 and reached their target, thanks due to Rasul and Venter. And it's the captain himself that has come on here to bowl. And run out is the least thing you want to get now.
Like fact that Vian Pretorius is a step to the fore as the leader of this Northern Champions side. Wants to have a bowl and see what he can do.
JD, we've been talking about this for a while, and you cannot just dot it up, and then think you're going to get a 4 and then hit the ball straight to a fielder. You've got to work on rotating the strike, work on getting it into singles, getting into space. We haven't seen enough of that.
Let's just go back in innings, Eugene, and we talk about what Mohammed Rasul did.
Yeah.
It was exactly that. Didn't get tied down, managed to get the singles, run the twos, the odd boundary every now and then. Him and that man Zander Venter did exactly that. Kept that scoreboard ticking, didn't get bogged down, and managed to get to a respectable total in the end.
Yeah, I also do say that Rasul is not a man down the order. He's very much a top order batter. Batted at 3 at the Kaya Majola week. But there's one thing I liked about Pretorius and his captaincy today. He's always stood up. You could see who the captain was. He's been very present with all the decisions that was needing to be made.
Also kudos to Peter Cronje, who's allowed him to play the scenarios, make those decisions. Often you'll find it that a game changes before they get into that strategic break or the drinks break, and captains miss it because they want to stick to that plan, but not this man, Vian Pretorius. Let's play these conditions and scenarios to the T, and let's see if he can help his side wrap up the tail of this Central Gladiator side.
You know, Cape Fox is a legend amongst men. I'm not sure about the top he's wearing here today. We won't mention it. Don't mention it on air.
No, I won't. It's been a good day of cricket. I think he's got a degree in engineering. I've watched him work this gazebo the whole afternoon.
He's gone in his shell, yeah, has Wade. He's gone in his shell. I would rather go now with a few more wickets in hand. rather than wait too late. You want to take a deep rate. That's needed now, 6.7.
Pretorius is bailing out of his run up there. He's losing his rhythm. That's better. What's going on here? No, umpire signals a dead ball.
Not altogether sure there. We might ask that question later on. Around the pool area. 33 overs gone. 93 for 7.
"17 overs remain, and plenty of runs to get here for the Central Gladiators." See conversation there between Lochenberg and the umpire.
You can literally see on that's our standing cam that's moving like that. Just gives you some indication of the breeze here. That is what was said was going to happen later on this afternoon.
Must say he had that call spot on, Eugene.
Well, he knows this weather on this like the back of his hand. All right, trying to create a little bit of pressure here. More fielders in the ring.
Oh.
Why is there no slip? Why is there no slip?
A lovely piece of bowling here from Lochenberg. Look at this. Oh, beats him.
Oh,
beats him well.
Let me tell you, that had a bit of revs on it. Surely, JD, you would put in a slip there. Surely.
Definitely. Ayob is living dangerously at the moment. Lochenberg can smell blood, yeah. There's no footwork there yet again. Stuck on the crease.
Oh dear. A little bit quicker, flatter. Recognized it, couldn't play it well enough.
Can hear the encouragement from Zander Venter talking to his teammates. Can smell victory, can Venter.
Yeah, he was the captain of the Titans team at the Coetzenburg. Had a couple of interviews with him at the toss. Spoke well, performed well. And you can see how he's learned from that Coetzenburg. Just here, especially with 2 balls to go, he spread the field, talked about that. Just reading of the game awareness, I like that. Trying to decide what to wear in the morning to come here to Stellenbosch must be an issue. Because it always starts off nice and warm and whatever, and then from nowhere the breeze decides to say, "No, listen here, I've got other ideas."
Made a rookie error myself this morning. Had a good old hoodie smiling at me on the couch, and I thought, nah, there's no chance. But I'm slowly but surely starting to regret that as these shadows get longer.
You probably didn't have space in your car for your hoodie. That's the reason why you didn't bring it.
I had to pick Spoetsmith up, so
Yeah,
that
I
was
know.
basically it, yes.
Surely that's the reason. It has to be.
Traveling with his laptop, his vanity case, 4 cooler bags,
3 lighters.
3 lighters. Oh. difficult man to travel with, is Smith.
Full delivery. Well, McQuinn, you've got to make a decision here. You've got to keep playing. You cannot just dot it up. You're going to hope that Ayob will go with you in terms of just staying there. Rate has now gone 7.3, and this is where it goes up quite alarmingly. Driven. Just for one.
Puts Ayob on strike, 0 of 9 deliveries. Wade McQuinn 38 of 48. When we arrived, he was going at a runner ball. Shows you how this has changed. There we go. Bit of spice there from Vian Pretorius.
We got to get Split back here. He has to see this game through. I think he will. Change to the field. Sweeper goes out on the offside. Oh, use of the feet now. Managed to squeeze that onto the onside for one.
Ayob opens his account.
Oh. Will it be deja vu or won't it be? Superstars now, 164 for 8. Ken going for the fuller ball. Getting one. Well, that game to our left, the Superstars require 44 from the remaining 53 deliveries. However, there's only 2 wickets in hand. And this has been an interesting Cubs week, let me tell you.
Coming into the week, there would have been a couple of favourites coming into it, but it's a lot closer than what has been anticipated. Central Gladiators getting twice and getting close on 2 occasions, unable to just execute and secure the win. As Northern Champions side were in all sorts yesterday and managed to step up and win that game, and they're cruising at the moment. So,
Well, again, you got to ask yourself, why is there no slip? Playing a miss. He's getting this ball to turn just a tad. That's all it needs.
like the look of Lochrenberg here.
Got a few scenarios for you, JD. Whoever wins between the Conquerors and the Legends will have 2 wins. Superstars, if they don't get over the line, they will remain on their 2 wins. Quickly through for that single. And then Northern Champions, they look well on course here to make it 3 from 3. So it's going to be a catch-up for all the remaining teams on 2 wins.
So net run rate has played a bit of a factor as well. I think the win yesterday, or was it for the Western Legends, helped a little bit.
And they got a bonus point.
And the bonus point. That helped a tremendous amount. Oh, there we go. Big appeal for the stumping. The umpire says no. Batsman was safely in his ground.
And looks like they're going to go and enjoy a drink as well. Where it is the Gladiators that have got it all to do here. Currently 7 down in pursuit of 208. We're going to have a short break as well with them. 97 for 7. Join us again in a few moments where we'll resume the second innings of the Gladiators. "97 for 7 drinks have been had," which was the final one for this match. This partnership with 6, still 111 runs needed by the team in red, the Central Gladiators, to record a victory. But it's going to be tough going. Wade McQuinn, he's on 40 of 53 with him. Ayub, he's on 1. And the captain of the champions, Vian Pretorius, with ball in hand. And everything has been said. More plans come up, conjured. Let's see how this goes for both these sides. Don't think the full toss was on cards.
It's definitely not on the coaching board. It will be Pretorius. He'll look to sort that out in a hurry. But if and only if by some small miracle Central Gladiators are to win this, it will be because of Wade McQuinn and what he needs to do, because they need a miracle. And oh my word, that was desperately close to us seeing the end of McQuinn. Delivery there by Vian Pretorius. Almost shocked, missed everything. See that replay now.
It's a distinct plan there to Wade McQuinn. They don't want to let him get underneath it, so he's bowling a lot fuller. He's got a good Yorker by the looks of it, Pretorius. Busy with his third over, just gone for 5 so far.
Another one. Heard you. Love the fact that you appreciate it. So he showed you what else? Just another Yorker, and shows you just how good his Yorkers are. Spoke about Vian Pretorius and his cricketing IQ, thinking cricketer, thinking captain. It's been evident today. Well, they have plans to get rid of the last 3 wickets here.
Yeah, in his matric year, he will be.
Imagine that, 3 Yorkers in a row.
Don't see it. Thought that delivery has gone out the game.
Refreshing. The first one was overpitched, but the next 3 spot on. McQuinn on strike. Needs to get out of his shell, free those arms.
One thing that McQuinn, he's a good, strong lad by the looks of it. He's just got to work on not collapsing that back leg a lot when he goes in the drive, and that's how the ball sort of squirts square more often than not.
Almost sitting down on it.
Yeah. This is something I've noticed. Seen him do that a few times now.
Straight to the fielder again. Well, it's something that man will have on his highlights reel. That fielding effort there. Jorben McQuinn. What is that discussion at the end of the over? 109 more required of the remaining 13 overs. Rate required 8.4. The current run rate achieved is 2.7. And I think at least want to see them try, have a go, fight here.
Well, it's got to be McQuinn for me. That's who's got to take it on. Oh, he's bowled him. Just the ball that goes on with the arm. That was well disguised, and that's a very good wicket picked up by Lochenberg. That's his second. 99 for 8.
So, the arm ball that we spoke about, take a look at this. Pretorius, no, it's Lochenberg. Yeah, he showed that. Knew exactly what he was doing, set him up, and then changes it up. Nico Lochenberg, bowling figures. 1 wicket, 10 runs of his 5 overs. And how's the bowling figures that he would have taken had you given it to him before the game started?
Well, those men will be very happy. Now, what does Wade McQuinn do? And I said he should have gone early because he had 1 more wicket to play with. Now he has 2. So it's not easy conditions, or situations, I should say, for him to bat through here. Looks like Saleba is going to come out and bat with him.
A long discussion between the two of them. I don't know if there's much that McQuinn can say to him. Probably let's just rotate, get me on strike, give me the bulk of the deliveries, see what we can do over here. And like you said, maybe a wicket too late, Eugene.
Got to hold in there for 3 more overs. They've got to just strive for 3 more overs. Just stay there. And he's going to bowl to a left-hander here. He's Lochenberg. 2 for 10 in 5.1.
Immediately on the money is Lochenbach. Sabella is getting that away. Got a turn there. Keeps a little bit lower.
It's getting interesting next door. It's getting interesting.
Give us an update there, Eugene.
Oh. Tell you at the end of this ball, at the end of this over even. Just trying to get the feel right here. He's Lochenberg. Well, they come through for a single. How does Wade McQuinn play this final delivery of this over? That brought up the 100 for the Gladiators as well.
Just a back foot. You're no more than a single to McQuinn. He's 101 for 8 after 38.
Well, there's 30 balls left next door. They need 24 with 2 wickets in hand. Taywan Adams, the bowler of the tournament at Kai Majola, he's moved to 20, not out. That's the left-hander, Saleba, 18 years of age as well. Watch out for that Yorker. Right on cue yet again. Are they going to come through for 2? No, they're not.
Definite ploy from Pretorius. Didn't see him bowl any of those before the break. Got the instructions after the break. It's been all we've been seeing is the Yorker. Oh, that must have been what, 4 consecutive, 5 consecutive?
He's bowling it well. He bowls it well. Nicely guided by Ayob, just using the pace.
Yeah, Sabella doing well just to get that away. To get the strike to Wade McQuinn. Well, we see some heroics from the Kes man. Straight back to the bowler.
Well, you know what's coming. I mean, we've seen what's coming. So he's got an option here. Either sit deep in your crease and hope that Pretorius just is on that length that he's been very successful at, or just go stand outside your crease and make it a full toss. Does make it a full toss this time. But this is good bowling from Pretorius, I have to say. He's hit his mark constantly.
No, that has been impressive from Vian Pretorius. Lovely when you have a bowler with that skill set, can just execute to the tee. See him assessing his field. Everybody else, everyone's in position, bowling to a plan. Bolton goes for one again. Sabella somehow gets that out.
I think the rate is going to go closer to 10 here now. Singles are not hurting the champions at all. They're welcoming that.
Take singles the whole day. What the Northern Champions will say to them. You are so far behind on the run chase, but we don't mind that. 11 more overs remain. 102 of 66 balls is the required score. Wade McQuinn 45 of 62. Sabella, his partner, and they're chasing 208 runs.
Oh, smoke down the ground. Will just be the single. And maybe that's a sign of the thinking that's going through the head there of Wade McQuinn. He moves to 46. The old reverse from Ayob. Ball's running away. Fielder in pursuit. Ooh. Did he stop it? Dust flying everywhere there. He did stop it. 3 runs.
Refreshing to see the level of commitment. It's late in the game, and fielder making sure that keeps that one run in the pocket. Great effort, fantastic. All we saw was dust flying and bodies bouncing. It's a hard part of the field, that.
That's nicely played again through the offside. They're coming through for 2. Oh, what a direct hit might have been. Maybe close, but 2 it is. Much better over this now. 6 runs of the first 3 deliveries. Well, that's just going to go all the way. One fails. Massive hit. Gone all the way for horns, and if the tree wasn't there, well, that could have been carnage for Johan Smith.
Spoot Smith was living his best life in his daydream there, and there's nothing like a rude awakening of a cooker coming through a willow tree and getting you just to reset and refocus.
Would have done us all a favor there, knock some sense into the big fella. And this was that over of intent.
And a big shot. McQuinn has gone to 54.
Yeah, we forgot about that. Massive 6.
He needs a bit of sugar water, there's Johan Smith, after the fright of his life.
Never seen him drink water. It's always a Coke or something, energy drink.
He said he's a man of consistency, so there's water inside the Coke can. It's perception.
Well, I think our time has come. He wants to come in. He wants to see the end of this match. So we hand you over to the Cape Fox, James King and Johan Smith.
Actually just want to defend myself here. Some wild accusations being slung around needlessly, one has to say. I wasn't even here to upset them.
Well, Wade McQuinn, it's not on strike. It's Christian Sabella who is on strike. The first ball of the 41st over. McQuinn has moved to a well-compiled 50. And he is the only man that stands between, you feel, the Northern Champions and victory in this game. He's looked like he's played on a different surface to every other one of these Central Gladiators batters. Johan?
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's 54 of 67. He's scored with freedom when needed to.
Oh, it's neatly played on that full toss by Sabella. It's gone into the deep. Just come through for the 2. He's found a willing partner here as well in Sabella. These two are put on 21 now for the 9th wicket.
I've noticed Vian Pretorius bowling a lot of Yorkers and trying to bowl a lot of Yorkers, so I'm not quite sure it's needed at this stage. If I was him, especially to number 10, Christian Sabella, I'd stick to hard lengths into the wicket.
And looks like he might turn again for the 2 as that's gone down to the man at Whitish 3rd, and they come through for the 2. They're going to have to bat at 9 and over to from here on with 2 wickets in hand to win this match. And whilst they did get 12 off the last Lockenberg over, you just feel that is just a bridge too far.
Bowls the cutter. He's just sort of lost it a little bit here. Has Vian Pretorius, who bowled beautifully before this over. I think he's sort of thinking death, and I'm not quite sure it's needed at this stage. I mean, they require 85. Just stick to your lengths.
Yeah.
There you go. What do I know? The Yorker does the trick, James.
Well, there we go. He's just caught him on the crease this time, though. No foot movement from Sabella. And the 9th wicket goes down. So his Yorker length has worked for him. This, I don't know if that was a cutter, actually. Maybe a little bit of a slower delivery from Pretorius. Cleverly bowled.
Yeah, he went for the double whammy there. It was the cutter Yorker.
There we go.
It was obviously maybe not 100% planned. But, he's such a skillful bowler, is Vian Pretorius. He's got all the tricks up his sleeves. He swings it when he's got a newish ball in his hand, but he's got a very good off-cutter. He bowls good Yorkers. Yeah. And the thing is about him is he thinks like a batsman.
Yeah.
And I often thought somebody like Jacques Callis was a lot better bowler because of that. Because you've got almost the mentality of a batter, so you can really outthink batters because you know what you don't like to face.
Yeah. What would I not want to face if I'm in this sort of situation? And certainly there, he's realised that perhaps going for the pace on delivery to Sabella, he's just been able to get behind it and play it into the gaps and manages to get absolutely the perfect length with the slower delivery. Sabella just caught and not able to pick it up, and you have to sense now at 123 for 9 that the bullet is well and truly through the church here.
I think so, but I'll tell you what might be fun. It's just watching Wade McQuinn for a couple of overs. If Carl Butler can get through these 2 balls, maybe we can see some fireworks on the other end. It's very unlikely that the fireworks will last long enough. Maybe we can see him going with the wind and hitting a couple of maximums.
Yeah, that would be nice to see that. He's already got a half century and certainly done his burgeoning reputation no harm at all, has Wade McQuinn.
That's solid enough.
Yeah, got in behind it. Just watch it onto the bat. Tall man. He's probably the 2 tallest players in the Central Gladiators team at the crease at the moment. And McQuinn really has no choice, does he, but to go for his shots.
Yeah, that's why I was saying we might be in for fun 10 or 20 minutes here if he can keep it going.
Well, it's all over on Tussie's Oval, where the Eastern Warriors have won their first match of the week by 19 runs against the Southern Superstars.
Goes for the Yorker again, does Vian Pretorius. Throws the stumps down for good measure. Isn't cricket a funny game, James King? Southern Superstars winning 2 out of 2.
Yeah.
Warriors losing 2 out of 2. And then coming and beating the Southern Superstars,
Well, they were dead and buried before. It was Caden Wilson with that 71 was very good in that match. And then Solomon Gungat was getting 5 for 35.
Quality bowler.
Yeah.
Quality bowler. We saw him yesterday against the Western Legends. They came up short, but he was very good. And
saw his brother, I believe it is, Esau Gangat, bowling for NMU here at the USA Week. Also, really good prospect, both from Pearson High School in Gqeberha.
Gangat Senior, left arm orthodox though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's left arm orthodox, yes. And
he's also been to the Cubs Week.
Yes, it was. Not sure if that was last year or the year before, but certainly good prospects. Just finding it interesting, with myself being a product of Grey High, that there are actually no Grey High School players in that Eastern Warriors team. Very interesting.
Actually had a chat with Greg van Mollendorf, man from Graham College, and one of the selectors a bit earlier on. It is very strange. It's definitely an anomaly. Brilliant cricket structures at Grey High.
Yes, Grant Morgan there now as Director of Cricket, as Zander Venters back into the attack. And that starts with a wide down the leg side, and Butler is going to have strike. McQuinn not happy about that by the looks of things. I don't think he wanted to take that run, actually.
I never knew you went to Fake Grey.
Yeah, I did. Indeed, yeah. So, yeah, the college...
the younger brother
the younger
of Grey
brother,
College.
Absolutely. 1 year difference.
Fantastic school. Fantastic school. Produced so many.
Yeah.
Not just sportsmen in South Africa, but top businessmen.
Yeah. It's
great cultural school as well.
It's certainly grown as well over the years.
Produced one of the finest cricketers South Africa's ever seen. Graham Pollock.
Indeed, and his brother Peter Pollock also going to Grey, and a good crop of Grey High boys currently in the reckoning around the Proteas setup with Matthew Britsky, Tristan Stubbs, Tian van Vuren playing for the SAA team, a man who's playing for the Knights at the moment.
He's come on in leaps and bounds, Tian van Vuren, over the last couple of seasons.
So,
left-handed opening bowler, hits the ball well as well.
They're going to want 2 here, and they're going to get them. It's oh, they didn't get them. Oh my goodness! And that is Carl Butler not able to get the skates on to come back for the 2. And it is the end of the innings, Johan. It's taken less time than we thought.
I'd like to see that again, in all honesty, just to make sure how the stumps was broken there. Difficult to say. We are quite a distance away, but in the end, it is a run-out that finishes proceedings. McQuinn was really desperate to make his way back to the other end. I see the ball at the base of the stumps, but was it the ball that broke the stumps? There he drops the ball. I've got a feeling he broke the stumps with his hands there without the ball.
Yeah, and it looks as if the umpire might have been unsighted because he was behind the catcher. So, yes, Johan, I think that may well just be a little bit unfortunate for the Central Gladiators. But in reality, the game was well gone before that final wicket, even if they may feel a little bit aggrieved by that dismissal. And it is the men from the Northern Champions that go 3 out of 3 and win with a bonus point once again to entrench their spot at the top of this Cubs Wheat log.
After being 82 for 6, it was all Northern Champions since then. Wonderful innings by Rasul and Zander Venter, and then an inspired bowling performance by the Northern Champions, restricting the Central Gladiators to 127 in the end, all out, as they completed that first run of 2 before the run out. Valiant effort by Wade McQuinn. Has been scoring a lot of runs ever since Kaya Majola, and he did look a class act with bat in hand, coming down late in the order. But it is only the Northern Champions standing after 3 days as an unbeaten side, with the Southern Superstars going down next door on the Tussies Oval against the Eastern Warriors. The Coastal Conquerors looking good. They've got a 60-odd run partnership going. They're about 145 for 4, chasing 225 against the Western Legends. So they might move up into contention to be crowned champions of the Cubs Week of 2026. But it is the Northern Champions in pole position currently, James.
Yeah, so it's all to play for tomorrow, when we'll be back with you for the 4th day of the Cubs Week. It's been an absolute privilege. And from us all here, from myself, James King, the Cape Fox, Johan Smith, Eugene Merlion, and JD Ferreira, we really enjoy bringing you this 3rd day of the Cubs Week, the main match here at the Coetzenburg Oval, from ourselves and the whole team here at Pitch Vision on the CSA YouTube channel. It's goodbye from us here, and we look forward to you joining us again tomorrow at 10 a.m. I think you're right.
No, I think that you dropped that. Yeah. The reason why I'm confident in saying that, if you go look at the positioning of the ball, we're finished. No way that knocks off both bales. So if it fell, even if it fell over the stuff one bale, you know. And it's amazing how first instincts usually is right. It didn't look right.
You want to put Asian? Okay, fine.